In one of the valleys of Murim, where a high mountain was located, there was heavy snow. It shone brightly in the air and on the branches of trees under the glow of the full moon. A group of people was traveling along a snow-covered path in a dense forest among deciduous trees. Some of them carried the necessary cargo or illuminated the road. One man was riding a horse. A man walking ahead turned to him. He asked Mr. Im if he would stop them here for the night as it was almost dark. Im replied that they don't have time for that. Hearing his master's words, the man turned to face the rest and announced that he must move faster as he must get to Hangzhou today. People were not very happy with this schedule of events. They walked straight, not paying attention to the fact that it was already dark. Thick, wet snow flew into their faces. A group of people just approached the bridge that had to be crossed. Suddenly, Mr. Im's horse began to jerk and kick. He definitely did not want to cross this bridge as he felt the danger there. Im's guide was surprised by the horse's actions and turned to his master. Im asked if something suddenly happened up ahead, as his horse doesn't usually behave like this. The men began to peer into the darkness to see something. The guide noticed a strange man ahead and pointed at him. A young man stood right in the middle of the bridge, blocking the way for travelers. His head was lowered and he was looking at the floor. The guide told him to get out of the way. The man did not like these words very much. He raised his head slightly to look at the people in front of him. His gaze was cold and eerie. He did not move from his place for a single step, continuing to stand on the bridge. The guide decided that it was just some crazy person and was going to deal with him. Suddenly, the man on the bridge began to move. He smoothly lifted his right leg off the ground and was about to do something. The leader shouted to the other brothers to pay attention to this. He carefully followed the man's movements but could not understand what he was doing. He was surprised by the smooth movements of the boy despite the fact that he was quite thin. The guide decided not to take any action in this situation and simply told the man opposite to look elsewhere for his tricks. At that moment, Mr. Im noticed something strange and told his guide to be careful. The man's name was Huang Ji, and he did not understand what his master wanted from him. The boy, who had been standing motionless on the bridge, suddenly moved behind Huang and cut off his hand. Huang didn't even have time to understand what had just happened. He slowly lowered his head and noticed a lot of blood in the area of his shoulder where the arm was gone. The other warriors stood with their mouths wide open and also did not understand anything. They only saw blood and screamed loudly from such horror. Mr. Im was more worried than anyone because he knew he was being hunted. He mentally asked himself how it was that no one even noticed the sword strike. Im's wards decided not to wait long because it was not safe to stand still. One of them shouted that he should be stopped and urged the rest to attack the enemy. This did not scare the man at all. Even now, he stood still in one place with his head down. Hearing the screams of his enemies, a demonic smile appeared on his face. One of the soldiers noticed that the enemy was smiling, and this greatly alarmed the man. He didn't understand exactly what that meant, but it was definitely nothing good. Mr. Im's wards rushed into battle, encroaching on the territory of the bridge. Their enemy just stood there as if waiting for them in his territory. One of the soldiers, who was the first to move towards the man on the bridge, tried to pierce him with a sword. But the man deftly dodged and grabbed the sword from his opponent. Avoiding the enemy's attack, he struck the enemy's neck with all his strength. He cut off his head with a bullet that flew a couple of meters away from the battle site. Having dealt with one more of his enemies, the man straightened up to his full height and looked in the direction of the still living opponents. It was obvious from his look what he would do next. Mr. Im and his ward standing nearby were shocked by what had just happened. Fear and nothing else could be seen on their faces. All the soldiers standing in front of this man were scared to death. Im concluded that this boy was undoubtedly involved in the brutal murder in Murima. He remembered that there had been talk of an attack by brutal killers who looked exactly like his enemy. He decided to jump off his horse and start taking action. Landing on the ground and surrounded by his wards, Mr. Im drew his sword from its sheath and ordered everyone to retreat. All the soldiers were shocked by such a decision of their master. The man stood silently on the bridge and looked towards his enemies. He heard the orders of the chief of his opponents and was waiting to see what he would do. Im drew his sword from its scabbard with a loud creaking sound. He turned to his enemy and said he will pay for that. He is going to crush everyone here. Im's wards weren't going to stand idly by either. They were charged with the mood of their leader and rushed to the attack with the words that they needed to protect their master. The man again cut off the head of the first warrior who dared to approach him. One of the warriors ordered to capture this madman and added that they could defeat him if they all attacked together. The man on the bridge was standing with his hand clenched into a left fist. A severed head lay under his feet, and the screams of others could be heard from all sides from this phenomenon. Im was furious at what the enemy had done to his charges. He clenched his teeth as hard as he could and was going to finish off the offender. His face radiated confidence and fierce anger. The warriors continued to attack but fell to the ground one by one. With the rest, the man killed everyone who dared to stand in his way. He enjoyed killing people. A small town was located in another Murim Valley. The day was cold and cloudy, but in spite of all this, there were enough people in the bazaar. From one of the plots, which was located in the central square, 2 men were carried out in sacks. One of them said aloud that the owner of the house was very generous to them. The men continued to talk about the owner of the house who provided them with rice to build strength for the new year. An old man standing on the side confirmed that after Mr. Baiwan became the head of the family, everyone's fear of starvation disappeared. But the discussion of good news for the population was interrupted by another man with a bag on his shoulder. He said that Mr. Im was said to have been killed recently. Another man was shocked by such news. On their way home, the men continued to discuss the news that was spreading around the town. One of them said that those who oppose Huang Bo's family may die. Another replied that it was not true, as Mr. Baiwan was a nice person. At that moment, a man in a yellow robe was watching them. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a young man who turned to his master. He said that Manim wanted to see him. The man was surprised but went after the young man. Having brought the man to the Manim, the young man reported that he had brought the man to the house. The woman turned her head towards the door the man had just entered. She rushed to the man asking where he was when they were looking for him. The woman said that guests would be arriving soon, and it would be impolite if the man was absent. The gentleman approached the woman and asked what had happened to her, and why she had such a gloomy expression on her face. The man added that the woman should take her time with the answer and tell him honestly. He asked if she sometimes hides something from him. The woman was shocked by such a question, which left her in a stupor. She asked in response what the man was talking about. The man felt uncertainty in the woman's words. Making his face more serious, he asked if she knew about the recent murders and for what reason these people died. The woman felt awkward under the pressure of her husband. She pursed her lips, raised her hand to her chest, and tried to squeeze out at least one word. Pan added that even in the town they are already transplanted, that it is somehow related to Huang Bo, and said that there is a measure to everything, even if it was done for the sake of their family. The man did not have time to finish his disgruntled story when the woman interrupted him. She clearly cut off that she clearly understood what Mr. was leading to. She approached him not behind his back and put her hand on his shoulder. The woman said that she had foreseen everything in advance and had already prepared everything to make amends. In the dark forest, almost at midnight, women's cries of fear rang out. The words of men were also heard from behind the stone, wondering how fast this woman was. 3 men were chasing a lone girl who was running away from them with all her might. One of the men said that it was the first time he had seen such a fast and agile girl. Others also agreed with these words. Realizing that it would be difficult to catch up with the woman, and it would take a lot of time, one of the men threw an axe in the direction of the young woman to stop her. The axe flew at the level of the girl's circle and caught the skin, spilling blood. The woman was shocked to see blood on her legs. She fell to the ground from the wound, and 3 men were already standing over her, praising her beauty. They called her a deserved victim for the one who knocked her down. The girl ordered not to approach her. The men insisted that the girl would go to the one who impressed her, and it was really time for him to get a girl. The man did not object to his partners and was going to take the woman into his hands. Suddenly the men heard strange sounds not far from them. The young man was carrying a bag that rustled in his hands, which attracted the attention of strangers. This was the same guy who single-handedly slaughtered an entire group of warriors. He attracted the attention of men who mocked the girl lying under the Christmas tree. While the men tried to figure out among themselves who it was and why he just came by, the girl had time to rest and think. She decided to call for help as hard as she could. But the men didn't pay any attention to her. They noticed that the young man was carrying a bag that must have something in it. They decided to take this thing from a passerby and pounced on him from different sides. The young man did not pay any attention to the actions of the men and went on. When the robber's hands almost touched the young man's body, he accelerated sharply and avoided a collision with the robbers. The men did not understand how it happened in the first place. They took out their axes and talked about how this skinny guy was a lot faster than he looked. They wanted to watch him stand before the axe. Two men rushed towards the young man to kill him with axes. This time they let out very loud screams that were impossible not to hear. Of course, the young man heard them. He raised his eyes at the last moment, preparing to parry the attack of his abusers. As soon as the robbers could already see their axes in the young man's body, he cut them with his attack. Everything happened so fast that the men did not have time to do anything about it. The young man threw the bag which the robbers wanted to take from him on the ground. The bag opened a little and someone's hair could be seen there. The two robbers fell to the ground covered in rivers of blood from the attacker's blow. The third sat over their bodies. At first he did not realize what had happened and tried to talk to his teammates. Realizing that the enemy hit them with one blow and they would no longer survive, the man raised his head. He noticed the bag in front of him that he wanted to steal just a few seconds ago. But now his desire has completely disappeared. He saw someone's severed head in the bag which was bleeding. The young man approached the man who was sitting on the cold ground and was shaking with fear and asked him to give him his bag which was lying on the floor. At this moment the man was already holding the bag in his hand and was still trembling in the face of death. The young man was not going to wait long for his bag, and in a second he got rid of the man's head on his shoulders. The woman was still sitting on the ground near the tree as she could not get up due to her injuries. Seeing the severed head, she called for help again. The young man came closer to the girl and, tying his bag with his head, asked if the woman saw anything of what happened. She said no, out of fear of losing her life. The man turned away from the girl. She sat motionless on the ground, her heart almost jumping out of her chest at that moment. The woman did not want to die like this. She stared without looking away at the man in front of her. She did not believe that he would just take it and believe her and leave her alone. A drop of rain fell on the young man's right ear. Just a second ago, the sky was cloudless with a full moon. The woman was surprised by the raindrops that began to fall on her as well. She was shocked by such rainfall as it was not the rainy season. There was snow on the trees which literally just sparkled under the moonlight. Now his peace was interrupted by his younger brother. The woman was looking at the thin young man's figure from behind. He was standing with a bag in his hands. Several more of his victims were lying under his feet, and his face looked really demonic. The man's eyes opened wide. He was shocked at where he found himself. His body felt unbearable pain at this moment. Looking up, the man saw a water-sharpened stone in front of him, from which an incomprehensible liquid dripped directly onto his face. He found himself in some afterlife. His body was completely naked and was in a stream of blood. Human skeletons were suspended above his head. The man was horrified by the sounds coming from all sides. He heard incomprehensible voices that cut into his ears. Turning around, the man saw the red eyes of the dead. His body was up to his neck in a lake of blood, at the bottom of which lay thousands of lost souls. Their faces were as if they were still alive and calling for help. In the real world, the man felt even greater fear and pain. Raindrops were running down his face. He grabbed his face with both hands and screamed loudly. The woman was completely shocked by this. She was filled with emotions, among which fear prevailed. She slowly crawled away from the man who was holding his head with his hands. Suddenly, she felt someone's presence behind her. Such events alarmed her greatly, and she decided to turn her head to check what was happening behind her. Turning around, the girl saw the figure of a thin man standing right in front of her and looking into her eyes. There was nothing in his eyes. They looked as if a man had risen from the dead. The woman was very frightened by the man's gaze. She crawled across the ground away from his figure, keeping her eyes on him until she hit a tree trunk. The man approached her. He slowly and confidently approached the woman, keeping his head motionless on her shoulders. There was no emotion on his face. The girl understood that this look did not mean anything good. She closed her eyes so as not to see all the horrors and screamed loudly from hopelessness. For some time nothing happened and the girl did not understand anything. She decided to open her eyes to make sure that nothing was happening. Opening her eyes fully, the girl saw that the man who had just wanted to finish her off had simply become restless. He fell limply on top of her, resting on her knee. The girl was shocked by such a turn of events, but at the same time pleased. Nothing threatened her life now, and she could breathe a sigh of relief. It was almost dusk in the yard. The sun slowly began to sink behind the sky, throwing its last rays through the surrounding clouds and the leaves of the trees. The man lay unconscious on the ground for some time. His body cooled from the temperature around him. He finally opened his eyes and came to. Completely upset, he raised his head and saw in front of him a woman who was making a fire. She asked him if he finally woke up. The man saw potential danger in the woman sitting next to the fire. We'd got to his feet and was going to attack her immediately so that she wouldn't tell anyone. Seeing the young man's intentions, the girl tried to calm him down. She said that she was about to leave him, but since he saved her, she decided to warm him up a little. The man did not pay attention to the words of the woman who told him the confession about tonight. He turned his head in different directions a couple of times looking for something. While the man clenched his fist with his right hand, the girl realized that the man was looking for his bag and pointed to the place where it was. The young man felt embarrassed because he almost attacked an innocent girl. Drops of sweat appeared on his face from the feeling of discomfort. The girl took the man's look negatively and got scared again. She threw her hands up and shouted that she hadn't even touched his bag. When the girl opened her eyes, she saw something strange in front of her. A drop of sweat fell from her face, which was the result of fear. The woman saw an empty place in front of her. The man suddenly disappeared without saying or doing anything. He took with him only a bag that was lying under a tree. The man set off again. He passed by a small town in which snow was falling, sweeping all the paths around. The young man decided that he needed to rest a little and warm up in a warm place. Therefore, he chose one of the haunts where he could sit quietly. He slowly opened the door to the establishment and entered there. Along with him came the wind, the force of which caused the door to creak unpleasantly. The tables in the building were empty. No one sat down until night. The young man looked around looking for a place where he could sit more comfortably. Suddenly, an old man approached him who greeted him and invited him to pass and sit wherever he wanted. He ran this run today. The young man sat down at one of the tables and put his bag next to him. The old man quickly approached him and brought him a drink. There was only a bottle and a glass on the tray. As soon as the old man approached the table where the guest was sitting, he suddenly noticed a strange bag with blood stains on it. This seemed suspicious and strange to the man. The young man asked if this man was the owner of this establishment. The old man quickly looked away from the bag so as not to look like a fool and said that the owner was away on business. He offered the guest a menu, inviting the guest to take the paper from his hands. The man watched in silence and was in no hurry to pick up the menu. He said that he wanted meat mandu. The old man laughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. He approved the guest's choice and told him that he would have to wait a while. He went to the kitchen to prepare the guest's order. On the way to the door to another room, the old man constantly looked around, looking incredulously at the young man sitting at the table. The room to which this man was heading was not a kitchen at all. With a tray in his hands, he entered the door where soldiers in black masks were waiting for him. There were unconscious people on the floor. One of the masked warriors stood over a bound woman who was kneeling, holding a sword at her throat. The old man said that the one who visited them was the same man. This man was standing right in the middle of the room, wondering what to do next. He was surrounded by dozens of warriors in black masks who had recently dealt with the people lying on the floor. The man took the dish he was supposed to bring to the guest. With a tray in his hands, he headed for the exit to the hall and had already apologized earlier for making the man wait. But as soon as he opened his eyes, the body of one of his soldiers was lying in front of him, covered in blood. He was completely shocked by such a schedule of events. A guest who visited his establishment got ahead of his plans and found his secret room first. He dealt with one opponent and stood in the doorway. The old man did not expect to see the young man here. He suddenly panicked, shouted loudly, and ordered to kill the man who came in here. The soldiers heard the order and rushed to attack the enemy. Each of them drew a sword, although one of them had to cut the throat of the opponent who had just killed their partner. The warriors dealt a double blow to the enemy, trying to cut his head from his shoulders. But the young man was ready for this and masterfully avoided the attack of his opponents. Dodging a double sword strike, the man extended both of his arms in the direction of the enemies and hit them with a ranged strike. Another enemy was approaching the man from the side, running towards him with a sword in his hand. The young man saw everything and, taking a fighting stance, prepared for resistance. He still managed to deliver another long-range blow which landed on the right side of the enemy. The warrior did not expect to be overtaken by a remote attack and could not do anything. All the soldiers who were just about to finish off the uninvited guest were knocked to the ground. They flew away from the counterattack of the enemy, and the old man watched all this from the side. He was in complete shock and stood there with his mouth wide open. He did not understand how this was even possible. The warrior who held the sword at the woman's throat ordered the young man to stand where he was, otherwise the woman would die. She in turn said that nothing would work out for them since the young man grew up to be wild animals. A hideous smile appeared on her face, and she added that if they want they can kill her, but you can't take a husband so easily, and in this way they will all die together. The young man stood opposite and listened to this whole dialogue. His demonic gaze pierced the face of the enemy who wanted to kill the captive woman. The masked warrior noticed that the enemy was approaching. He brought the sword closer to the woman's throat and said that if the young man took even one more step she would die. The old man who met the guest at the establishment bent down on the floor to pick up the weapon. He turned around for a second and ordered his ward that if the woman twitched she could be killed. Taking the sword from the ground in his right hand, the old man rose to his full height and stood opposite the young man. He was going to end him and said that he would end right now. He knew that the boy across from him would not be able to do anything to him, as he would want to save the woman's life. Therefore, the old man slowly approached the young man and waved his sword in front of his face. The old man took his time and struck rather slowly. The young man, in turn, was not going to die so easily. At the last moment, he decided to act. The boy's actions shocked the enemy who had just delivered a blow that was supposed to finish off the enemy. Having seen everything with his own eyes, the old man sweated from fear and surprise. The boy in front of him dodged his attack in an unusual way. He gripped the blade of the sword that was about to cut his throat with his teeth, making some not-so-pleasant noises. With his right hand, the man broke the blades of the enemy's sword. The old man was completely shocked by the fact that the advantage was definitely not on his side now. Without thinking for a long time, the young man delivered a blow of terrible force and lightning speed right into the enemy's nose with his right hand. The old man's face at the time of the impact could have resembled an omelet. The blade of the sword which the young man cut off with his own hand flew away. But even here the man calculated everything. The shard landed directly on the head of the warrior who was about to stab the woman. Blood started pouring from his head and he immediately fell to the ground. The woman was able to get out of the cruel clutches of her enemies and get up from her knees. All she was wearing was a rope. She turned to the enemy who was lying on the floor and holding his nose and in a confident voice asked who sent them here. The young man who struck him in the nose approached his victorious opponent and took him by the hair. He looked him straight in the eyes and the old man began to shake in fright. He was pulled by the hair. He was in a hopeless situation, but he also predicted such a schedule of events. The old man removed his hand, which he used to cover his nose and mouth, and shouted with all his might, ordering to shoot. Not even a second passed as the first arrow already pierced the glass in the building and flew to kill the enemy. The arrow was smeared with oil and set on fire to do more damage to the enemy. The arrow found its target and hit the heart of the woman standing opposite the window. She was tied with a rope, so she could not do anything and evade the attack. The young man was still holding the old man's hair. He thought that the blow would be aimed at him, but literally a second later, he saw an arrow in the body of another person. He was very angry with the enemy who gave the order to open fire. He clenched his hair in his fist, and with his free fist, he once again decided to teach the offender a lesson. Then the boy rushed to help the injured woman. She did not have time to fall to the floor as the young man picked her up right in the air. She sighed heavily from the pain in her chest. Almost at the edge of the arrow, something flammable was placed to prevent the arrow from being pulled out. But this did not stop the boy. He took his hand directly to the burning place and pulled the arrow out of the woman's body, breaking it. He turned his head in the direction of the attack. Smoke was coming from his right hand, which was accompanied by an unpleasant smell, and behind him sat a woman who had just been shot. The young man saw an open window in front of him and immediately understood where the flight had come from. He looked at the roof of the neighboring house and tried to see someone there. Soldiers in black masks were sitting on the roof of this building. They sat down and drew their bows, preparing to attack. One of the soldiers was frightened by the look of the young man who looked at them from the window. The leader of the shooters shouted at the top of his lungs that it was necessary to attack right now. Immediately after his words, burning arrows flew at the enemy, at least one of which was supposed to kill the man. But the young man had other plans for this. He wasn't about to expose his body as a naked target for his enemies to see. He got into a fighting stance and repelled the joint attack of the enemies with a shockwave. On the roof of one of the houses in one of the valleys of Murim, the warriors in black masks continued to shoot burning arrows at their enemy, trying to hit him. Each arrow was either deflected by the boy's ranged attack or flew past his body, which was now closing in on its enemies. Suddenly, 3 arrows together hit the target, which was moving very fast. They got stuck halfway through the target, which they hit right on the move. The warriors watched their attack hit the enemy in the air. They were surprised that even such a simple shot could hit the target. Before their eyes was the figure of a man with arrows sticking out of his body, and a river of blood was flowing from his face. But everything was not as simple as the soldiers thought. As they watched their stricken target, loud shouts were heard behind them, and they turned in that direction. The soldiers were completely shocked by what they saw. Before their eyes stood the half-naked youth they had just killed, holding their partner by the head, taking his life. There was no time to delay, so one of the warriors immediately reached behind his back with his right hand to get the arrow. He could not allow the enemy to reach them, but it was already too late. The man got as close as possible to his next opponents and hit one of them with his bare hand right in the chest. With his left hand, the young man made a hole in the body of his enemy. It looked terrible and caused fear in the other warrior, who watched the blood flow from his fellow man's body. The man turned to him and asked who sent them here. There were drops of blood on his face that had only recently reached the surface. The warrior stood immovably in his place and looked into the eyes of the enemy. He wasn't going to say anything, and the skinny young man understood that, so he decided to do something. He raised his left hand covered in blood, showing his intentions. Literally a second later, that hand was in his enemy's mouth. The warrior could not find anything to do. The young man took hold of his opponent's tooth and yanked it with all his might. Taking his hand out of his mouth, the boy was already holding the extracted tooth in it. The enemy screamed in pain. The man continued to stand his ground and again asked who the customer was. The enemy was sitting on the roof holding his mouth and could not utter a word. The young man decided that his enemy was not going to tell anything yet. Then he picked up a stone that was lying near his foot and put it right into his opponent's mouth. Not seeing any sign that the enemy intended to tell everything, the man decided to continue his torture. He raised his fist in the air and squeezed it even harder. Then the young man delivered a lightning strike that landed right in the enemy's face. He struck such a powerful blow the stone in the warrior's mouth cracked and his teeth flew in different directions. The young man continued to stand over the worthless body of his enemy and beat the crap out of his head. He delivered a few more accurate blows to the opponent's temple. As a result of such actions, another couple of teeth fell out of the warrior's mouth. They fell directly onto the roof of the building, accompanied by the release of saliva from their mouths. The man stopped to question his opponent and stood over him, waiting to hear something. From the lips of the enemy, who was beaten to the point of blood, came a request to stop all this. But the young man was not going to stop until they knew everything he needed. He again took the beaten warrior by the head and was going to continue his torture. The enemy asked to wait and took something from his bosom that was supposed to save his life. The boy stopped and noticed that the enemy wanted to give him something. He took the thing that the enemy gave him in order not to die. It was a golden sign that symbolized one of the clans. The young man noticed that the woman who had been hit by an arrow was a little wobbly and came closer. He held the trophy up so she could see it too. Looking at the golden sign, the woman concluded that it was Huang Bo's nameplate. Blood pouring from her mouth, she added that it turns out that he is behind all this. The warrior, who had lost almost all of his teeth a few seconds ago, took out a sharp knife from his bosom. He realized that he had made a mistake and wanted to quickly correct it. Holding the knife firmly in his right hand, the warrior rushed to attack his enemy with loud shouts. The young man stood motionless in his place and watched the toothless enemy. As soon as the enemy began to think that he was about to hit the man, the latter grabbed the sharp part of the weapon with his hand, stopping the enemy's attack. The warrior in the black mask, from which only rags remained on his face, was in shock. The young man pointed the drawn knife straight into the opponent's face, which greatly frightened the latter. With all his might, he made a final stab with the knife right in the face of the enemy, because he knew that he had learned everything he wanted from him. During the pain of the battle, rivers of blood were shed several times. It was almost dawn outside. The sun's rays brightly illuminated the remnants of snow on grass plants and trees, the peace of which was disturbed by the wind. This wind came from a boy who was moving forward carrying a wounded woman on his shoulders. They had already spent a couple of hours on the road, but they had little time to linger. The woman on the young man's shoulder began to sigh and blood gushed from her mouth again. In a low voice, she asked her rescuer to stop for a rest. The guy took the woman off his back and put her on the ground. The boy's back was bleeding from the woman's wound, and she herself sat down on the floor leaning on a rock. Having seated the woman more comfortably so that she could rest, the young man left her for a moment to be alone. He also needed rest, which he spent collecting leaves on the ground. The woman barely held on to keep from fainting. The young man, having collected leaves on the ground, put them on a stone and was going to grind them, making a certain medicinal mixture. Having made this medicinal mixture, the boy began to apply the leaves to the fatal wound on the woman's body. Spitting out blood, she said that it would not help her. She took the young man's hand as if stopping him. The woman's face was dripping with sweat from unbearable pain. She no longer felt anything but him and said that her time had come. The young man looked at the woman sitting in front of him with anger in his eyes. He was angry with her because he did not understand how she could say goodbye to life so easily and abandon it. The guy decided not to waste a second and still try to save the injured woman's life. He tore off a piece of fabric from his pants that was supposed to help him with this. Wrapping the fabric around the woman's chest, the guy sewed it tightly and tied it. The woman's eyes were closed, and all she could do at that moment was sigh. She found the strength to say the last words to the young man who was worried about her. She addressed him by name. The boy's name was Wonsu, and was about to continue. Through excruciating pain, the woman gave her speech that after her death Wonsu would not return to Mage and live his life. The guy carefully watched and listened to the woman's words. After sitting for a couple of seconds and thinking about the above, Wonsu became upset. He closed his eyes and sank into his own thoughts. The woman added that if Huangbo tried to kill them, then based on that, Mage no longer needed them and did not respect them. Wonsu threw the tool he used to treat the woman on the floor. He could not come to terms with the fact that now his life would be completely different. Wonsu wanted to return home with the wounded woman, but this was not destined to happen. The woman took the boy's right hand and said that she was very sorry that it happened that way. Wonsu was never treated like a decent person, and in the end they turned him down like this. The woman was going to say something else but couldn't. The pain in her chest was excruciating and she began to cough, spitting up a lot of blood right in front of her. Wonsu was worried about the woman's health. He still could not believe that a woman was going to leave this world. He rose to his feet, trying to somehow help the wounded woman. The woman literally squeezed out every word that was worth every second of her life. She asked the young man once again that after her death, he would start living for himself. Wonsu was not ready to let the woman go to the next world. His eyes showed concern not only for her but also for his future fate in this world. As soon as he realized that the woman was no longer speaking or breathing, the young man fell powerlessly to his knees in front of her body. He really wanted to bring her back, but there was nothing he could do. Somewhere in this same valley, in a dense forest, there was an old manor house. It was surrounded by a straw fence behind which grew tall Christmas trees covered with snow. A girl who was recently attacked by robbers entered the small house. She greeted her father and informed him that she was back. The old father was lying in bed and jumped out when he saw his daughter. He asked what had happened to her, that her clothes were now torn. Approaching her father, the girl said that on the way she came across bandits who attacked her. The old man was very worried by his daughter's words. She smiled to reassure her father and said that she was fine because she had been saved by a passing warrior. And thanks to him, she was able to reach her home safely. The old man looked at his daughter and listened to her attentively. He was very scared for his native blood because she could get into trouble. Father lowered his gaze to the floor, feeling guilty. He apologized to his daughter, whose name was Yeren, for not being a very good father. He added that if it were not for his illness, the girl would not have had to risk her life at such a young age. The daughter raised her finger to her father's mouth and asked him not to say that, since it is not his fault here, especially since she returned safe and sound. Yeren moved away from her father's bed and was going to go somewhere. She turned to face him, asked if he was hungry, and offered to prepare something to eat. Without waiting for an answer from her father, the girl left the house holding her dress with her hands. The old man was confused because he did not even have time to answer anything. At that time, in the area where the battle had recently taken place, a man found a tooth that Wonsu had pulled out of his enemy's mouth. He was still bleeding. The red-haired man who found this tooth held it in his right hand and examined it carefully. On his mantle was a gold pendant in the shape of a wolf. He arrived at the scene of the battle together with his wards, who were all wearing black suits and masks. The soldiers were armed to the teeth and carefully inspected the battle site. One of them found Wonsu's bag, which contained Huangbo's head and gold mark. These were the main finds at a place where a difficult battle had recently taken place. The warrior brought this evidence to his mentor, who was a red-haired man with a beard. He looked carefully at the golden mark and concluded that the boy knew that they had carried out the attack. For some time, the man lost his thoughts, scratching his red mustache. He concluded that if he knows everything, then it is impossible to leave the young man alive. The leader sat on his throne. Heavy snow was falling around his figure, and there was a strong wind blowing his mantle. The man said their enemy couldn't have gone too far. After a while, he gave the order to follow him. It was carried by 4 wards holding the throne. Other warriors were stationed on the sides guarding their leader. Somewhere on the mountain in a wide valley among thick trees and bushes was a cave. It was a place where no one could enter. At the entrance, the cave is overgrown with sharp ends. In this inaccessible and hidden from human eyes in the city, the boy stood on his hands, and with his feet, he held a plate filled with a liquid that was bubbling strongly. The young man was not alone holding an incomprehensible plate with his heels. Many very young boys lined up one after another performing this difficult task. These events took place 20 years ago when Vons was 12 years old. He was the young man who stood out the most from the others with his thin figure which could barely stand on his hands. Minutes passed like hours for young Wonsu. He constantly sighed heavily from pain and inexplicable fear. Suddenly his neighbor on the left could not withstand such a load, and the bowl with liquid fell from his feet. The green liquid poured directly onto his face and body, and the bowl fell to the floor. The boy screamed terribly in pain. This liquid began to eat away at his skin, evaporating a disgusting steam. Wonsu was in complete shock. He did not expect that they are forced to keep such a poisonous mixture on their heels from which people do not even survive. The injured boy's eyes came out of their sockets and popped out. Wonsu continued to watch his neighbor's torment with fear on his face. Sweat was dripping all over his body from what he saw. In front of him lay the boy's hand, which had just been separated from the body by a green caustic liquid. Wonsu's whole body suddenly began to shake from what he saw. Of course, this was not the only factor. The arms and legs also could not withstand the constant load. The bowl with the green mixture, which was standing on the heels of the young man, began to lean down. Drops of poisonous liquid began to drip onto the floor next to Wonsu's hands, which scared the young man very much. He tried his best to maneuver his bare feet to hold the bowl and not spill the poison on himself. But the body refused to listen to him due to excessive fatigue. Suddenly Wonsu heard a voice asking him if he wanted to die from his actions. Someone's hands quickly grabbed the young man's legs and straightened them so that the bowl was level. A woman was looking at Wonsu's face and ordered him to stand straight. This is her, the one for whom Wonsu will risk his life 20 years later. The woman noticed in time that the young and thin young man was in danger of death. He stood out from the others because of his thinness, so the woman decided to help him. After the inhuman training, the future warriors sat in their resting place, their backs against the rock. Their faces were gloomy and lowered to the floor. Suddenly their rest was interrupted by a voice announcing dinner. A dead pig was thrown right in front of the young men's faces. Wonsu looked at the animal in front of him and was not very happy. Almost all the boys got up from the floor to get a closer and more detailed look at their upcoming lunch. Their faces definitely did not see this dish as appetizing and radiated only disgust. But the young men understood that in such conditions, apart from dead animals, they had nothing else to eat. One of them ran as fast as he could to the dinner table, drooling as he went. He had almost reached his goal to stuff his stomach, but he was stopped by someone's hand which grabbed his head and pulled him back, preventing him from feasting on the dead pig. He was a powerful, bald young man who trained with the others in these inhumane conditions. He was stronger and stronger than the others, so he had an advantage. He easily stopped his partner. After he grabbed the young man's head, he smashed it into the stone floor with all his might. The young man's face flattened under the influence of such a powerful force. Stopping the young man who was supposed to come to the dinner table first, the big man said that he would eat first. Then the bald man added that when he could eat his fill, the others could finish the leftovers. Having finished his warning to his vis-a-vis, the big man began to tear pieces of meat from the pig and swallow them without chewing. The other boys stood and watched it from the sidelines, waiting for their turn. No one could object to the pumped-up guy either, but not Vons. He was very angry with him because he knew that this was unfair not only to him but also to the rest of the young men. Clenching his teeth, Wonsu bent down to pick up the rock from the ground. He was not satisfied with the situation, so he decided to correct it right now. Taking the stone in his right hand, Wonsu hit the head with more strength from the back. Blood began to spray from all sides, but it was unclear whether it was pig blood or human blood. Zdrovan was shocked by this turn of events. Wonsu decided that it was his turn to put the boy in his place. But he was wrong. The big man was covered in animal blood, and at that moment he was eating one of the legs. He turned towards the young man who had just dared to attack him. He couldn't stand being treated like that, so he decided to teach this jerk a lesson. With great strength, he swung his left hand, which was holding an underfed leg, at the thin boy and hit him right in the face. He was angry and dangerous. These words were confirmed by the fact that the big man did not stop at one blow to the face. As Wonsu fell to the floor, his opponent continued to kick him with no remorse. Other boys took advantage of this fight and in turn ran to finish eating the pig. The woman who had recently saved Wonsu from death watched this pitiful phenomenon from the sidelines. Finally, the fight died down. Another hard day for the boys was over. They lay directly on the ground, sending leaves under themselves next to each other. Only Wonsu separated from the general group and lay on both sides of everyone. In his dreams, he tried to find a better life than reality. He slept almost naked, wearing only his trousers and resting his face on his right elbow. Suddenly, some strange sounds woke the young man up. He opened his eyes and saw 2 loaves of bread in front of him. His face was bruised and disfigured from the fight with the big man. Wonsu took one of the ktibs in his hands, feeling him by the touch. He was very grateful to the person who brought them to him and looked up to look at his savior. Above him stood a woman who saved him from a poisonous death. With pitiful eyes, the boy looked at the person who now saved him even from starvation. The woman ordered to be quiet. He tried to eat these breads as quietly as possible so as not to wake the rest. His face did not look good at all from the beatings he had received. The woman looked down on the young man who was sitting and stuffing himself with dough at her feet. She was very sorry for the comatose boys, so she decided to feel sorry for him every once in a while. 20 years have passed and Wonsu has hardly changed. He remained the same skinny guy, but now he could fight off anyone. He stood on the ground feeling every drop of rain on his body. He remembered all those moments when he was in the cave and the ignorant woman saved him more than once. He clenched his right fist, displacing all his anger and the world's injustice there. Wonsu decided to go further. He could not stand by these stones forever and think about the past. He needed to do something right now, if only to find a place to spend the night. He confidently stepped forward, relying on his abilities and luck. He was used to encountering constant obstacles in his life and injustice, so he was not afraid of anything. Suddenly, he was stopped by his own feet. He sensed danger somewhere not far from him and decided that he needed to change his current plan of action a little. At that moment, Wonsu remembered the words of the woman he had never been able to save, that it was Huang Bo who was trying to kill them, so from now on they were no longer welcome guests at Mage. Vons saw the face of a tortured woman begging him to go on with his life. The boy drew a conclusion from all these words. Vonsa was chased by enemies in black masks. They constantly pursued him, focusing on the tracks. One of the warriors looking at the ground said that the trail ends here. He reported to his commander, the red-haired leader who sat on the throne. Hearing the words of his charge, he concluded that their enemy was confused. One of the warriors suggested that Wonsu would not return to Mage. The red-haired man was categorically not in agreement with his ward because he had nowhere else to go except Mage. After sitting for a while and thinking about the words of his soldiers, the leader decided to look around. He saw a tree trunk broken almost to the root, which seemed strange to him. As soon as he saw the stump, he jumped off his throne with the speed of light. He was no longer going to sit in a comfortable place. The red-haired man came closer to the root of this tree to take a closer look at all the nuances. Having begun to look, the man noticed that this trunk was of some strange shape. There were incomprehensible patterns on its top, and snow lay all over its trunk. Having seen everything with his own eyes, the red-haired leader concluded that it was definitely him. The man had no doubts about this. He began scanning the area again, trying to find another clue. He succeeded. He noticed a piece of red cloth on the ground which was brought by the wind. The man bent to the ground to pick up the scrap. He took it with his right hand, slowly lowering it and raising it up. After taking a closer look at this clue, a bright thought dawned on the man. A clear picture emerged in his head, and he ordered his soldiers to go to the town. The wards responded positively. A bazaar was located right in the middle of the central square of a small town. Today it was very crowded here, and it is not surprising because the weather was happy with sunshine and warmth. In the market, everyone sold what they wanted or what was unnecessary. Someone clumsily laid out the combs on the table, which glinted in the sun. These reflections caught the attention of a woman who approached the counter. She said she really liked the comb and asked how much it cost. She was selling these combs that she clumsily displayed on her counter. With a satisfied face, she told the woman the price of the comb at 5 fun. The buyer began to express his dissatisfaction with the excessively high price. She said she would give a maximum of PHP2 for a comb. Yeren did not want such a bargain and gently refused. But the woman insisted and said that she would either take 3 fun or leave. Yeren did not answer the woman. She needed to think a little. The woman knew her business. As soon as she left the counter, Yaren was already calling her back, agreeing to pay for 3. Having sold this comb to the woman, Yaren leaned over the wooden box and sighed with relief. She was pleased to have sold at least one of the combs. Suddenly, she heard some incomprehensible address in her direction. A male voice addressed her by name and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Turning in the direction of the voice, the girl saw an aged man in front of her. He was short and smiling. He was escorted through the bazaar by a 2-man bodyguard behind him. The soldiers of 1 by quickly reached the town. The red-haired leader shifted on his throne as usual. As soon as the soldiers brought him closer to the girl, he immediately ordered to seize her. Yaren was completely shocked by what was happening. In addition, she was very frightened and screamed for help to the gentleman who approached her. The old man stopped the black-masked warriors by putting his hand forward. He ordered them not to move and asked if they even knew who he was. But this did not bother the soldiers at all. They had to obey their leader's orders and told the man to get out of the way if he didn't want to get hurt. He turned to face the girl behind him and asked what she had done to anger the warriors. Yaren replied that she did nothing at all. While the man and the girl were having their introductory conversation, one of the soldiers pounced on the old man and kicked him. The man could not do anything because he did not see the moment of the impact. At the same time, another warrior took advantage of his partner's surprise and finished off the old man with a fatal blow to the chest. The man screamed in pain but could not do anything. Yaren stood in her place motionless and was shaking with fear. In front of her was a warrior who held a sword in his hand from which blood slowly flowed. The woman couldn't figure out what she was doing here. When Yaren was about to say goodbye to her life, a stranger rushed to her aid. He shouted loudly for the soldiers to stand still and threw something in the face of one of them. It was a stone that hit the enemy's face well and then flew to the floor. Yaren was saved and hoped to get out of here as soon as possible. The red-haired man was not very happy with this turn of events. It was clear from his serious face that he did not see a serious threat in this, but it disturbed his plans. Yaren turned back to see her savior. It was a tall man in yellow clothes who held a sword behind his shoulders. He insulted the offenders and asked if they were not at all afraid of the law. Having come a little closer to Yaren, he turned to her as well, telling her to worry because the man can take care of her and deal with the offenders. The stranger added that those who attacked this person are really fearless people. He pointed to a man lying on the ground bleeding and introduced him as the man in charge of the area. The soldiers did not want to hear all this delusion from the man. They stood with their weapons in their hands, impatiently waiting for their leader to give the order to kill this prodigy. The man who stood up for the girl continued to be delusional. He turned his head in different directions, scratching it, and said how ill-mannered these boys were. In front of him was a whole group of armed soldiers, in the center of which circle sat a red-haired man on a throne. They were ready at any moment to rush to kill the enemy. Finally, the leader gave the order to attack the enemy, and 3 soldiers with weapons in their hands ran in his direction. The man stood still and waited for the enemies in his territory. The black-masked warriors tried to double strike to hit the chattering man, but he deftly dodged down and avoided a collision with the swords. Another warrior was waiting ahead of him who was already attacking him. It was a planned combination to lull the enemy's vigilance. The warrior swung his sword right in front of the enemy's face, but everything was of no use to the man. He easily avoided this blow as well, rising up. The warriors raised their heads and realized where the target was now, but the target has now become a hunter. At this moment in the air, the man in the yellow cloak decided that it was his turn to attack and swung his shining sword. He launched an attack with lightning speed and powerful force that sent enemies crashing to the ground. Some managed to block the blow, but it did not help to avoid a painful fall. The warriors fell right at the feet of their leader, who continued to sit on the throne. He was watching the action carefully, but he wasn't going to do anything just yet. The man in the yellow cloak stood in a victory pose. He said that once upon a time his opponents fell from his mighty sword. Yaren stood behind him watching from the side, just like the red-haired man. The warriors who had just been sent to the ground became very angry. They didn't want to tolerate being insulted by some rascal because this was only the beginning of the fight. They were just about to teach him when the leader stopped them. He raised his right hand up. The man snapped his fingers, drawing attention to himself, and asked his wards to bring him his whip immediately. 2 of the wards barely dragged that whip along the ground. Its metal and heaviest part dragged on the ground and appeared at first glance too heavy to be a useful weapon in battle. As always, the red-haired man had a different opinion. As soon as the whip was brought closer to him, he grabbed its soft part with his right hand, firmly grasping the entire width of the rope. He looked very dangerous with such a whip in his hands. The iron part of the weapon was on the ground, and the man himself was firmly holding the rope, staring fiercely ahead of him. The man in the yellow cloak continued the conversation with a smile. He asked the red-haired man if he was the boss here. He made such a conclusion because the warrior looked much more solid than the rest. The red-haired leader also smiled, but his smile was not friendly or witty at all. He was going to destroy his imager and said that he was too insolent and talked a lot. The leader threw a mighty blow with his whip, which the yellow-cloaked man was able to block with his sword, placing the weapon in front of his face. The metal end of the whip that the red-haired man used to attack the enemy was not entirely simple. At its end, the muzzle of a snake with sharp teeth was clearly visible. The man was not completely shocked by such an attack. He stared at the crack of his weapon and wondered what kind of attack it was and why he had entered the fight first. Opposite stood the figure of a red-haired evil warrior with furrowed eyebrows. He looked very demonic and was not going to negotiate with his enemy. It turned out that the opponent did not completely break the brave boy's sword. He rejected one of his parts and invited the enemy to engage in a real battle. The red-haired man opposite was very angry. He shouted loudly that his opponent was a real fool and did not understand what he was getting himself into. In the same small town, Vansu decided to stop for a short time. He was sitting in one of the haunts where there were wooden tables and benches outside. Wansu was in despair at what had happened to him recently. He poured himself a beer and was going to distract himself from everything. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice behind him. Behind him stood two men wondering why it was so noisy. One of them assumed that a market had opened there, but the other said that there was no need to go there as there was a fight there. The man was surprised by this of his interlocutor and asked again. He confirmed his words about the fight and said that Ho Deheb contacted some unknown foreigners. Wansu heard the entire dialogue between these men. He listened intently to every word as he sipped his drink from the glass. The men decided to go watch the fight. They wondered what made Deheb so angry. The battle in the central market was in full swing. The red-haired man threw his whip in the attack. Its tip in the form of a snake rushed forward to kill the enemy. The man who resisted the bandits stood firmly on his feet and was not going to give up. With a few skillful swings of his sword, he deflected 3 powerful whip blows from his opponent. The red-haired leader was amazed by such a reaction and speed of the enemy, but it was not the first such thing on his way. Taking the whip even tighter, the man saw a good moment for himself. He noticed a gap in the enemy's defense on the right. The attack of his whip had to go directly to the right side of the enemy, but it was possible to avoid a blow with a quick movement to the other side and the blade of the sword. But it was not the end. The red-haired man anticipated the enemy's resistance with a sword. He deftly pulled the rope of his whip and it began to go around the blade of the sword. The man in the yellow cloak certainly did not expect such a turn of events. The opponent's weapon imperceptibly for him avoided the block of his sword and the iron snake stuck right into his skin. The man fell to his right knee holding his injured side. The wound was quite deep and blood flowed out in large quantities. The man concluded that if he continued to simply defend himself, he might lose this fight. It took him literally a couple of seconds to prepare for the attack. Then he rushed into battle, closing in on his opponent. He yelled at him for the redhead to prepare for his attack. The red-haired man was as focused on the enemy as possible. He ignored his empty chatter and carefully watched his further movements. As the opponent approached him, the man constantly maneuvered his whip with a snake on the end to catch the enemy in the act at some point. The blood of the man in the yellow cloak was spilled again on the battlefield. He should have been more careful, but he ignored the circumstances. At the last moment, he managed to block the blow with the whip. The iron snake that was at the very end of the weapon ended up right in his right hand, piercing her palm. The man understood that only in this way he could immobilize the enemy, and he would not be able to use his weapon. A man in a yellow cloak held a sword in his left hand with which he was going to finish off his opponent. The red-haired leader was impressed by the boy's courage and his fighting skills. He saw his sword directly above his head and wondered what he should do in this situation. His opponent was definitely more concerned about the man who was in danger. He understood that this might be his only chance to end the enemy once and for all. The fears of the man in the yellow cloak came true. His opponent threw the whip to the ground and parried the blow of his sword by grabbing it with both hands. The red-haired leader firmly blocked the enemy's blow. He held the blade of his sword as hard as he could with both hands, on which the veins stood out and the blood came out. He broke off a large part of the sword that he now held in his hands. The man said that this attempt was not bad enough and that this had never happened to him before. He twirled the severed blade of his sword in his bleeding right hand and was about to charge at the enemy as they stood in complete shock. The red-haired man said that for such a good attempt he would reward his opponent and leave him one hand. After these words, he swung his blade at the enemy and cut off his hand. A river of blood flowed from the man's limb. He looked at his hand with horror and screamed loudly, but nothing could be done. People who had come to watch the fight in the central market stood in utter horror, covering their eyes. They didn't get to see this every day. Among these people was Wonsu, who successfully hid his persona under a black cloak. He watched all this action with a stone face. The red-haired leader walked closer to the man whose arm he had just cut off and took him by the throat. He lifted it a couple of centimeters off the ground and said that it would go down to feed the dogs. After that, the man simply threw his opponent to the ground. The armless boy flew to the floor and drove along it for a couple of meters. The wards of the red-haired leader came to look at his severed hand. She looked at the wound as if it were an exhibit in a museum. Wonsu at this time was sitting on a tree above the heads of his enemies. Suddenly, this picture in life caused him terrible emotions. He looked at the black masked warriors with wide eyes and hated them. Wonsu remembered the moment when the same warriors in black suits stood over the person who was dear to him. An arrow was sticking out of her body and blood was constantly flowing from her chest. There was dead silence in the market now, but someone decided to break it by taking a step back. It was a girl in a red dress who wanted to run away from the scene. One of the soldiers noticed this movement and became alert. He turned his head in the direction of the sounds he had just heard to see everything with his own eyes. Right in front of him, he saw the girl who had been their target from the beginning. Yeren realized that the two men who could protect her were no longer able to do so, so she needed to run away as soon as possible. After the massacre, the territory of the market was empty and quiet. The thick snow was sweeping between the rows, which now there was no one to trample. Yeren ran away from her attackers along one of these lines. She still could not understand what they needed from her and just ran forward trying to break away. She looked back for a second to see how far the robbers were from her. They almost did not catch up with the girl, and this worried her very much. The girl did not even have time to turn her head forward again, as the warriors in black masks had already caught up with her and were rushing ahead of her, moving along the wall. Two of them landed right in front of Yeren. Their assignment was to stop the girl as soon as possible and find out from her all the information they needed. One of the soldiers did not wait long and took the girl by the neck with his left hand. He pressed her against the wall, and Yeren screamed from the pain in her throat and back. The warrior in the black mask took out a knife from his pocket and began to threaten the girl in the red dress. And he put the gun to her throat and asked where the same guy was. Yeren at that moment could not figure out what the man in front of her was talking about. She was very scared and asked what it was all about. At this moment, the other warriors had already managed to bring their leader to the throne. The red-haired man explained to the girl that he was talking about the man with whom she was in the forest. In Yeren's imagination, the figure of a mysterious stranger who saved her from robbers appeared. She could not believe that she was being asked about this boy. Standing in front of the red-headed leader's throne, Yeren said she knew nothing about this mysterious stranger. She added that she saw him for the first time in this forest. The leader did not believe the frightened girl. He, with a mischievous smile on his face, asked her if she even understood the seriousness of this situation. One of the soldiers understood his leader's order without words. He grabbed the girl's right hand and lowered her to the ground, holding her tightly. Yeren loudly asked her to let her go and did not understand what was being done to her. The warrior standing over her drew his sword from behind his back. He said it was to help her remember everything as quickly and painlessly as possible. He swung his sword and was about to cut off the girl's hand. Yeren really wanted to save her limb, but she really didn't know anything about that man from the forest. After a couple of seconds, nothing happened. It seemed very strange to Yeren, and she decided to finally open her eyes. Her face was flushed with fear. The girl saw in front of her the same man who saved her in the forest. He came to her aid, even now grabbing the enemy's sword and preventing him from cutting off the girl's hand. Wonsu's face looked very demonic at that moment. He held the blade of the sword with his right hand and with his gaze burned out the enemy's eyes. The black-masked warrior wasn't going to play tag with his enemy for long. Wresting the sword from Wonsu's hands, he struck with all his might, which was about to cut the man's throat. But Vons, as always, had other plans for this. He deftly intercepted the sword from his opponent and redirected it directly into the opponent's neck. The enemy fell powerlessly to the ground, covered in blood. He sighed heavily from the excruciating pain while the others stood and watched. Yeren was generally shocked, although it was not the first time she had seen such a thing. Wonsu stood still in his place and looked ahead. Behind him was a girl in a red dress whom he had saved in the forest, and now he could not refuse her help either. A red-haired man was looking at them both. He was smiling mischievously, his face was shining with pleasure. He said he finally found the one he was looking for. Then followed the order to kill the man opposite. The warriors in black masks quickly followed the leader's order. Each of them rushed into battle with weapons in hand at a lone man who was standing a couple of meters away from them all. Wonsu was not alone. Behind him was Yeren, whose life he also had to worry about. A large number of enemies were closing in on him and needed to be calmed down. The first to enter the battle were two warriors who tried to decapitate Vons with a double blow with their swords. But the man dodged the attack, stepping back and taking the girl with him. After successfully dodging the attack, Wonsu decided it was his time to attack. He struck with all his might with his right fist straight at the enemy. He flew back but was followed by another sword blow. Vons managed to avoid this collision with the sword as well, covering the girl behind with his body. He grabbed his offender by the throat. The enemy's eyes were wide open and frightened because he knew that death was unlikely to escape. Wonsu pushed the enemy's body into the ground with all his might with a loud sound. He put enough force into the strike to paralyze the enemy's body. The face of the warrior in the black mask looked terrible. Blood ran from his whole body, and at the last moment he regretted that he had attacked this man at all. The other warriors stood aside and guarded their red-haired leader with weapons in hand. They were all shocked by what they saw in front of them. They did not really want to engage in battle with such a strong enemy. The red-haired man sat on his throne and smiled demonically. He said that, as he expected, this young man is not so simple and it will be difficult with him. He took a couple of seconds to consider his next course of action. Then the leader gave the order to surround the enemy and apply a group block on him. In one voice, the soldiers shouted that they were obeying their master. After a couple of seconds, almost all the warriors were standing in one circle, in the center of which was Wonsu. Behind him was Yeren, who was trembling with fear. As soon as the enemies began to advance, Wonsu pushed the girl away from him so as not to expose her to the attack. He was going to deal with everyone on his own. He was attacked by 3 opponents at once in the first second. But the man was ready for this and deftly avoided the attack by jumping up. Wonsu rose into the air while his enemies stood on the ground and stared at him. They realized that they needed to act even faster to hit the enemy. While the man was still in the air, 4 warriors in black masks decided to catch him in the atmospheric environment. They rose to the level of the enemy's head and were going to cut him to pieces. Another danger awaited Wonsu on Earth. His enemies thought everything through, and one of them positioned himself right under the man's feet to meet him at the moment of landing. The man needed to assess the situation as quickly as possible to save his life. He decided to rest his left hand directly on the face of the warrior below. In this way, Vaughn managed to avoid a group attack by his enemies and save himself from death with the help of another person's head. The man decided to finish off the warrior on whose head Wonsu leaned to save himself in an instant. He grabbed his face and slammed it into the ground. The same group of warriors was approaching Wonsa. The man sat on top of the body of the defeated opponent and waited for the moment to counterattack in time. He decided that the moment had come and took out a sword from behind the defeated enemy. But as soon as the ball got into Wonsu's hands, it immediately cracked. The man threw aside the broken sword, which cracked into 2 parts, and decided to do without a weapon for the time being. He had no other way out, and he waited for his enemies to do so, standing still. Suddenly, Wonsu noticed a glint on the ground and bent down. He had little time, so he did it as quickly as possible. On the ground lay a dagger that one of the warriors had dropped during the previous skirmish. This was now the main trump card up Wonsu's sleeve against his opponents. Warriors in black masks ran forward at the unarmed enemy, hoping that he would not cause them any harm. But Wonsu couldn't just stand there and fight back. He made a lightning attack on 3 bodies of enemies, cutting them. One of the soldiers decided to take revenge for his comrades and rushed to attack the enemy. He swung his sword trying to hit the opponent, but the latter dodged. After avoiding a sword strike, Wonsu launched his counterattack at the enemy. With all his might, the man put his left foot on the enemy's face and smeared it properly. Wonsu did not have time to deal with the previous enemy as the next attack followed him. One of the warriors threw his sword at the man and shouted that he must die. Perhaps it was the expected cry of the enemy that saved Wonsu from death. At the last moment, he managed to avoid the flight of the sword, which flew directly over his head. Enemies attacked Vansa one by one. Then a warrior whom Wonsu had already defeated rose from the ground. On his face, the coma mask was torn through which one could see the warrior's emotions. He gripped the enemy with both hands and shouted loudly. But Wonsu wasn't going to wait for someone to catch up with him in this pace. He freed his left hand and used it to break his opponent's finger. The latter shouted loudly again. After such a surprise, Wonsu also struck the warrior behind him in the face. The enemy was completely shocked by such a turn of events and had no choice but to take the blow. The attacks of the enemies did not stop. No sooner had Wonsu defeated one enemy than another attacked him. The next one just ran at him and screamed, clenching his fist. This opponent did not cause Vons any problems. The man easily pushed him away with his shoulder, insulting the enemy right in the chest. Another danger lurked behind this diversionary maneuver. The two warriors charged at Wansa, preparing to deliver a double blow that would take the enemy's head off. But Vonsu did not think of losing to these losers. He expertly fell to the floor and, twisting a couple of times around his axis, avoided a double threat from his opponents. Of course, the man was not going to stop there and lie on the floor. He quickly rose to his feet and pushed himself off the ground with one of them. Wonsu's opponents were confused and shocked at how clever their enemy was. They had just managed to get back to him, and he was already attacking them. One of the soldiers again tried to finish off the enemy with a precise sword blow to the head. He swung his weapon with more force and shouted for the man to finally die. He could have said these glory to anyone else but not to Vons. He was a difficult opponent, and it was impossible to defeat him with such an attack. He delivered a powerful blow with his right palm to the opponent's chin. The warrior fell to the floor from the collision with the enemy's hand and pulled his legs up. The rest of the warriors stood behind their comrades and watched the action, preparing their attacks. But their leader had other plans. He sat motionless on his throne and watched the futile attacks of his wards. At this point, he ordered them to stop. He got up from his warm seat to join the fight himself. In his hands, of course, he held his deadly weapon, a whip with an iron tip. The red-haired man said as soon as he got back on his 2 feet that he had specially trained the warriors to catch this protovist, but they proved to be inept in battle. The soldiers paid for their unprofessionalism. Their leader raised his whip in the air and lashed it hard at the necks of his charges. Wonsu stood opposite and watched as the leader mocked the other warriors. He understood that the red-haired man would be his next opponent. The leader whipped his wards with his whip. The bloody blood of innocent soldiers flowed down its iron end. But their husbands' problems and life did not bother him at all. Wonsu and the red-headed leader stood facing each other, looking into each other's eyes. The warrior with the whip turned to his opponent and said that they were finally left alone. He stood in his place, grinning mischievously and provoking the enemy. At one point, he raised his right hand up and waved it in his direction, offering to attack his first opponent. Wonsu never doubted his strength. In addition, the man made him very angry, and he could no longer stand still. Wonsu began to attack his enemy, moving quickly towards him and clenching his right fist. Wonsu rushed towards the enemy with all his might. The red-haired man waited for his prey, standing still and preparing to attack. As soon as he saw that the enemy had approached the distance, he kneaded the man, raised his whip from the ground and struck it in the direction of the enemy. The iron part of the whip was about to hit Wansa, but he skillfully avoided the collision with the metal snake. Hitting him was not so easy, and the enemy understood that. Wonsu was almost close to the enemy. He was about to punch him hard in the chest. The collision was a couple of centimeters away. The red-haired man sensed danger approaching him at the speed of light. He tightened his grip on his whip and swung it with more strength in the direction opposite to the blow. Thus, he changed the attack direction of his whip. The snake was now moving towards Wonsu, coming from behind him. But the man noticed the danger behind him in time. He twisted as fast as he could in the air to let the attack pass him. As it turned out, the snake, which was splashed with blood, failed to take another victim. The red-haired man praised his opponent for such actions, saying that he was really agile. But then he wanted to see how the enemy would cope with the next attack in his direction. He twisted his whip as hard as he could, making a very long and dangerous spiral. If you touched even a part of the whip, you could get trapped or cut yourself. Wonsu understood this perfectly and avoided every whip movement that his opponent used. He skillfully moved literally inside the spiral. Having avoided direct danger, Wonsu continued his movement in the direction of the enemy. But another danger awaited him behind. The opponent twisted his whip again and directed the iron part of it at Wansa. The red-haired warrior noticed that his opponent was not looking back at all and thought that he had escaped all danger. Continuing to twist his whip, he called the opponent a fool. But Wansu saw everything perfectly. He studied the combat movements of his enemy in detail and knew exactly what would happen at the next moment. The man deftly rose into the air, avoiding a direct hit. He was focused on every detail on the battlefield. The man with red hair was in shock. A second ago, he was sure that his opponent would not be able to avoid his attack, but now everything turned out to be different. The metal end of his whip stuck straight into the ground, causing no harm to the legal boy. All the Iron Snake had for dinner were rocks. In an instant, Wansu found himself over the head of his enemy. He lifted his right leg up, preparing a blow that would hit the enemy head-on. The red-haired warrior, in an instant, threw his weapon out of his hand. He sensed danger from above, so he decided that the best solution would be to leave his whip. Wansu threw his kick with all his might, which was supposed to go straight to the opponent's head. But the latter managed to block the attack by bringing both hands together. The red-haired warrior held the blow as hard as he could. He could feel how strong Wansu was and how much power he put into each punch. The red-haired man decided not to hold such loads any longer and made every effort to throw the enemy off his head. In turn, he prepared his own attack, putting all his energy into his left hand, which approached the enemy's face and was about to finish him off. But at the last moment, Wansu noticed the blow and predicted the consequences. So he immediately got out of the situation by jumping to the side to avoid fatal damage. He managed to avoid the enemy's attack, but the latter was preparing another one. The red-headed warrior clenched his left fist, which was to finish off the thin boy. Wansu raised his hands up to take the blow on his arms. He decided that, in such a situation, this would be the best solution. The man was very surprised when the enemy's attack missed his body by literally a couple of millimeters. He still held his hands up. Wansu then delivered a blow of terrible force to the enemy's arm, which was near the man's chest. He was not going to defend himself anymore and decided to attack. Having delivered his first blow, the man did not resist because he understood that he would not win with this. Wansu soared into the air, spinning and preparing for his next attack. Spinning as hard as he could in the air, the man struck his enemy with his right leg, knocking him back. The attack was extremely powerful, so the enemy could not stand still. The red-haired warrior flew back, clinging to the ground with his hands and feet to stand. He realized that he had slightly underestimated his opponent and now took the fight more responsibly. The warrior landed right next to his weapon. Without thinking long, he picked up his whip from the ground and took it more firmly in his right hand. He wasn't going to wait for the best man until his opponent attacked first. The red-haired leader rushed to attack first, striking with a whip. The attack was too slow for Wansu, so he easily dodged it. The blow hit the wall of one of the buildings standing on the market square. However, the target of the red-haired warrior's attack was not a man at all. He purposely punched the wall so that when he pulled out the whip from their large stone blocks would knock Wansu down. The leader did so. Stone blocks fell to the ground, releasing a lot of dust from under them. Big clouds formed behind which nothing could be seen. Yeren stood aside and watched all this. Seeing that Vons was in mortal danger in the form of stones, the girl was very alarmed and screamed. But Wansu was not one of those who die so easily. His figure began to emerge from all this pile of dust. His face was as focused as possible on the fight. The man remembered a moment from his teenage life. He trained in that forgotten cave where real hard labor always awaited him. The boy screamed loudly from pain and misunderstanding. Above him, on top of the rocks, stood 3 teachers who were watching him. The boy had a state of juvaidma. He could not control his energy in his body for mental reasons. A woman from above said that training was about to begin. Wansu lifted his head up while standing on his knees and saw a snake's tail in front of him. At first, the boy did not understand what was going to happen here. Suddenly, fear began to appear in his eyes. Drops of sweat from his face began to slowly flow down, showing his true emotions. Carefully opening his eyes, Wansu saw in front of him a huge blue snake with a red belly. She looked very scary, sticking out her tongue and teeth. A woman standing on top of a rock added fuel to the fire. She said that one bite from the snake can kill a healthy bull. Wansu stood on his straight legs and looked directly into the snake's creepy eyes. He practically did not have the strength to fight her best man, but he had no choice. The boy got into a fighting stance in front of the snake. He was going to use a technique called Ghost Devil Blood Punch. The young man still had fear on his face and drops of fruit were running down his face. But he tried to overcome everything, clenching his right fist tighter. He looked directly into the eyes of the snake, which was also ready for the fact that they wanted to cause it harm. Wansu knew that the best technique to defeat an enemy was to use his own weapons against him. The young man approached the snake with the speed of light. With an accurate and strong blow, he hit the animal right in the neck, as a result of which the head of the snake separated from the body. Above the boy stood teachers who were satisfied with such a result. One of them said that the boy had finally learned his lesson. Wonsu had learned this lesson really well then and was going to use the opponent's technique now. He got into a fighting stance, showing his readiness to attack. The red-haired leader, seeing what the man was doing, was very surprised. He still did not understand anything about the movements that his opponent was making. He wasn't going to wait for his enemy to attack, so he attacked first. The red-haired warrior screamed and moved in the direction of the enemy, holding a whip in his right hand. Getting a little closer to Wonsu, the man made a powerful blow with his whip, which was supposed to hit the opponent's head. He hated the person standing in front of him, so he put as much effort into each blow as possible. Wonsu, on the other hand, was restrained and concentrated. He was taught from childhood not to give in to emotions and to think with a cold mind. He deftly dodged an attack to the head. As soon as the man dodged a blow, he rushed to attack himself. We moved low like a bird to keep the effect of surprise for his enemy. The red-haired warrior noticed the enemy in time, who was moving towards him parallel to the ground. He decided that it needed to be stopped immediately and took appropriate measures. But even this attack with a whip along the ground did not bring any result. Wonsu deftly dodged the blow, jumping up in time. Wonsu confidently and quickly approached his enemy, dodging powerful enemy attacks along the way. He jumped up again, but this time he was already preparing his attack. The red-haired warrior constantly swung his whip, trying to stop the enemy. At one point, he noticed that his enemy was about to attack from above and shouted at the top of his lungs for him to attack. Wonsu was not stopped by the enemy's counterattacks or his inappropriate words. The man was focused on winning and getting out of this difficult duel alive. The red-haired warrior noticed that an enemy hand was coming towards him, which could strike him. He was surprised that his enemy was attacking directly in the forehead, which was not very characteristic of Vaughn's. Noticing the opponent's prepared blow in time, the red-haired man managed to throw a blow with his whip to stop the opponent. The metal snake was a couple of centimeters away from striking the opponent, but Vaughn's expertly managed to avoid the blow by twisting in the air. He expected this from his enemy, so he knew in advance what he would do in such a situation. Now nothing stood in the way of the young warrior. He quickly used his advantage in position and speed, and with all his might delivered a powerful blow with his right hand directly into the opponent's chest. The red-haired man was in complete shock. He did not expect that the enemy would be able to approach him so quickly, and there was nothing he could do. Blood flew from his mouth from the enemy's attack. Wonsu understood that he would not be able to defeat such a strong opponent with one blow. Therefore, he did not limit himself to one attack and continued to deliver blows from which the enemy managed to evade. The red-haired warrior realized that the whip only aggravated him in this situation, so he threw it on the ground. Instead, he pulled a short, sharp knife from his bosom. To stop the enemy and avoid death, the leader tried to hit the enemy with his dagger. He cut the air in front of him with it to prevent the enemy from getting closer. Wonsu noticed the change of weapon by the enemy in time and stopped a little. He gave his enemy a chance to get a little angry with him and wave his daggers in the air, of which there were already two. The man dodged the attack slightly downwards, but the red-haired warrior noticed the enemy's maneuver and directed the knife directly in his direction. It seemed that this blow would be inevitable, but Vaughn's had completely different plans and views. He quickly grabbed the enemy's arm, stopping his attack, and with his other hand pierced the enemy's chin. His fingers came right out of the red-headed warrior's mouth. Then, with all his might, the man removed his fingers from the enemy's temple, tearing the enemy's mouth open. From such a strong pain, the red-haired warrior shouted to the whole valley. Now that was all he could do in this situation. He fell powerlessly to the ground, hitting his face directly on the stones. The red-haired warrior could no longer resist the enemy and looked helpless. His face began to swim with blood, which was pouring from his chin. The man's eyes turned red and immediately began to close. The life left his body little by little. In the end, the red-haired leader died in agony, lying on the ground and bleeding. Now his face showed no emotion, only emptiness in his eyes. Wonsu stood above the defeated enemy and watched him suffer. The man didn't feel sorry at all for doing this to his enemies, but it wasn't his fault at all. The sky above the old house that stood under the mountain was already beginning to darken. Evening was gathering outside, bringing the sun with it over the horizon. The old man lay in his bed and sighed heavily. Above him sat his daughter, who had just returned, and asked if everything was okay with her dad. The man did not understand anything at first. He climbed up and only then saw that his daughter was sitting next to him. He replied that he was feeling well and asked when Yeren returned. The girl replied that she had just entered the house. The father assumed that his daughter was very tired and offered her at least a little rest. Yeren was very worried. She was not worried about her father's words at all, but was thinking about something else, lowering her head. The father noticed that his daughter was not behaving very naturally and was hiding her eyes. He asked her if she sometimes wanted to tell him something else. An even bigger woman began to worry, going through the hair on her head. She replied that she wanted to say something, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Now the husband began to worry together with his daughter. He looked at her cautiously and asked what had happened. Yeren decided not to answer her dad. She thought that it was better to see everything than to hear it 100 times. The girl simply opened the window in the house to show everything. Just in front of the window stood Wonsu in his tattered cloak. He looked very serious and did not care at all about the looks of strangers. Looking at the young man outside the window, the old man did not understand anything. He asked his daughter who it was. Yeren could not answer her father's question from the very beginning. The owners let the man into the house and fed him. Wonsu ate as if he hadn't seen food in months. The owners of the house were in complete shock and were surprised by the boy's wild appetite. While Wonsu sat at the small table and stuffed his cheeks, Yeren and father simply watched this action from the side, not interfering with the man's filling of his stomach. Wonsu finally finished his meal. He put the bowl on the table, from which he ate everything to a crumb, and as if he exhaled with relief. Yeren came up to him in a moment, stood next to him, and started to smile. She took the bowl from his hands and offered the man another portion. Wonsu felt awkward at this moment. Drops of sweat began to flow from his face. He did not know how to behave in such a situation and simply nodded, agreeing with the girl. While Yeren went to pour another portion of Vons, her father addressed him. He told the boy that he had a very good appetite. The old man added that of course this fee was not enough for his daughter's savior, but unfortunately it was all they could offer him. The father thanked the man for accepting this meal as a reward. While the old man was finishing his speech, Yeren had already managed to pour another bowl of soup and brought it to Wonsa. He in turn sat motionless at a small table. Yeren looked at the tattered warrior's cloak and concluded that he had nowhere to spend the night. She politely offered her savior to stay with them for a couple of days. Wonsu was about to start the next bowl of food again. He looked at the spoon in his hands and did not know if he was doing the right thing. When the man put the spoon in his mouth, Yeren patted him on the back. She told the man not to think that he might cause them any inconvenience by his presence. It was completely dark outside. The green trees, which had looked charming in the daytime, now took on an eerie black appearance under the moonlight. Nothing was lit in the house. The old man was sleeping in his usual place, covered with a blanket. Opposite him there was a bed for Wonsu, who was used to sleeping in the cold, so he took off the blanket. Yeren's father woke up in the middle of the night. His thoughts about the man who saved his daughter did not leave him. He looked in his direction and noticed only the exposed back of the boy. The old man got up from his bed and began to move in the direction of the sleeping Vons. He looked serious and focused, as if he was about to do something. The warrior heard some strange sounds around him and immediately woke up. He opened his eyes to make sure he was safe. At this moment, the old man was already approaching Wonsu's sleeping place. The man could hear his footsteps slowly moving towards him. The young man tensed and was worried by such movements of the old man. He clenched his right hand into a fist and was ready for anything at that moment. Yeren's father walked up to Vons and took his blanket in his hands. He slowly covered the boy from above so as not to wake him up and said that you can catch a cold that way. After that, the old man went to sleep again with a calm soul. Wonsu was shocked by what happened. He expected anything but not that he would simply be approached and covered with a blanket. The morning has come. The owners of the house have not slept since dawn, as things wait for no one. Yeren left the house with a bag on her shoulders and told her father that she would be back soon. She noticed a lone man sitting on a tree branch above her. She greeted him, waving his hand, and asked how he slept in his new place. Wonsu was not used to having a constructive dialogue with people, so he simply turned his face away. He did not want to tell anything, as he had always done so before. The girl was not offended at all by her husband. She kept smiling and trying to start a dialogue. Yeren offered her husband to keep her company if he had nothing else to do. Wonsu sat motionless in his seat, staring somewhere into the void. Yeren concluded that the young man did not want to go with her and broke away from her husband. When the girl was about to leave, Wonsu suddenly spoke to her. Turning to face the woman, the man said that it would not be convenient for him somehow. Looking at all the troubles and misunderstandings between themselves, they went to the market. Life was the key here. People talked to each other as usual and tried to sell something to each other. Yeren was no exception. She stood at her stall selling jewelry to people. In front of her stood two people who were going to buy something from her. The woman tried on the jewelry that Yeren offered her to try on. She flaunted herself in front of her husband and asked him what he thought about it. It was a hair comb. The woman gave it to her husband so that he could take a closer look. The man stood for a long time and looked at the object in his right hand. Then he just threw it on the ground. The comb fell to the floor and bounced off it without breaking. But the man did not like him at all. He stepped on it with all his might, breaking the ornament. Yeren tried to stop him, but she did not succeed. The man was angry. He yelled at Yeren, who was on her knees trying to gather the jewelry into a pile. How dare she offer this cheap thing to his future wife? Yeren was also not going to be silent and shouted back at her husband. She said that if he didn't like it, he could just not buy it instead of breaking it on the spot. The man dropped a couple of gold coins on the ground as he left the counter. He said that this would be enough to buy all of Yeren's trinkets combined. The woman was still on her knees collecting coins. She was very angry with the couple despite the fact that they had left her some money. Rising to her feet, the woman was overcome with even greater anger. She could barely hold herself in her arms so as not to shout obscene words after this man. Wonsu caught up with this prodigal and took him by the throat. He raised him above ground level and asked him what he was doing. The woman asked Wonsa who he was, why he was behaving like that. The boy didn't care what was said and thought about him at that moment. He was angry at the person who had just offended the girl who had welcomed him into her home. While Wonsu held the offender by the throat in the air, the latter still found the strength to say something. He called Wonsa a bum and asked him if he was with that girl. With these words, the man angered Wonsa even more. He didn't like it when they said too much and squeezed the man's throat even harder. At that moment, someone approached Wonsu from the side and tapped him on the shoulder. The young man did not understand who dared to approach him at such a moment. Turning his head to the side, Wonsu saw Yeren in front of him, who was trying to calm him down. She asked him not to do this and to stop immediately. Wonsu listened to the woman's words and released the man he was holding by the throat. He fell to the ground, hitting his back hard. The man and his future wife rushed to run away from Wonsu. While running away, the man called Wonsa a scumbag and said that he would regret his concession. After finishing the day's work at the market, Yeren returned home with Wonsu. The woman walked through the forest ahead and the boy followed her. Walking forward, the girl constantly turned towards her husband in displeasure and wanted to express a claim to him. At last, she dared to speak to Vons. With displeasure on her face, the girl asked Wonsa if he always solves his problems this way. She began to step in his direction and shout loudly that he only does what he does, that every day he gets into some kind of fight. Wonsu even got scared, retreating back. Having approached her husband in the shelter, Yeren added that if he continues to do this, she will no longer be able to live with them. Wonsu felt uncomfortable in such a conflicted environment. The girl continued her lecture and said that this way people will hate Wonsa for his actions. The man listened to his interlocutor in silence. Yeren looked at the boy at that moment, who was just blinking his eyes, and realized that nothing would happen to him. She said he could do whatever he wanted, she didn't care. Having finished voicing her displeasure towards her husband, Yeren headed home again. On the way, she continued to be angry with the boy, but at some point she felt sorry for Vance because he was not like everyone else and could simply not understand her words to the end. She turned her head in his direction and looked at the lone figure of a young man standing in the middle of the path in the forest with his head down. She decided to teach him a lesson with her own words and began to approach him again and call him a fool. Approaching Wonsu again in the shelter, Yeren looked into his eyes and decided to take a promise from him. Her condition was that the man would never fight again. Wonsu bent his head down so as not to look into the girl's eyes. He understood that he could not make such a promise yet because he did not know when the next time something would happen to him. But Yeren insisted and put pressure on the boy. She looked him in the eyes again and asked if he understood her. Wonsu nodded, silently agreeing with the interlocutor. Suddenly the girl realized that she did not even know the name of her current roommate. She looked at him and asked the man's name. Wonsu didn't want to say his name right away. He very well understood the value of every word because danger could await him from any side. Not hearing an answer, Yeren asked if the boy really didn't have a name. She was embarrassed because she needed to address him somehow. The man raised his head proudly and said his name was Wonsu. He still dared to tell his real name to a stranger who sheltered him for a short time. The girl was very surprised by such a name. She had never heard him before and told the boy that even his name sounded creepy. Having completed all the affairs, Yaren's family went to rest and Wonsu along with them. That night, the man had already covered himself with a blanket so as not to stress the old man over trifles one more time. People slept peacefully in their homes, unaware that danger awaited them from the outside. Some thugs with weapons in their hands were standing in front of the house and waiting. In front of them was their leader in a green robe assessing the situation. They definitely wanted to break into Yaren's house unexpectedly and catch Wonsa by surprise. The leader of thugs looked at the house where Yaren's family spent the night and made a decision. It was the same man who had offended Wonsu. At one point, he gave an order to kill everyone. His hired wards agreed to carry out the order. They started towards the house, each holding a bat in his hand. One of the robbers approaching the house shouted loudly. He demanded that the people inside immediately go outside. Without waiting for an answer, the man noticed something strange behind him. He decided to return to make sure of what he did not think. That's how it turned out. Wonsu was already standing behind the bandits, grabbing two of them by their weapons. The thugs were simply shocked by such an unexpected appearance of the boy. The man whom Wonsu had insulted in the market pointed his finger at him and told him to kill him immediately. He was very angry and confident in his abilities. The thugs rushed to carry out the order of their boss. But their plans were destroyed in an instant by Wonsu's hands. With one precise movement, he took away their weapons and smashed them against their heads. The third robber approached from behind, hoping that the enemy did not see him. But he was very wrong. Wonsu easily avoided the enemy's primitive attack. Then, with one precise blow, the man knocked his enemy off his feet. He did everything so quickly that his opponents did not even have time to understand that they attacked the wrong person. When the robber fell to the ground, Wonsu kicked him in the back with all his might. The enemy screamed loudly in pain and his blood spilled out on the battlefield. Wonsu lifted his head up to look at the man who had started it all. His eyes said that he would spare no one today. A man in a green robe stood opposite and saw everything. He was looking at Wonsu's leg, which had just finished off one of his mercenaries and was bleeding. The man called the boy crazy. After these words, the man instantly lost his balance. Something caused him to tear his feet off the ground and fly to the floor. It was a swift kick to Wonsu that sent his foe to the ground. While he was polishing the stones with his back, Wonsu slowly approached him. Seeing the creepy figure of the boy in front of him, the man was very scared. He imagined what was waiting for him and called out loudly for help to at least someone. Wonsu took him by the throat with his right hand and swung his left hand at his face, pointing his fingers forward. The man admitted that he was wrong and offered to pay handsomely if the villain would leave him alive. A second later, the coins fell to the ground. The man did not have much time to persuade the enemy not to hurt him, and he used it to the maximum. At that moment, Wonsa remembered Yaren, who was angry with this man. He just like now threw a couple of coins to the girl, which she trampled on the jewelry. Wonsu became even more angry at Yaren's abuser. His face became terribly creepy, and he was definitely not going to spare his opponent. Wonsu directed his left hand straight into the enemy's face. He poked his fingers into his eyes, from which blood poured out. The man screamed loudly from the terrible pain. Yaren quickly rushed to these cries. Approaching Wonsu's figure, the girl was in complete shock. She also screamed as she saw the gruesome scene of murder before her face. Yaren looked around and saw the bodies of dead people covered in blood. Of course, she understood that this was all the work of Wonsu and asked him how he could act so heartlessly. Wonsu raised his head as he looked at Yaren's face. He calmed down a bit and just realized what he had done. The woman stood still, clenching her fists. She was very angry with the man who promised her earlier not to do that again. Yaren screamed in fury at Wonsa and said that if he was going to keep doing all this, he might as well run out of their house. Having told her husband everything she was going to, the girl went to her house, loudly closing the front door. Wonsu looked after her with a sad face. He rose to his feet and looked around. Beside him lay 4 dead men, whom he had just killed with his own hand without even realizing it. The rest of the night passed peacefully. The sun has already risen outside, waking up all living things on Earth. Yaren's house fortunately remained whole and unscathed after the night's fight. The girl had already woken up a long time ago, as she again had a lot of things to do. She went to the door of the room where her father was sleeping and knocked. Dad said she could come in. Yaren entered her father's room from the east and asked if he slept well. She was holding a tray in her hands and said that she had prepared breakfast for Dad. Remembering Wonsu's wild appetite, he looked at his sleeping place and asked his daughter with surprise where the man had gone. Yerin sat down to have breakfast with her father. Bringing a spoonful of rice to her mouth, the girl replied that there was no need to worry about Wonsa now. She was upset because she just drove the guest and the man who saved her out of her house. The girl was really worried about his future fate. Somewhere along the road to the west of Yerin's house, someone was relentlessly speeding in that direction. It was already dawn outside and you could see the green tops of the trees. The man moved very quickly without stopping for a moment. He pushed off the branches of trees in his path to move even faster. It was Wonsu who had left Yerin's house at night. He spent the whole night on the road but did not stop moving in a westerly direction. His face showed that the man was very tired, but fatigue was the last thing on his mind at the moment. Wonsu replayed the events of the commas that had happened 6 months ago in the bamboo forest in his head. It was noon in the yard. Sunlight penetrated through the treetops. A bald man who looked like a monk defended himself against incessant blows. He did not understand why he was attacked and asked the enemy why he did it. His opponent at that moment was a rather young man. It was Wonsu who for some reason was very angry at the bald man and was relentlessly throwing his punches. So far the man has managed to block the enemy's blows. He watched his opponent's movements and concluded that he was young and legal. The bald monk grabbed Wonsu's right arm, stopping his blow, while the left hand of the enemy was already approaching his face. The man managed to avoid this attack by Wonsu grabbing his arm. It was obvious from his face that Wonsu was a strong opponent, and it was not easy to deal with him. Wonsu in turn did not stop for a second attacking the enemy. He struck the next blow with his right leg, which the opponent dodged. The man called Wonsa fierce like a wild beast. From the blows that the man managed to block, he noticed a red spot on his left hand that was evaporating blood. The bald monk did not understand what kind of magical power it was. Wonsu stopped for a second and his opponent had time to talk to him. He asked why the boy had such a dangerous skill which he used to harm himself. Wonsu was not going to listen to any arguments from his opponent. He was furious and did not hear anything at that moment. His eyes glowed brightly and demonically. The bald man looked at the face of his opponent and realized that talking to him would not bring anyone a positive result. He was shocked by the boy's emotions. After seeing the young man's reaction, the man concluded that he definitely had a rhythm disorder. He asked himself if there was any way to save him from this. Wonsu approached his opponent again and delivered a powerful blow. The man managed to block the blow, but he felt the boy's full force on him. At that moment, he concluded that he could not win this fight. Wonsu was about to strike again, gathering energy in his left hand. The boy attacked the enemy's right shoulder with all his might. The bald monk cried out from the pain Wonsu had inflicted on him. His shoulder was excruciatingly painful. Wonsu stopped at nothing. He gathered all his strength in both hands to finally finish off his opponent in one blow. The boy punched the enemy directly in the chest, knocking the man back. The blow was so powerful that it literally made a hole in the monk's body. The man fell powerlessly to the floor and slid across it, counting the pebbles with his spine. Pieces of fabric from his clothes flew in different directions. Wonsu finished the fight and stood over the injured body of his enemy. He said he didn't know why, but told him not to try to kill him again. The bald monk lay on the ground bleeding. The red liquid was slowly flowing out of his mouth, but he tried to say something last. Drenched in bloody blood, the bald monk still found the last strength in himself to say something to Vons. He said that maybe his disciple Mwan could help Vons. Somewhere near the mountains stood a red stone temple. It was winter in the other valley of Murim. Snow covered almost all surfaces in sight. The man was cleaning the area near the temple. He waved his broom, whistling some tune to himself. There was dead silence around. Suddenly someone interrupted this man's peace. He turned in his direction, not letting go of his broom, and was greatly surprised. He saw a young man in front of him who was just standing and looking in his direction. He asked him who he was. Wonsu did not want to have a dialogue with the man who was rummaging around the temple. He simply walked past him and headed for the central entrance. The man certainly didn't like it, and he got ahead of Vance standing in front of him. He shouted that outsiders are not allowed to enter this temple. Wonsu still didn't want to answer the man and just pushed him away. Falling down, the man dropped his broom. The young man continued his movement towards the central entrance of the temple. The man who had just been pushed by Wonsu shouted loudly that they wanted to invade the temple. As soon as Wonsu entered the temple, he was surrounded by 6 warriors with weapons in their hands. They stood in a circle in the center of which was the enemy and pointed their sticks at him. One of them turned to Wonsu asking who he was and how dare he barge in here unannounced. No one in the temple liked Wonsu's behavior, but the guy didn't care. He said loudly that he did not come here to fight. Wonsu had another purpose for rushing to the temple. Hearing the words of the Godfather's man who had just invaded their territory, the soldiers were very surprised. Of course, they did not believe him and did not lower their weapons. In order to earn the others' trust, Wonsu fell to his knees, showing that he really wouldn't fight anyone. He said that he came to this temple for help. Warriors with sticks became even more entangled in the enemy Slovak. They looked at each other and could not understand what the stranger needed from them. Inside the building sat an old wise monk. His head was shaven to a shine, a strange necklace hung from his neck, and he sat in the lotus position meditating with his eyes closed. There were books on one of the tables in the temple. Sunlight penetrated the building, illuminating the entire area with its rays. An old monk was sitting next to a majestic statue that was above him. He repeated the pose of the statue and sat exactly like it. A young man came to his room and bowed his head, greeting the wise. It was Wonsu who was finally able to get to where he was going from the beginning. The old monk sat motionless in his place without opening his eyes. In a calm and quiet voice, he asked the man why he was looking for him. Wonsu wasn't going to rush to answer. He tried to calm down as much as possible and give an accurate answer, asking for help. The monk did not wait for an answer. Rising from his position, he said that if the man was in doubt, he had better come next time. Realizing that the monk would not tolerate all his antics, Wonsu decided to say everything briefly and clearly. He pointed to himself and asked the old man to release him from this body. The old man looked at the young man sitting in front of him and with surprise asked about the release. He added that he cannot help a sinner who causes much harm to others. The man on his knees began to beg the old man for help. The monk moved towards the exit, saying that he would not listen to Wonsu and ordered him to get out of here. The young man was in complete shock. He did not understand why they were treating him like that, because he was not guilty of anything. He just wants to be helped. The old monk approached the exit where one of his charges was waiting for him. He told him to see off the uninvited guest, to which the ward agreed. At this moment, Wonsu could no longer contain his emotions. Kneeling in front of a large statue, he hit his head directly on the ground. Blood began to flow from his forehead. It was the cry of the soul of a man who didn't know what he needed to do to be persuaded to help him. The old monk was very angry at the thoughtless actions of the guest. He shouted loudly at the man and asked what he was doing anyway. Kneeling down and looking at his blood dripping onto the floor, Wonsu said he couldn't get out of this hell on his own. He raised his head and looked straight into the eyes of the old monk. Vaughn's face was dripping with blood from his forehead. He said that the monk was his last chance for help. Even further to the west, at the height of the tops of leafy trees, was the residence of the Murim clan. Stairs leading down to it led down many tens of meters. Elder Murima was in this magnificent building. He lay in his bed dripping with sweat. His name was Jiam Unsan. His wards entered his room and addressed their elder. Standing over the old man's body, they asked Mr. Hym how he was feeling. Barely opening his eyes, the old man said that he would probably not attract the season. He tried to squeeze out a few more words. One of his wards listened carefully to his elder and understood what he was leading to. He even raised his hand, offering himself. But the old man said that there was no one to hand the Murim over to him. The man was very surprised by such words, opening his eyes wide. Elder Hym continued to speak without opening his eyes. He said that by his will he is canceling Murim's post as chairman. These were the old man's last words spoken aloud by him. After them, he weakly lowered his hand on the bed rail. His wards noticed this and rushed to help their elder with shouts. They wanted to somehow save him, but it was already too late. Everyone ran up to him except for the man who was not satisfied with the old man's decision. He silently thought that it would be better for the old man to just die without saying anything. Another man with red hair and a beard inquired about their future fate. He asked what will happen now with the post of head of Murim. All the men who came to the late chairman's room stood in a circle intending to discuss their further actions. One of the honorable gentlemen suggested Mr. Baiwan from the Huang Bo family for the post of chairman. He was standing right next to him and was pointing at the man in the yellow robe. The red-haired man added that Mr. Baiwan served Mr. Hym faithfully. Moreover, he is a person without flaws in origin, character, and martial arts. Mr. Baiwan was very impressed by such praise from others. He was pleased to hear that, but one of the men who were in this room expressed his dissatisfaction. He said he was against Bivon's candidacy. Bivon was furious. He almost got his way, becoming the head of Murim, until some scoundrel decided differently. The man folded his hands together in respect and added that he agreed that Mr. Baiwan and the Huangbo family had been loyal to Murim and had done a lot for the clan. Turning to face the rest, the man added that despite this the mage had weakened, and there was no longer an external threat, so he believed that Murim no longer needed a head. Another gray-haired man in the circle agreed with this sentiment. He said that Mr. Jim himself did not appoint the next leader so as not to sow discord in future generations. The man in the scarf who had previously expressed his opinion turned to face Mr. Bivon. He asked him if he did not think the same. A bald monk standing next to Baiwan said he agreed with that sentiment. He added that they do not need to go against the last will of the deceased chairman. Mr. Bivon, no matter how much he wanted to, also had to agree in order not to arouse suspicion. He said he also fully supports the decision. The next day Baiwan had already arrived at his Wangbo family. Their palace was located in the depths of a dense forest and was the tallest structure around. Baiwan had been dousing his grief with booze since the very morning. He did not understand why no one supported him because he had plowed the Murim clan for 20 years. Out of anger, he broke the bottle of booze he was holding in his hand. It was the desperation of a man who deserved to be the chairman. A woman approached Baiwan and told him to stop drinking as it made him angrier. The man said that for many years he did everything to make Murim even more powerful. The woman was in a misunderstanding. She asked the man what was happening to him and why he was behaving so recklessly. Bivon angrily began to answer that in Murima they believe that now is the time for peace and have decided not to elect the next leader. The man had no choice but to put up with it. Out of anger, he clenched his fist in front of him as hard as he could so that the veins on it stood out. The woman took the man's hand and told him to calm down. With a satisfied face, she told the best man that she had a solution to this problem. Mage's residence was far away from the Huangbo family's house underground. Their leader was sitting on the throne, one of his wards was standing next to him. This man began his address to the founder by raising his hands together, wishing him a happy birthday. It was an associate of the chairman. As a gift to their leader, the wards brought a whole tablecloth of treasures. The companion said that this time they robbed the Ndak clan, and that's what they managed to get. The leader sat on his throne, scratching his beard. His name was John Ekjian. The man replied that it was all very well and asked where Hamusa was now. In their shelter was another less majestic throne. It was made entirely of materials found in the cave. One of his wards approached Chan and knelt on his right knee. He replied to the founder that they had not seen Hamusa today. Hearing his ward's words, Chong became very angry. He didn't shout at the man, but you could see the displeasure on his face. The mage warriors went in search of Hamusa with their leader. They approached some mysterious place and looked at it from a distance. The chairman's associate turned to the founder and asked him to look into it. Chong turned his head in the direction his companion had told him. In front of them was a fortress with stone walls. On one of these walls was the inscription Palace of the Dark God. The companion asked the leader if this is not a place that is forbidden to everyone and where only the leader can enter. He asked Chong what he was going to do. Leader Mage took a few seconds to think. He looked at the building in front of him and replied that he would go there himself. He broke into the fortress, opening the entrance gate. Zhang didn't move very fast, wary of the danger around him. He approached the entrance to the fortress itself. The door in it was wooden, and Chong immediately decided to enter it without waiting for anything. Stepping inside, the mage leader immediately noticed a girl in front of him who was sitting leaning on a pillar. Chong immediately recognized that it was Hamusa. He approached the girl and raised his hand to her throat, trying to feel for a pulse. Suddenly a voice rang out in the building saying that it was just the effect of the sleeping pill and there was no need to worry. The leader immediately turned in the direction from where he heard the voice. He was furious and asked who dared to do such a thing to his ward. It was Baiwan who slowly stepped out of the shadows. He turned to John and apologized for arranging their meeting this way. Chong looked at the run of the man standing opposite and thought. He had seen him before and asked if he was from Huangbo's family. Baiwan realized that John recognized him, but he still decided to introduce himself as the head of the Huangbo family, Baiwan. John continued to rage at the man in front of him. He shouted loudly and said, "How dare Baiwan come in here?" Without thinking long, Chong rushed to attack his enemy. He was moving towards him, his fists clenched, and he was telling him to die. Baiwan dodged Zhang's double punch and was very surprised by this reaction. He asked the head mage to calm down, but Chong did not want to hear anything from his enemy. He threw his next punch with all his might, which went right into the opponent's hand who was trying to block the blows. Baivan had no choice but to resist the attacker. He drank the enemy's blows and tried to explain to him that he did not come here to fight. Chong did not think to believe his enemy. Baivan noticed a kick that was about to hit him squarely in the head. The head of the Huangbo family managed to block the enemy's dangerous attack in time by putting both hands in front of him, but Chona was unstoppable. He was very angry at what had been done to Hamusa and put all his strength into a blow that landed right in Baiwan's chest. The head of the Huangbo family felt all the power and anger of his enemy on him. He flew back from such a powerful enemy attack. Pushing his opponent back, Chong finally spoke to him. He angrily asked why his enemy did not resist. Baiwan wiped the sweat from his beard and said that he had told his Vizav earlier that he had not come to this place to fight at all. Jung finally heard the words of family head Huangbo. In response, he asked why he had come here. Head mage noticed someone else behind him. It was the woman who had come here with Baiwan. She said they came here to offer him a deal. There were two men in one of the squares of the mage group. One of them had just arrived and, bowing to the other, reported that the founder was still absent at the moment. He turned to a man named Shin Deheb and kept him busy for a while. He asked if he had seen Mr. Chong at that time. Shin replied that he had not seen him since last night as he was not there. He added that he probably won't be able to say goodbye to him. Another man answered to say goodbye to Mr. Two women dressed in beautiful green robes were moving along the territory of this square to the entrance to the palace. They looked askance at the men who were whispering something to each other. The women passed by and headed straight for the entrance to the stone palace. The men did not understand what was happening here and just looked in the direction of the women. Approaching the guard, the woman said that she would like to say hello to her father. Vartova replied that the founder left yesterday and has not yet returned. Hearing the words of this woman, the men outside were very surprised. They heard her speak of Chong as her father and deduced that the two women were the daughters of Chong's founder. The men hurried over to the women, apologizing to him with their hands clasped together. One of them introduced himself as a follower of the Paiksan faith named Shin Hanchu, and the other was a follower of the Quinchal teachings named Ha Jin. The women opposite were a little embarrassed by such an official greeting. One of them replied that it was very nice to meet them and asked the men if they wanted anything. Shin Ganu started the dialogue with a positive attitude. With a smile on his face, he told the women that he did not even know that the founder was hiding such beautiful daughters from him. Ha Jin also complimented the ladies, saying that it happens to the mage estates every year, but now that he saw such beautiful ladies, he decided to make his visits more often. Women were again embarrassed by such compliments. They replied that the men were flattering them and asked them where the two of them were going. Ha Jin was a bit confused and didn't know how to answer this question. Shin Ganchu stopped him in time and said that they were just taking a walk. The women began to whisper among themselves. At this time, Ha Jin added that this was indeed the case and invited the women to keep them company if it did not bother them. One of the sisters asked the other what she thought about it. The other replied that why not take a walk, because they have nothing to do at the moment anyway. Ha Jin didn't want to ask too many questions, but he just couldn't help himself. He pointed to a girl standing aside and asked what kind of girl she was with them. The girl wanted to say hello, but one of the sisters interrupted her. She pointed to the girl with her left hand and said that she was their younger sister. The men turned pale in an instant. They sincerely apologized to their youngest daughter and said that they simply did not recognize her, as she did not look like her father at all. One of the older sisters told the youngest that she could go home, and she and her sister were going to accompany the two men. One of the men asked why she couldn't go with them. Chona's daughter replied that she was actually illegitimately born to a maidservant. The woman added that she did not understand her place and continued to follow them. In addition, she called her youngest daughter very arrogant. The girl did not like such words at all, as you could see from her face. She stood in her place and was ready to fall through the ground. The girl clenched her fists tightly, holding back her anger at both sisters. Finally, the founder of Mage, Mr. Chong, arrived. He looked down on his daughters with fear and confusion in his eyes. His figure looked creepy at this moment. As soon as the father entered the room, the daughters immediately began to ask him why he did not call them with him. Only the youngest daughter restrained her emotions. One of the older daughters got up from her seat and came closer to her father. Looking into his eyes, she asked if he might be worried about something and if so they could help. After waiting for a while and catching his breath, Zhang replied in a calm voice that one of his daughters was to lose her virginity today. The daughters were in complete shock, and only the youngest was in no hurry to draw conclusions. The women did not understand what their father was talking about and what he wanted from them. Jung looked at his daughters and decided to tell them everything in detail. Although he also had this, it was necessary for them to understand him. Jung told his daughters that representatives of Huang Bo's family had come to him and made him a certain offer. The man was very angry with them and at first did not believe that this was really their offer. A woman from the Wan Bo family confirmed that they need a girl who can bear the Wan Bo family's child. She spoke completely seriously, showing no emotion on her face. Zhang angrily looked at the woman in front of him and asked why it had to be his daughter. He asked another question, which was whether any other woman could be taken for this matter. The woman from the Wan Bo family replied that then this matter would not make any sense at all. She asked Chan if he would train the child in mage techniques if it was not his blood descendant. The man looked at the woman in front of him with contempt. He considered everything very well in his head and came to the conclusion that he was in a hopeless situation. In turn, the woman continued and said that if they combined the forces of the Huang Bo family and the Mage clan, they would be able to expand the Murim and make it great. She added that, in the event of a refusal, Chong will eventually reap the rewards of his decision. The man was greatly angered by such words and assumptions in his direction. Unable to contain his anger, the mage leader grabbed the woman who made him an extraordinary proposal by the throat, threatening to die. Chan's movement made the hat on the woman's head jump up. Mr. Biven was about to intervene in this fight, but the woman stopped him. She told John that she had already risked her life to come to this place, but no matter what, she trusted John's sanity. After listening to the woman's speech, John replied that it was quite amusing. He asked if the woman really believed that everything would be the way she wanted, squeezing her throat tighter. John finally let go of the woman's unfortunate throat. Her body is caught by Baiwan, who says that they only suggested it to him and asks John to give an answer once he makes any decision. When Wan Bo's family members were about to leave the premises, Jung stopped them by grabbing the woman's shoulder. He knew that they were just pretending to have great intentions but were actually pursuing their own selfish goals. But despite this, the man accepted the offer from Huang Bo's family. He wanted to see who would emerge victorious from this situation and of course believed in himself. Having listened to the father's stories to the end, his daughters sat in complete shock. They thought that Huang Bo's family had just lost their minds and asked the father if he really wanted to accept their offer. Zhang replied that if he wanted to become big, he needed to strengthen his position. He once lost to the head of Murim, and now he had a very good opportunity to get rid of his competitors to appropriate all of Murim. The youngest daughter listened carefully to her father and did not contradict him. She understood her father's intentions to become the strongest force in all of Murima. The older sisters in turn could not say anything. They didn't understand why father would trust Huang Bo's family since they are known for their dirty schemes. They asked why they should help people like them. Zhang was angry with his children. He shouted back that as soon as Chairman Murim cancelled the clan succession, the Huang Bo family also lost its influence. At the end, the man added that he just needed to wait a little and then he could trample them. The younger daughter wanted to show her father her courage and devotion. She turned to him, interrupting his cries, and said that she was ready to do whatever her father said. The older sisters turned to face her to see if she was really sure about it and if she could even do it. They were very happy with such news because in this way any responsibility would fall from them. The younger daughter continued to say that if she could help her father at least with her body, then she would do anything in her power. The youngest daughter of the mage leader was on her way to the palace. She was dressed as usual in her pink dress and had her usual hairstyle on her head. Huang Bo's family members were watching the girl as she made her way to the front door of the palace. Mr. Biven said that this time has come. The woman next to him asked him if he liked the girl. Baiwan replied that there was nothing special about her and added that he would stop at any moment when the woman wanted to. The woman hid her face behind a veil behind which one could smooth out her false smile. She said that she asked her husband just like that because she knows that it is all for their common good. Baiwan immediately set off in pursuit of the younger Doka-chan. He ran to that palace as if he was going to do the most important thing in his life. A half-naked girl was already waiting for him in this building. She greeted Baiwan and asked him to call her Sajin. She said she was honored to carry his child. A woman from the Huang Bo family stood on the outside of this building and listened to the sounds from inside. Mr. Baiwan and his youngest daughter Mage have already started their business. The woman was satisfied as she understood that her plan was the best for her and her family. The same hideous smile that was hidden behind the veil still did not leave her face. A year later, Sajin was due to give birth. From one of the mage estates came the loud screams of a woman who was definitely not having the best feelings in her life. It was Seo Jin John's youngest daughter who was in labor. They were received by two women who did everything possible for the safety of the child and mother. Opposite the woman herself stood another person who was going to receive the child. Finally, she exclaimed that the child was born. Sajin immediately started asking if it was a boy or a girl. The obstetrician replied that a boy had been born, but his face did not show any joy at all. He was going to say something about the child's health. Mr. Zhang stood by and watched the whole process. Seeing the obstetrician's face, he asked him what was wrong with the child. The obstetrician could not squeeze out these words. Chairman Mage decided to check everything himself. He took the newborn baby by the leg and looked at it. The boy was crying loudly and blood was coming from the umbilical cord. Chong concluded that the boy was born a weakling. Still holding the leg of the child in front of him, Zhang called her a shameful child. He said that nothing can be done here and this shame will fall on their whole family. Sajin, hearing her father's words, jumped out of her bed. She yelled at her father not to jump to conclusions and she would raise this child. John gave the baby to the obstetrician. He called it a shame for the whole family and said aloud that this matter should be entrusted to his other daughter. The child cried loudly in the obstetrician's arms. The man decided to give the innocent child to his mother so that she would calm down a little. A disconsolate mother took her child in her arms. The child still continued to cry incessantly in his mother's arms. Sajin was deeply upset by her father's words, but unfortunately she couldn't do anything about it. In one of Mage's dungeons, young men were being trained to become the strongest warriors of the dynasty. About a dozen young men trained here. They had a mentor who gave them commands that had to be obeyed without question. Young fighters threw punches in the air in numbers counted by the coach. On the count of 2, a thin young man hit the maximum word. His face showed that he was having a hard time and he sighed heavily with each blow. Hearing the boy's sigh, the mentor approached him and began to read. The young man felt awkward because this was not the first time with him. The teacher constantly stood over him with a stick and tried to teach the boy to bend lower and bend his knees more strongly in a fighting position. While training the young men, the mentor noticed that someone had visited his shelter. He greeted the guests with honor and the boys continued training. It was the head of Mage Yung along with the representatives of the Huangbo family. Chong, with some prejudice, looked at how the children were training and asked the mentor if it was them. The teacher of the children's camp replied that this is how it is. Grandsons of the founder and children of clan commanders trained in this place. A woman from the Huangbo clan said that Mage's children had indeed grown up healthy and strong. Ivan added to the best man that there are no developmental problems and praised Chan's strong genes. He continued to flatter Chona and said that if the founder had not cooperated with them, they would not have been able to achieve such high results. Zhang stood in thought, scratching his beard with his right hand. He asked if it was really all for the sake of the Mage clan. He answered his own question and said that these boys will become weapons of evil. Taking another look at the young men, as they continued their training, Zhang told the godfather that from now on they would call them Wonsu. The skinny guy behind everyone was most surprised by this. His posture looked the most insignificant of all those who trained with him. Chief John noticed the boy's strange posture and immediately turned his attention to him. He immediately caught the eye of the slender figure of the young man. The children's teacher noticed that the founder was looking at it blankly. He quickly turned his head and said that this boy was the son of the third daughter. The boy was still training and listening to every word spoken to him. He was so engrossed in the adults' conversations that he fell to the floor. All the adults immediately paid attention to the boy's fall. Founder Chan looked at him especially intently. His gaze had despised the boy from the very beginning. Wonsu looked into John's eyes and was very afraid. Tears appeared in his eyes because he was very afraid of the terrible uncle in front of him. The boy immediately got to his feet and ran towards his mother. He shouted loudly for help, asking his mother to save him. It was Sajin who was just passing by at that moment. She was shocked by the boy's reaction to his own grandfather. Wonsu kept running towards his mother, trying to save himself. But John didn't want to spare the boy just like that. He ran after him to catch the young man. He took him by the collar and lifted him up to look into his face. He recognized in the boy the same weakling that he was from birth. Wonsu shouted that he was in pain and called his mother for help. Sajin ran up to John and fell on her knees in front of him. She begged her father to wait a little as the boy was still small. The woman asked to leave him alive and said that she would teach him everything. John raised his gaze and directed it towards his third daughter. Above him were the representatives of the Huangbo family, who were also watching this insignificant phenomenon. Chong threw the boy out of his arms and he immediately ran towards his mother. The founder said that his daughter does not even care about her father's reputation. Sajin tried to justify herself, but the father did not even want to listen to it. Seeing the boy, he already decided his fate in advance and was going to give the order. Waving his hand in front of his mentor, Chong gave the order to throw the boy into the cave. Sajin was in complete shock and did not understand how her father could do this to his own soul. The boy was taken from his mother. Sajin begged her father not to send the boy to the dungeon because he simply would not be able to survive there. She fell on her knees again before her father and begged him for mercy. She said that she was ready to give up everything for this just to save the boy's life. Zhang replied that it should have been thought of earlier. He threw his daughter away from him and cut off that he did not need such scum like this boy in the army. He turned to the rest of the young men and warned them that in fact weakness and worthlessness equals death. Future warriors clearly understood their boss. Baiwan and the woman from Huangbo watched and listened to everything that happened around them. So far everything was going according to their plan. On a slope in the valley was a deep and eerie cave. The entrance to it was winding and had many obstacles. Trees grew near it. Wansa was dragged into this cave by the collar. He was put to sleep so that the boy would not resist on the way to the cave. Already on the final stretch of the journey, the young boy came to his senses. He slowly opened his eyes and realized that it would be better not to do this at all. One of Chan's followers held him by his clothes just above the bottom of the cave. The guy just realized what kind of trouble he got into, but there was nothing he could do. The man threw Wansa straight into the deep hole and he flew to the bottom. The boy shouted loudly because he did not know what adventures awaited him there. He was rapidly falling down trying to grab onto something. But the walls in the cave were slippery and the boy could not stop his fall in any way. Wansu finished his difficult flight and landed directly on the solid ground at the bottom of the cave. He was all tortured and torn. He was in a lot of pain from such a landing. A little came to his senses, the boy rose to his feet. He decided to look around the area, but so far he could only see endless rocks in front of him. Wansu continued to survey the space that now surrounded him. Suddenly he came across the skeletons of dead people right in front of him and was very scared. The boy shouted to the best man that he wanted to go home to his mother. In an instant, the figure of his mother appeared in front of him, behind which stood two more men. The woman approached the boy and kicked him directly in the chin. She shouted that there was no mother here. Wansu wept bitterly again. He was in a lot of pain and was holding his chin. He did not understand why his mother was doing this to him. The boy looked into his mother's eyes. The woman's face was serious and creepy at that moment. She said that the boy must survive here by any means. After these words, the woman turned away from the boy and walked away. Wansu was saying something after her and tried to hold his mother back. Suddenly, the boy heard someone's voice behind his godfather saying that they smelled a person. Vaughn was so scared that he didn't even want to go back, but he had no other choice. The boy jumped away from the suspicious voices, falling to the ground, and asked who was talking to him. Looking closer, the boy saw two muscular men in front of him. They said that they did not miss the smell of fresh meat that was lying right in front of them. Wansu quickly jumped to his feet to somehow save himself. He was standing right in front of these two cannibals and was shaking with fear. The boy once again asked the strangers who they were. The two men weren't going to answer any of the boy's questions. They decided that it was time to grab their prey and went after him. The boy still tried to escape from his attackers. As he ran away, he shouted loudly that they would not touch him. Wansu saw a rock in front of him. The two cannibals were already catching up to him, and Wansu quickly decided that he needed to do something about it. He jumped over the rock in front of him. The boy thought that hiding behind the stone would be the best solution to avoid death. The men could not understand where their prey had gone, and Wansu in turn sat behind the rock, covering his mouth with his hands. He sat in one place like that, trembling with fear, with the hope that he would not be found here. At that moment, the boy did not think about anything at all, but only about his life. For 3 days, Wansu could not explore the cave in more detail as he was very afraid. He sat constantly leaning on a rock and cried. This is what he was doing now. Suddenly his crying was interrupted by someone's hand tapping him on the shoulder. The boy was sitting on the ground, hiding his head. Feeling someone's touch on him, Wansu screamed loudly because he thought that in the next couple of minutes he would end. The boy opened his eyes and saw a young man in front of him who was showing him to behave more quietly. He turned to Wonsu and said that he had been watching him all this time. The boy didn't understand what the young man was talking about and was just shaking with fear, while the green-haired boy asked if Wonsu wanted a drink. Without waiting for the boy's answer, the green-haired young man offered to follow him and pointed his finger in the direction. He added that there is water in that city. He sat on his haunches looking up. Wonsu was behind both of them in the middle of the tall rocks. Wonsu did not know what to do in this situation because now he trusted absolutely no one. He was looking at the green-haired boy who was already climbing up the rock looking down. Wonsu was very doubtful whether he should follow him. All the same, the young man decided that this would definitely not make him worse and headed upstairs. The boys scrambled up the rock, clinging to the stones with their hands. Suddenly, Wonsu grabbed one of these stones, but it turned out to be unreliable. The stone cracked and the boy screamed as he understood that it would just fall down. The green-haired youth heard Wonsu's screams in time and came to his aid. He had already climbed to the very top and managed to save Wonsu a second before he fell by grabbing his right hand. The boy pulled Vance's arm with all his might, trying to throw him up. Vaughn had no choice but to hang in the air. Finally, the boys reached the place where they were heading from the beginning. Wonsu, seeing water in front of him, immediately ran to it to drink. Suddenly, the green-haired boy noticed something strange ahead. He shouted to Vons in time and told him to wait. At the other end of this caddy with water, two cannibals were quenching their thirst. They were talking about the same two new ones who probably already had time to die in 3 days. Suddenly, one of the men heard strange noises ahead. He wiped the water off his chin and told his companion to follow him. He asked if someone could really be there. Very young boys hid behind a rock in time, avoiding a meeting with cannibals. The green-haired youth looked out from behind the stone and said that everything was clean and the cannibals had left. As soon as he heard these words, Wonsu quickly ran to the pool of water. He bent down and began to drink steadily, while the green-haired friend only got closer to the water. He turned to Wonsu and said that only the strongest can be found here, since this climb is very steep and not everyone will have the strength to climb here. The boy added that the only way to get here was the one they took. At that moment, Wonsu saw a skeleton floating in the water in front of him, and he screamed loudly. His current friend said that in this area it is not the dead but the living that should be feared. But Wonsu was not afraid of a creepy skeleton at all. He was pointing his finger at something hideous behind his companion. Behind the green-haired boy stood one of the cannibals. His figure looked creepy with a smile on his face. He asked the boy who he was. He continued and said that he looked like the guy who got here last year and was very surprised that he was alive. The cannibal grabbed the victim by the throat. The boy only had time to shout for Wonsu to run away from here as fast as possible. The boy did so but could not get out. Another cannibal immediately appeared on his path, who with raised hands asked where Wonsu was going to run. He knocked the boy to the ground and laughed demonically. He ordered the young man to sit still because he had nowhere to run. Wonsu crawled back, slowly feeling the surface beneath him with his hand, hoping to find something that could save him. But he could feel only the abyss with water. The boy fell straight into the water. The cannibal who had just wanted to kill the child now wanted to save him because he understood that he would be left without dinner. Wonsu plunged into a maelstrom that grew stronger with depth. He understood that he needed to escape immediately, otherwise he would say hello to the dead. Wonsu, due to his imprudence, fell into an abyss with water. Without realizing it, he saved his life from a cannibalistic death by his own mistake. He sank deeper and deeper under the water. The boy looked up in front of him and saw his enemy there. He needed to do something to avoid dying underwater. The man holding the green-haired boy by the throat shouted at his partner and ordered him to quickly get the boy out of the water. The man replied that he could not swim. Wonsu continued to sink in the relentless flow of water that engulfed him. At some point, he managed to float up. He raised his hands up and loudly called for help. The cannibal standing on land could not cook the boy as he could not swim. He looked at his prey and wondered what he could do. He decided to give the boy a helping hand. The green-haired boy heard the cannibal's offer and told Vaughn not to fall for his manipulation. He added that if the boy took his hand, he would simply die. That was the last thing on Wonsu's mind at that moment. He needed to save his life right now as he was drowning, choking on water. The cannibal holding the green-haired boy, hearing his words, punched him right in the face. He called him a creep and said how dare he say such a thing. The other bald man continued to lash out at Wonsu, who was drowning. He said just take his hand and trust him or the boy will just die in the water. At the last moment, Wonsu decided to trust the words of his green-haired friend. He did not grasp the hand of the enemy and simply went downstream. Fortunately for the boy, there was a skeleton in his path that he could grab onto. He was firmly afloat, so Wonsu couldn't worry about sinking just yet. The cannibals were skeptical of the decision of the young man who decided not to lend a hand. They were going to watch how long he would last. One of the men offered to wait and get some refreshments for now. He put the green-haired boy on the ground, who passed out from the pressure on his throat. The young man could no longer resist as he was unconscious. As Wonsu floated in the water, holding tightly to the skeleton, one of the cannibals began sharpening a stone. He did this while sitting on the ground and concentrating as much as possible on the process. In the end, he managed to sharpen the stone to the required sharpness. Now nothing could stop the cannibals from starting their meal. A man with a stone in his hands approached the boy who was lying on the ground. Wonsu noticed the figure of a man approaching his companion and holding something sharp in his hands. The young man screamed as hard as he could, trying to wake up his friend. He told him to wake up and run. The cannibal ordered Vaughn to shut his mouth as he was annoying him a lot. The man knelt over the boy and raised his hand, which held a sharp stone. Having properly prepared, he hit the body of the boy with all his might with a stone who was lying motionless. We continued to repeat these movements, which sent blood flying in different directions. Wonsu saw all this horror with his own eyes but could not do anything since he was in the water. All the boy managed was to shout at the cannibals in response to their actions that they were just monsters. There was a fog over the water in the cave. Drops of water slowly dripped from the sharp stones on the ceiling, filling the puddle more and more. The cannibals lay next to the boy's body and snored loudly. The men did not leave anything alive from the figure of the green-haired boy. Only bones were left lying on the ground from which blood flowed. Despite his difficult situation, Wonsu also decided to rest in the water, as the previous day had exhausted him greatly. The boy needed to gain strength, which he would definitely need. Suddenly the boy woke up and screamed as if he had a terrible dream. His face was very frightened by what he saw in his dream. Looking straight ahead, Wonsu realized that it wasn't a dream. He was again frightened by the skeleton of a dead man. But at the same time, he managed to notice one important detail on the skeleton's body. It was a knife that the dead skeleton held in both hands, pressed to its chest. Wonsu carefully looked at the weapon and decided to take it for himself. The young man came up with a cunning plan, thanks to which he will be able to get out of this situation. He pretended to be unconscious, resting his whole body on the skeleton in the water. Then he began to move smoothly towards the shore where the sleeping cannibals were. Suddenly, one of the men reached out his ugly hand to the boy's head. He took the boy by the throat and lifted him above him. He was pleased with his catch and exclaimed that he had finally caught this rat. The other man, who was still asleep at that moment, woke up to the loud screams of his partner. He noticed that he was holding the boy and said that he was right, that it was necessary to wait a little. The man holding Vansa by the throat was pleased. He turned to face his partner and said that he is always right. But suddenly a wound opened on his neck. The cannibal fell to his knees and began to bleed. His brother quickly ran to him and asked what happened. The man sighed heavily and replied that it was the same boy. He pointed to the boy who was lying motionless on the ground. Wonsu pretended to be unconscious again so that no one would touch him at this moment. The man approached the boy and began to look closely at his body. He did not understand the words of his brother, who pointed out to him the boy. The cannibal could not understand what was wrong with this young man. Suddenly everything became absolutely clear to him. Wonsu waited for the right moment to launch his sneak attack, and finally he did. He stuck the knife straight into the enemy's throat with more force. The cannibal was shocked by this turn of events. He managed to push the boys away from him, but the pain was very strong and the wound was deep. A man wounded in the neck fell helplessly to the ground. In such conditions, he could not do anything and simply sighed loudly from the unbearable pain. Blood flowed from his wound. Wonsu rose to his feet and went to his knife, which he had borrowed from the skeleton. He dropped it just as the enemy struck. The boy took him back to his place. The boy turned his head to the side to assess the situation around him. He noticed the ribcage of his green-haired friend, who was not allowed to eat dinner yesterday. The boy was horrified. Also, Wonsu was very angry at the cannibals who had done this to his friend. He was holding a knife in his right hand and was approaching the wounded man. He in turn loudly asked for mercy, but Vons didn't care. He understood who he was dealing with, so he didn't wait a second. He rushed at the enemy with a knife in his hands and began to cut his body into pieces. The boy continued to sit on the cannibal's body, relentlessly striking the body with a knife. He had managed to deal with one cannibal, and now he was doing everything possible to finish off the second. Suddenly the boy felt a powerful blow from a stone which hit him right on the head. Wonsu didn't even have time to get scared but already received such damage. It was another ally of the two who killed Wonsa. The boy fell to the ground from a heavy blow to the head with a stone hitting his face on the ground. The man who struck Wonsa was talking to someone else. He did not come here alone and reported to another ally that there was no one else around. The fat man heard his ally. He stood over the body of the defeated boy and asked him if he had killed those two. Wonsu turned to face the enemy but did not answer. He was going to stab this man as well, but the latter overtook him, kicking him right in the chin. The boy dropped his knife again. Now he was lying on the ground, bleeding from his face. Another enemy stepped on his head, holding him and showing his supremacy. The fat, creepy man concluded that it was all such a small person who killed those people. He said that he was still very young and he had already tasted the taste of blood. The man standing on top of Wonsu continued to press his foot on his face. The boy's face did not look very good. The cannibal asked how the boy tasted blood. Suddenly the fat man said to let the boy go. The other was surprised at first but still decided to do as the fat man said. Wonsu quickly slipped out from under his feet and stood in a battle stance facing his opponents. Zrodovan mockingly told the boy to at least try to get closer to him. He looked down on the child, showing his superiority. Wonsu still stood motionless in one place with his arms out to his sides. He was very angry with these men, but he could not do anything about them since the forces were unequal. At some point, the guy decided to just move his legs. The fat man reassured his partner and told him to leave the boys alone. He was sure that they would meet him again, but now they needed to get rid of the bodies. Wonsu walked around the cave day and night in search of food. He already knew where he could get water, but food was more difficult. Suddenly, he saw two bats above him hanging upside down. One of them saw the boy and instantly decided to fly away from trouble. In order not to frighten the animal too much, Wonsu slowly lowered himself to the ground and reached for a stone lying nearby. He tried to keep his eyes on the bat, keeping it in his field of vision. Having chosen a suitable moment, the boy threw a stone with all his might in the direction of the flying beast. He managed to kiss the animal directly in the stomach, which made the bat scream. Impressed by his prey, Wonsu quickly ran up to the bat. He took it in his hands and examined in detail the place where he had hit with his throw. The boy already understood that even in this cave the strongest survives. Therefore, he was no longer disgusted by anything and began to eat the raw meat of a still living bat. Wonsu was no longer frightened by the cries of animals. Almost 6 years passed and someone's life was still boiling in the cave. Two young men were making a fire right in the middle of one of the parts of the dark cave. They were frying something aromatic and tasty. Then one of the boys called the other to him and said they had to go. According to the young man, they had already lit a fire and roasted something fragrant. Literally, after a couple of tens of seconds, 4 cannibals appeared on the horizon. They came to a fragrant smell that could be heard from this side. The men noticed a fire in front of them which was still burning. Without thinking for a long time, the men rushed towards the aromatic meat. They thought that luck just smiled on them. One of them warned that they must first deal with those who prepared it. Out of nowhere, a wild animal ran out, clearly displeased with the men's loud behavior. He ran towards them and roared loudly. The men did not have time to figure out what was happening here, as a wild beast similar to a wolf attacked one of them and began to eat. Everyone was in complete shock and horror at what was happening. The men realized that they could no longer save their comrade, so they rushed to run in the other direction from the wild beast. Someone was carefully watching them from above. It was Wonsu, who managed to survive in the cave for 6 years. Now he wasn't just a little boy who was afraid of everything. He was about to jump down. Descending from the mountain, Wonsu headed in the direction of the wild beast. The cannibals heard someone land on the ground and turned. They were surprised and asked each other who it was. A second before he collided with the beast, Wonsu stopped. The wolf-like animal was not going to just watch the boy and rush to attack him, but Wonsu did everything not just for fun. He had a clear plan that he followed. The boy ran in the direction of one of the uninvited guests. The man saw Wonsu running right behind him, followed by a wild beast. He shouted and called the boy crazy and asked what he was doing. They all ran so fast they didn't even notice the fire in front of them. They managed to stop literally a meter away from the burning fire in which someone was already burning. Without thinking long, Wonsu kicked the man standing in front of him with his mouth open and sent him straight into the flames. The man began to burn and scream loudly in pain. In 6 years, the little boy's mind and behavior have changed a lot. Now he could think calmly in a critical situation. Wonsu bent down to the floor and picked up the lunch that the young men had prepared for this. It was a leg of meat on a wooden stick which madly attracted the wild beast. He could smell her and looked at the boy who was holding the meat and growling. Vons did not have time to stay in one place. Therefore, having irritated the beast, he quickly ran towards another man. The boy held the meat in his teeth and a wolf-like beast followed him. The man kept backing up, kicking his feet until he rested against the rock behind him. He shouted loudly so that the boy would not dare to approach him. Of course, Wonsu had his own plans for this. He wasn't going to listen to the cannibal in front of him and moved relentlessly towards him. Having come as close as possible to him, he stepped on his shoulder. The boy pushed himself away from the man's body and climbed up. He was still holding a piece of meat on a stick in his teeth and was trying to grab hold of the rock. Vons managed to escape from the wild beast and at the same time to get rid of another enemy. He climbed the mountain and watched the action from below. The wild beast had already got hold of human flesh and began to devour it relentlessly. The man shouted loudly and looked in the direction of the boy on the mountain, asking for help with his eyes and cries. Of course, Wonsu wasn't going to help him. His plan worked as well as it could and he stayed alive and with lunch too. In addition, the boy managed to get rid of as many as 4 competitors in the cave. For a woman stood at the entrance to the cave from above. It was Sajin who watched her son and marveled that he had managed to survive in the cave. She thought that now he had only one choice. 2 guards stood at the entrance to the mage clan's secret facility. The sun shone very brightly today, creating shadows from the columns on the stone floor of the palace. The guards stood motionless, looking around. Suddenly their peace was interrupted by a woman who quickly moved towards them. The men were in a misunderstanding. That woman was Sajin, who had finally reached the palace. The guards turned to her and asked what business she had come for. The woman replied that she had seen the robbers nearby. The men were shocked. One of them asked where they were now. Sajin pointed in the direction with her hand, to which the man replied that they would immediately go check everything. The other guard wasn't going to go anywhere without a weapon in hand. Sajin tried to dispel any doubts in the guards' minds. She said in a frightened voice that she had indeed seen the robbers and asked the men to go there as soon as possible. After these words, the guards stopped muttering and went on their way. Sajin breathed a sigh of relief as she finally managed to outshine these men. She approached the central entrance to the building. The woman carefully looked around her, shaking her head in different directions. She did not want anyone to see her in this place. After making sure that the surroundings were completely empty, Sajin decided that the time had come. She slowly put her hand to the door and opened it. The woman went inside the building. She had to do something important and urgent here, so she immediately hurried. Until the guards returned, she needed to do everything quickly. She hurried to the library and took one of the books. She then headed east, which led directly to where she had been heading from the beginning. The future generation was training on the battlefield in the Mage Palace. At that moment, a battle broke out in the arena between several pairs of warriors. One of the couples was a brunette and a blonde. The boys were as focused as possible on their battle. None of them wanted to lose to their opponent. Having delivered a couple of blows which were blocked by the opponent, the blonde decided to attack the opponent with a chop on the legs. He rushed to the floor, but the brunette managed to get up in time. He didn't just jump up, he had his own plan. He immediately turned his defense into an attack and moved in the direction of his opponent, clenching both fists. Sajin just came to the battle arena and watched the training of these 2 warriors. She was surprised by the skills of the young boys who competed with each other. The blonde managed to block his face's attack from above. He put his hands out in front of him and grabbed the limbs of his opponent, trying to restrain them with all his might. His face showed that it was not easy. The brunette turned out to be a little stronger than his opponent. He destroyed the enemy's block and performed a double punch with his hands, spinning them in the air. The attack was quite strong. From her, Blondin flew weakly back to the ground and began to sigh in pain. But another surprise awaited him. While his opponent was sliding on the ground, the brunette rose up so his opponent wouldn't be able to spot another attack. With all his might, he delivered a knee strike from above directly into the face of his opponent. They were trained by the same mentor who was there 6 years ago. He praised the boy who had won and said that he would be very good at the Mage Clan's investigation. Sajin watched all this in silence. She didn't want anyone to notice her and suspect something. The woman took out a notebook from her sleeve which she had recently read in the library. After training, the mentor sat at the table with a man. The latter said that today he was convinced how unique these children are and the mage clan will soon be able to conquer the whole world. The teacher replied that these children still have a lot to learn. The bald man with a short mustache added that it was all thanks to the man across from him. The mentor told the interlocutor to stop flattering him and offered to drink better. After drinking a glass of fragrant mulled wine, the men smelled a pleasant smell. Mrs. Sajin approached them and offered a good snack for a good feast. She put a baked chicken and vegetables on the table, the smell of which spread throughout the room. Sajin said she made this dish to thank the men for their work. The men were shocked by such kindness from a noble family. They thanked the woman for the fragrant dish and began to eat. Several hours have passed and only the bones of the chicken remain. The men started a very loud conversation, however, when one of them took some bastard by the head. Without realizing it, Sajin joined the men and drank with them. The bald man continued his story and said that he had broken the student's head. The teacher mockingly replied that he was merciless. Afterwards, Sajin asked the men for their opinion on which mage clan's martial art was the most outstanding. The bald man with a mustache was the first to think and told the woman that it was the devil's sky and stars. The teacher opposite disagreed with the interlocutor's opinion. He said that he thought it was a divine void blood devil. Sajin listened to the men's conversation and asked herself questions about each of these techniques until she understood nothing. The bald man asked if this was not a technique that had been banned 1,000 years ago. He wondered why this martial art of the mage clan was banned. The children's teacher replied that it was very dangerous. Sajin still sat motionless in her seat, resting her chin on her right hand. The teacher continued by saying that if you master the skill you can become the best warrior, but to withstand this power and not die is too difficult. At these words, the woman began to listen more carefully. The teacher went on to say that if the ritual is still completed, then a person will know the power of the devil. Sajin continued to listen intently. The men discussed the possibility that the founder knew how to gain such power, but they would never know, and even if they did, they wouldn't be able to learn. Sajin remembered her childhood. One beautiful sunny day, she and her sisters were playing hide and seek. One of them started reading until 3 and the others ran away. Sajin herself ran to the left. They went their separate ways, with the other sister not noticing as they were focused on the game. The little girl ran as fast as she could to the forest so that it would be more difficult to find her here. She wanted to hide in such a place to definitely defeat her sisters. She ran for the obstacle behind which she planned to sit. Little Sajin kept turning around to make sure no one had found her yet. The girl decided to hide behind one of the trees in the forest. She sat quietly so that no one could hear or see her, and suddenly she saw the figure of a man in front of her. It was her father, the head of the mage family, John. He was slowly heading somewhere, proudly holding his head high. He arrived at the place where he needed to go. He pushed aside the grassy plants on the ground and reached for a wooden door right in the ground. At this time, little Sajin was watching her father from the shelter. She noticed that John was going into some secret entrance underground, and she became very curious. The head of the mage clan was about to descend. Directly under the ground there were wooden stairs that led down. The man took the first step forward. When Jung had already gone down deeper, little Sajin decided to come closer and look into this secret cave. She saw her father coming down the stairs. John arrived at his destination. He was going to visit an old man who was chained in this cave. Approaching the old man, John told him that he had a rather long name. Grandfather, who was chained by throwing chains for all his limbs, was not very happy to see Chan in front of him. Seeing his figure in front of him, the old man spat in his face. If he were not bound, he could not only spit. He called Chan a bastard and told him to die. The man was very old and had spent many years in this cave. Zhang wiped the drool from his face and said that the old man had learned the Murimi clan's forbidden technique and had committed a great sin for selfish purposes. For this he was to be severely punished. Chong added that besides this, the old man had defiled this martial art. He raised his hand to his grandfather's chest and said that his body would have to pay for it. All this time little Sajin watched and listened to the men's dialogue. She followed her father from the very beginning and heard everything with her own ears. Now, years later, she finally understood what his father had been talking about with the chained grandfather. One idea came to her mind. At that time, Wonsu was sitting in the cave where he was sent to die. He managed to survive alone and was now eating a bat that he had recently killed with a stone. Suddenly, someone interrupted the boy's meal. Wonsu turned his face to where he heard the strange noises and saw a figure in front of him. Wonsu didn't even have time to think when the man in front of him hit him right in the neck with a stick. The boy did not expect this, so he did not have time to do anything. Sajin descended into this cave to retrieve her son. She took 2 strong men with her to help her in this matter. The woman ordered them to follow her and drag the boy with them. She found the ancient cave where her father used to go down, and now she was heading there herself. Sajin came straight to that chained old man. The men threw Wonsu's body on the floor and disappeared. The woman told the old man that she came here to fulfill his wish. The old man looked straight at the eternal woman and asked what she was talking about. He did not understand what his interlocutor was leading to. Sajin pointed with her hand at the body of the young man who would be lying heavily on the floor. She said that if the old man taught him a forbidden technique, she would relieve his torment forever. The old man did not take these words seriously. He laughed loudly at the whole cave and coughed in pain at the same time. He replied that what the woman suggested required putting his whole life on the line, and the cowardly John Okjong didn't even try. Sajin was by no means surprised by the old man's words. She calmly nodded her head and replied that she knew about it because it looked a lot like her father. The woman's words made the old man think. He was shocked when Jung Ikjian's daughter walked up to him. He began to think aloud that if this woman came to him and asked for such a favor, then the boy lying on the floor had become an exile from the mage clan. After finishing his speculations, the old man asked the woman if she really wanted him to save this boy by learning the forbidden technique. Sajin answered positively. The old man once again looked in the boy's direction and laughed loudly. He said that if this boy could still master this technique, he would like to see Jung Okjong's face. Grandfather in chains still agreed. Literally after a couple of seconds, Wonsu was already sitting in the lotus position, evaporating a liquid of a strange color from his body. The pores on his back were open and steam was coming out incessantly. So far the boy felt absolutely nothing. The old man then proceeded to the next stage of learning this forbidden technique. He released a stream of blue energy from his mouth, which instantly took the form of an arrow. The flow of blue energy was meant for young Wonsu. Feeling this rush, the boy opened his eyes wide and did not understand where he was. He knelt down, raising his hooks up, and began to scream loudly. His body became covered in veins as the skin began to evaporate into the air. The boy extended his hand towards Sajin and begged for help. The woman was shocked because she imagined this learning process a little differently. Sajin turned to face the old man and asked if the boy would die from this. Grandfather replied that he has very weak blood and may not be able to handle such a force. He added that if the boy does not manage to cross this initial limit, then there will be no sense in all of this. Wonsu was writhing in pain in his hands. His veins were literally climbing a mountain. From powerlessness, the boy began to simply beat his head on the floor, emitting blue energy. He could no longer bear this excruciating pain. This process was completed and Wonsu fell powerlessly to the floor, sprawled his body, and passed out. His head was bleeding from previous blows to the ground. The boy's screams attracted the attention of the men who had been helping Sajin from the beginning. They came back here again, and one of them sat over Wonsu's body. He tried to feel for his pulse but found none. Realizing that the boy was no longer alive, the man shouted about it to the others. But suddenly Wonsu's hand came to life and grabbed the man. He shouted again so loudly that it sent a sound wave throughout the cave. Sajin and the old man looked at the young man in surprise and expected to see the result. Wonsu got up from the floor and sat down. His figure now looked powerful and ungainly. His aura turned bright blue, and the boy was still panting from what he had just experienced. The old man, bound in chains, looked at the young man with a satisfied face. He thought to himself that there was a lot of energy in the boy's body, and he still managed to master the divine void bloody devil technique. After a long and painful procedure, Wonsu finally stood up to his full height. The figure of the young man looked promising. A blue energy hovered in the air around him. Suddenly the boy noticed a snake lurking around the corner. Having just seen the animal and heard its hiss, Wonsu cut the snake in half with the speed of light. Sajin watched the boy and was pleased. She ordered the man standing next to her to prepare for the next training session. He replied that he would do so. The chained old man looked pleased. He said that he had given the young man all the knowledge, and now it was time to fulfill his own wish. But Sajin had other plans for this. She turned her head in the direction of the old man and told him to calm down and wait, as he would still be useful to her. The old man was shocked by the woman's words. He raged at her, loudly calling her a bitch because she had promised to fulfill his wish in exchange for hers. Suddenly Vons got tired of the old man's screams and decided to put him to sleep. He hit the man in the chest area with all his might, opening a wound from which blood began to spurt incessantly. Sajin did not expect such actions from the boy. She stared at the gruesome picture in front of her with horror on her face. Wonsu hit so hard that he opened a hole in the old man's body. He punched through his ribcage, extending his hand from the other side of his body. The old man definitely did not expect this from Wonsu, but he could not do anything because he was bound by metal chains. All he could do was sigh heavily in pain. Sajin was in complete shock. She stood as if buried and watched the old man who was bleeding. Almost 10 years have passed since this event. Wonsu turned into a real man and became even stronger than before. Wonsu attacked a man who was passing by the forest and kicked him hard in the chest. The enemy flew back, knocking down plants on the ground along the way. He managed to twist in the air and land on both feet. Taking out his sword from behind his back, he turned to the man who attacked him and said how dare he attack the shaman. But Wonsa did not care at all about this man's situation. He was staring coldly in his direction, his fingers clenched. The opponent was approaching Wonsu holding a sword in his hands. He was going to attack the man, asking him who he was on the way. The enemy was getting closer and closer to Wonsu. Approaching the right distance, the man was going to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. But Vons managed to easily avoid the enemy's direct attack by moving to the left. The blade of the sword passed the man's body and he was about to counterattack. In a second, Wonsu was already close to the enemy's head. He hit him hard in the face with his left hand. Wonsu did not stop there and decided to finish off the enemy once and for all. He gave him a kick which pressed the opponent's body to the ground. The man's face met the floor hard. The blow was so strong that the man spat blood from his mouth and cried out in pain. Suddenly, Wonsu heard the cries of children on the side calling for their father. The man turned to look at the children. He saw in front of him 2 barefoot girls who were shaking with fear. Now they had to worry not only about their father but also about themselves. Their dad quickly stood up and grabbed Wonsu's knee. He told the enemy not to touch the children and told them to get their feet out of here as soon as possible. But Wonsu wasn't going to listen to anyone. In 10 years, he turned into a real killing machine. He struck the man, causing blood to fly in different directions. The little girls watched the torture their father went through to save them. They saw everything with their own eyes and began to fear even more. They saw before them the demonic figure of a ruthless man. He was covered in blood and his face showed no emotion. Wonsu remembered Sajin's words telling him that no witnesses should be left at the scene. But he felt very sorry for the little girls. He looked again at the children in front of him. The girls held each other and cried bitterly, asking the man not to do anything to them. No matter how bitter it was for Vons to do it, he still decided that the worlds would be superfluous. He mercilessly took the lives of very young girls shedding blood. Wonsu told this story to the monks at the temple where he came for help. He looked at his hands and said that he had killed a lot of people in this world. The monks stood behind the man and listened attentively to his story. Wonsu added that he even killed a monk once. The men were shocked by the killer's words. One of the monks, having just heard these words, became very angry. He turned to the other, asking if he heard. Wonsu turned his head back a little to observe the behavior of the monks. He understood very well that his words made his situation worse, but he tried to be as honest as possible. A monk with a stick in his hands was moving towards Wonsu. He shouted that a man is worse than an animal and asked how he even had the courage to appear in this sacred place. He was getting closer and closer to Vons, who was sitting motionless in one place. The man shouted loudly that he would take revenge on him for the monk's death. Wonsu understood that he fully deserved such treatment on his side, so he decided to accept everything. Suddenly this man was stopped and his stick stopped centimeters from Wonsu's head. It was an elder who was in charge of this temple. He turned to the man who came to help him in his sacred vow. He said that if the man came here by himself and to the monk, then the monk he killed sent Wonsa to this place. The man who had just wanted to hit the uninvited guest became very angry. He did not understand why they should help someone who killed one of the monks. The elder replied that the boy could not cope on his own, so he was asking for help. He turned to Wonsu and told him that he would not take revenge on him, but that he must be willing to die in order to fulfill his as yet unfulfilled dream. The men moved inside the temple. In one of the rooms, the first procedure was waiting for Wonsa. 3 scented candles were burning here, standing on the table. Wonsu was kneeling right in the middle of the room. His hands were shackled with metal chains that were chained to the ceiling. Behind the boy was a monk. He was sitting in the lotus position with his eyes closed. The man inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, drawing the energy he needed to himself. He was preparing for an important procedure, and finally he was properly prepared. At one point, the monk raised his hand and snapped his fingers, showing his readiness. He aimed a couple of precise blows with 2 fingers to Wonsu's back. He hit a couple of pain points on the man's body. Wonsu felt these blows on himself and cried out in pain. His body even lunged forward, which indicated that the monk felt the right points. Literally a second later, Wonsu began to scream loudly and spit blood from his mouth. He felt the full force of the procedure performed by the monk on his back. Veins began to pop out all over the man's body, and the face was no exception. Wonsu's eyes widened and turned black, and he himself began to growl loudly. The anger on his face could be seen with the naked eye. He strained hard and caused the columns that held the shackles to crack under his force. The monk continued his procedure. He brought both movements up and clamped 2 fingers on them, preparing for another touch to the man's body. He again delivered a couple of quick blows to Wonsu's back. The man writhed in excruciating pain, but it was a necessary process to cleanse him. The monk pressed on the final point. His blows were so fast that Wonsu didn't even have time to rest from the pain in his back. The old man finished his procedure with a final touch on the man's back. Wonsu's body jumped up from the monk's last touch. After that, Wonsu's patience broke. He could no longer endure these tortures and began to rage without realizing it. The monk climbed up one of the columns. Wonsu shouted loudly and emitted a powerful force. He wanted to break the shackles that were supposed to hold him back and help him in the healing process. The man hit the monk who was opposite him with all his might. The man in the orange robe did not expect this and did not have time to avoid the attack, so he flew back helplessly. His wards quickly came to the monk, who advised him to stop this procedure, commenting on how dangerous it was. He ordered them to leave the premises immediately. The elder understood that he had not yet completed the procedure, so he was not going to stop halfway. He bent 2 fingers on his right hand again and began to move towards the shackled man. The monk got as close as possible to Wonsu and in the movement extended his hand to the man's chest. Wonsu could not control himself and became very angry. The elder of the temple still managed to reach a point on the man's body. He lightly touched Wonsu's right knee, blocking another flow of energy. After that, the monk climbed up, avoiding the bound man's counterattack. He needed to think not only about the boy, but also about his own safety. The old man landed directly on the ceiling and looked at Wonsu. The boy looked at the monk in return. On his face you could see veins bulging outward. The monk was approaching the final stage to complete the procedure. He pushed himself away from the ceiling with all his might and struck the boy with 2 fingers right in the forehead. After that, Wonsu fell powerlessly to the ground and no longer resisted. The monk landed on the ground next to the man. One of the elder's assistants immediately ran up to the lying Vons. He began to feel for a pulse and informed the monk that there was none. The old man ordered not to touch the boy. He looked at Wonsu's motionless body and said that he had blocked all 5 of the necessary points on his body, adding that if the boy would be a sinner, then I would die immediately from such a thing. Afterwards, the monk silently began to look at the still body of the boy. He thought about whether he was doing the right thing at all and decided to leave everything up to God himself. Wonsu was lying on the floor with his mouth wide open. His eyes were blank and veins were bulging all over his body. He miraculously survived this difficult procedure. Another of the elder's assistants ran to the strange sounds in this room. Seeing a motionless body on the floor, he immediately ran up to it. The bald man stared intently at Wonsu's body. He tried to understand what had happened to him and why the monk agreed to help this not-so-simple man at all. This man respected the need for information about everything to his mentor. The old monk was very surprised that everything was true. His teaching confirmed his words and added that he himself felt that this young man had killed his mentor and then came before them to the temple. The old man was not willing to tolerate such abuse towards himself and the temple. VN wants to get rid of everything and say to see him off to the young man. The monk who decided to help Vons finished his rite and walked out onto the street. He spent an hour meditating here. Raptom, who interrupted the prayer, was a monk who was called Lama. You come here to visit the killer who killed one of the mentors. The monk is not at all happy about this new thing. He shook his head and said that it was good for this young man to be here, but he couldn't be helped at once. The Lama became very angry with the man. He began to shout at him and force him to let him into the middle of one of the temples. The monk bowed before the Lama at the sign of honor and told him that he was trying to undergo purification through karma, asking him not to respect him. The Lama did not calm down after these words. In fact, they became very angry because the monks dared to steal a murderer from the sacred place. The monk, on the other hand, walked closer to Lammy and stood up. He added that his unfailing guest is very ill and needs help. By the time Wonsu had begun to open his eyes, regardless of what he suffered, he still died alive. The Lama became very angry with the monk for stealing the killer. Having watered this chain, the temple began to wear out the medicine's bonds. The monk showed respect for what was in the shrine and told the Lama about those who, having turned out to be sinless, had lost their remains alive. At this very moment, Wonsu Vaishnav left the temple alive and well. His body was healed from mental and physical wounds that had been suffered in life. Having held the young man in front of him, the monk repeated that everything is the will of the Buddha. Wonsu walked closer to the monks and knelt in front of him. Yunak fell to his knees, showing respect and giving thanks for the order. Vin couldn't figure out what to earn like that. Wonsu turned to Lammy and told him that now he had to admit his sins, asking him to beat him to the spot. Lama is not at all averse to earning money. He picked up a stone from the ground and swung it to hit the young man on the head and save him for the future. However, he was not sentenced to death. The monk continued to talk about the fate of the young man who had wasted his way and came here for help. Marveling at the sufferer, the monk realized that he had destroyed the flow of energy in the young man's body, but he was allowed to live, risking his life. The monk asked Lamy to pay for his sin and asked not to kill Wonsu. It is literally good that the elder, having deprived the youth, will live. Lamy needed an hour to think. Once you decide to lower the stone, you will not be able to drill the hole. The monk gave the young man a dekilka gratuity for the remainder. One of them was to live a righteous life according to the laws of the Buddha, so that karma would not overtake him. Immediately after his words, the Lama turned his back to the killer and headed straight to the temple. Wonsu continued to stand on knees in front of the monks. Vons was allowed to stay at the temple for an hour and worship the deity. He constantly helped the monks and hovered near the forest for grub. On this day, the monks asked the young man to bring them water. Vonsu sat and drank and collected crystal clear water from a large bucket. Yunak filled the buckets to finish tying. The smells could hold more than 30 liters, which was simply an incredible figure. The sinner must carry all this water on his shoulders behind an additional rocker. By clearly exposing Wonsu, it was possible to understand what is important to you. However, when the young man came to the temple to confess, he suffered the brunt of it. The girls lifted the yoke and headed straight to the temple. There Wonsu poured water from the wind into a great vat which stood at the entrance to the temple. Having finished the ceremony, the monks immediately left the temple. One of them told the young man that he would have to wait until the end of the day to stop walking and save his energy. However, Wonsu was inspired to wait. He chuckled pleasantly and said that he would bring another 9 buckets of wine fragments to the monk. The other man placed his trust on the young man's shoulders, as they were in the blood of a great vagina which he wore without ceasing. I hope to the people that everything is absolutely normal with him. He took his yoke again and said that he was heading to the forest. The monks could not get rid of it, but the young men had to wait. You can no longer smell the rumors about those who beat Wonsu to the stake of a monk and now want to atone for their sins. The monk who killed his life's curse and watched over him for the entire hour. Vin meant that Wonsu was going down the right path. The hour of prayer has arrived at the Shaolin Temple. All the monks and their scholars gathered in the middle of the temple to offer their respects to the Buddha statue. The day has passed and there are fewer monks at the temple. Having skinned the hour that you wanted to spend at the temple in prayer, you could leave it whenever you wanted. However, there were those who were unable to sit for a long time. During this hour, the candles had already burned out and there was no supply in the church. One of these is Wonsu. He was permanently deprived of the temple for a long time so that he could continue to pray. The monk watched him from behind. At some point, the young man believes that it's time to finish. Once again, he bowed in front of the statue and began to rise to his feet. At this moment, the monk, completely furious, was amazed that Wonsu would leave the temple, thinking that we would be sitting here forever. Wonsu bowed low to the monk and said that he thought he was off to sleep. The monk also thought so about those dreams flowing away like a new one. Before the end of the month, the monk decided to take the sinner out onto the street. The month of this night was even brighter and brightened everything up. The monk welcomed the young man to a very beautiful place with sakura. Wonsu never knew at first that there was such beauty in the temple. The old man simply laughed at the young man and asked that he knew why he had not noticed this incredible place until now. Wonsu marveled at the sakura and vidov that nothing makes sense. Having been at the temple for quite a long time, it's time to dig up the tree first. The monk explained that sakura blooms only once per river, and the young man quickly saw the tree for everything, but it had not bloomed before. By catching the blossom of the flower in your hand and washing its sakura by its nature even reminds a person that it can bloom early and late. Wonsu could not get rid of what they wanted to talk about. He smacked his head and told the old man that he couldn't understand his thoughts. Wonsu was simply shocked when the monk said that the young men no longer needed to be at the temple and they could leave him. You would like to reread that you have not forsaken all your sins. The monk interrupted his teaching and said that they could no longer teach anyone anything. The old man pleased Wonsu to go free like that bird that steadily circles back to its nest. The monk pleased the youth to know people close to you. Yeren lost the only close person for Wonsu as she escaped from the robbers of the forest. She immediately turned from the market to home. The girl marveled at herself and wanted to sleep, but she did not mark the small stone on the ground. She tripped over someone and began to fall down. Yeren flattened her eyes and was preparing to smear the earth in her guise. Alec was not destined to die, and one of the passers-by helped her in rapt fashion. The girl was able to miraculously turn around in the face of the inevitable fall. Vaughn felt very uncomfortable and asked strangers for help. If Yeren was surprised by the revelation of the unknown, she was simply shocked. Vona waved Wansa in front of her, having left them long ago. The girl began to get angry with the young man and began to beg him, disappearing for the entire hour. She immediately drove him away, but she even praised him for his share. Vons began to behave a little differently since the end of their remaining sustrika. Having smelled the police, the young men believed that they had visited the Shaolin temple. Yeren's ice did not waste her sliver after these words. She asked the young man why he wanted to become a monk after killing people. Vaughn just doesn't want to confirm, but he rapidly beat one passerby from him. Yunak did not notice him and fell to the ground under the pressure of hell. Yeren immediately hunched her head, miraculously knowing Wonsu's character. She began to thank God for those so that now it would be done without killing. However, everything turned out completely wrong. Wonsu stood up in front of the man who led himself even more impudently and rushed into the breach, otherwise a tank. Yeren simply couldn't believe her eyes. Vona asked herself why not the same Wonsu whom she knew before. Yeren, not caring for anything, called the young man back to her home. Having arrived, the girl immediately began to chat with her father. The old man thought that what had happened was worse and literally crawled out of the house on his knees. He began to ask why this happened. It turned out that absolutely nothing terrible had happened. Yeren told her father that the prodigal guest Wonsu would come to them. It was late afternoon and the girl was preparing supper for the whole family. Vona put 3 bowls on the table and called everyone to the table. The people at the table were just sitting and chatting. The stench was almost incomprehensible. Everyone looked straight at their guest. The old man was very surprised that the young man could not sit on his seat. You ask someone why you don't take a stick and don't eat it. Vonsu has changed a little from their remaining buds. He told the old man that the eldest who lives in the donkey is about to start the oven. Yeren and her father were simply shocked by such words from the young man. They couldn't believe that right now Wonsu was sitting in front of them. Dad took the spoon to his hands and started eating hot. He constantly watched over the guest and could not understand how he had changed so much. Wonsu looked at himself as marvelously as possible at the thought of the rulers, having become even more attentive and trying to get rid of the distant ones in the future. Yeren could not recognize her old acquaintance who had previously attacked a hedgehog, aka a dog, and now politely lets the dogs go ahead. Yeren asked the boy why they wanted to sit on the seat, but they are not going to eat, and the sound of the temple is grubby only with sleepy exchanges. Wonsu laughed and said that all people need a hedgehog. He realized that I also needed a little refreshment after the masters of the house. Yunak spent the night peacefully at the house where he was going to be happy again. The dawn of the new day has dawned and the new month has given way to sunshine. Yeren needed to vacate the young man, so he said goodbye to his father. The old man ahead of his daughter was as careful as possible when she was growing up. Veva Chavers Pinchi Wonsu. Yeren was already very upset, even though the young man had never seen emotions, especially fear and worry. Wonsu told the owner of the booth that he was going to take up work and told her to leave her father and look after the old man. Yeren has a lot to say about the youth. Vaughn didn't realize what they were going to say to her, but now she's helping her. The girl could not resist anything. Wonsu took the backpack on his shoulder and said that he was going to worry about all the work, there was no point in wagging. Yeren watched the boy go by the forest. Vona simply couldn't believe that she could change in such a short time and start working. Father was amazed that the young man had turned away from etiquette. Yeren explained to her father that it was only Wonsu who turned back from the temple. The young man was faced with a very difficult task. They took off their outer garment and stood in front of the jug tree getting ready to chop wood. His look at this moment was the same as when killing people. But now you can work hard and know what you need. Wonsu started to work and first hit the wood drill. You need to apply 1,000 more of these so that it falls out. Spent an hour without a trace. The sun had completely sunk behind the mountains and began to brighten up the extra light. Wonsu is still chewing his feet. By that time, he had already accumulated enough firewood to work. His backpack will be filled with firewood as if he had pricked it with a dry hand. Yunak didn't get tired for the whole day. He worked just like that at the temple. The two of them sank onto their knees to lift the backpack. 1 hour something wonderful was happening in the forest. The whole thing got out of the motorbike and lurched forward with the speed of the car. Kin, looking even angry, carried a heavy weight behind him, by whose cart sat a little child who so far had everything in order. The fathers could not restrain their wild horse, which was so hot for their child. The stinks were screaming throughout the entire forest, trying to get rid of me and help. Wonsu felt the screams and immediately turned to the right to check it out. He rocked his horse in front of him as it spontaneously fell into his head. The young man also came to notice the happy little child who was sitting by the little flower box and looking at the road. However, things were too dangerous for her. Vaughn immediately realized that he needed to rein in his horse. He began to look around and wondered if he could help him put up a barrier. It was already too late today. I was as close as possible to the young man, and from the moment I broke through his living wall. Wonsu believes that it is not possible to enter in any way. He placed himself under a human shield in order to pin down the creature and kill the child. He didn't dare to hesitate and crashed into the man at great speed. He hit the young man with his hoof, who flew up a few meters. The effort of Wonsu turned out to be unsightly and finally stammered effectively. He put his horde on the ground and calmed down after giving someone the stusan. The fathers caught up with the cart and immediately jumped the child out of it. I am extremely glad that her child has lost her health and grooming. Raptom people sensed the power of this side of the camp of their child. The stinks immediately realized that this very unknown snake had stopped the horse. Wonsu as a child did not look healthy at all. A wound opened on his left hand after being hit by a horse. The fathers were endless young men and began to bow down in front of him as a sign of gratitude. Wonsu felt uncomfortable and told someone without achieving anything special. People immediately noticed that the young man's left hand was injured. The stench encouraged him to seek medical help from the doctor in order to heal his wounds. However, the young man decided to raise the price of a doctor and said that there was nothing wrong with him. The fathers of the children spent the entire hour soaking up the young man. Wonsu went to his backpack and took the firewood. People were already amazed and wondering if they could really convey such a message to serious injuries. Wonsu turned to the fathers and said, so that the stinks don't boast about anyone. Galavna, the baby is fine, but you got it right. People simply could not believe that the young man would go so easily. The stench was trying to reach him in order to find out who he was. It was already quite dark on the street. Yeren had finished all her work around the house and was now sitting by the window looking at Vons from the forest. Raptom, the father and daughter, noted that they were approaching their yard. The stinks could be detected by the young man after the long work. Vonsu came to your attention and told the girl that he had turned around. Yunak looked completely unwell and grabbed his hand. Yeren began to worry about the young man. She asked him what happened and why he turned around so late. Having recovered from her wounds, the girl earned a living so that Vons was beaten again and again. Yunak said that he was just chopping wood. His backpack didn't run out of firewood. Yeren began to get angry with him and asked, but then they shared all the wood that they had chopped. Wonsu is clearly not to blame for this situation. Being injured simply did not allow him to carry firewood to his house. VN having ruined them according to their dose. Yeren was able to collect as much firewood as she saw on the surface. Vani condemned the young man for his actions and for those who did not finish his duties. Vons, that I didn't dare. The girl constantly interrupted him. Yeren said that it would be better if you did it yourself or else. Vona didn't let the young woman say another word. She already attributed the whole job to herself and told the guests that she would simply help her. Wonsu will be in awe of this proposition. The next morning, the girl left home early on important grounds. They needed to visit the local market to buy a few products. There were a lot of people at the market today that there was no way around it. Yeren always collapsed in front and watched over the young man who collapsed behind her. Vons was trusted to simply carry a package at each hand. However, this work turned out to be a big deal for him. His left hand did not touch the package. The fragments were injured after yesterday's fall. Yeren could not understand why the young man was collapsing so quickly. Vaughn was about to push him, but when she turned back she realized everything. Vona asked Wonsu about how she was seriously injured. Yunak said that it was a minor scratch and there was nothing serious there. Yeren tried to reach the wound and immediately shouted. It suddenly became clear to me that this was not a big deal at all. Yeren became very angry with the young man. Vaughn began to scream at him, scoured the fragments, and having shaken off his wounds, entered into battle again. Wonsu began to laugh, not understanding why the girl was so important. You tried to cross over with someone who had not fought with anyone unimportantly in the past. Yeren did not believe the young woman. Vaughn was forced to tell the truth since Vaughn was not going to tolerate anyone anymore. Raptom, their not-so-receptive dialogue, was interrupted by old acquaintances of Wonsu. They recognized the young man who was called a hero after yesterday's situation. Yeren immediately started screaming at Wonsu. Vaughn could not understand what was going on and why this villain was called a hero. People wanted to honor the young man and gave him a bag of pennies. They asked him not to be surprised but to take him with him. Wonsu cannot understand what is going on. Vien asked, "What did you burn and this foolish little bag of yours?" The man insisted that the young man take the bag as a reward for yesterday. However, Vons does not want to bother anyone and is convinced. After these words, Yeren thought about the actions of power. Vaughn realized that Dharma had yelled at the young man after his evening walk. Wonsu took the girl's hand and began to walk. The man tried to get his way in order to give him the Ryativnikov. "It's good for you not to leave empty-handed." Yunak Yakamoga Shvich decided to leave this market. However, at some moment the man screamed loudly and said that he would not preach anything else. "Without washing off your clothes, you decided to take some fish from yourself. I thought it would be a welcome and inexpensive gift." Wonsu was still trying to stop talking about the man but hadn't heard anything about him. The father of the hidden child decided to hand the fish to the girl at the red cloth. "After this, the person will be calm. You climbed onto your horse and told the warrior that you could now leave the market." Wonsu was simply shocked by what happened. This situation itself made Yeren wonder if she was doing the right thing. After the satisfaction of a busy and difficult day, the young people decided to return home. It was already evening outside and the sun was well below the horizon. Vons tried to establish a dialogue with the girl and praised her for selling everything today. Yeren did not give the same answer. Wonsu was surprised that the girl was not happy. He asked her why she wanted to and didn't get it out of him today. Yeren felt very uncomfortable in the presence of the young man. She was steadily getting tired and smelling her strength when she was given power. Wonsu from the girl, it was not like he was working again, and he allowed a pardon if the stinks came to the market. Yeren blocked this submissiveness. Wonsu was simply shocked when the doctor informed him that he had simply misunderstood yesterday's dialogue. Yeren was punished for those who did not understand the situation, but in fact the young man got hurt when he fought the people. The girl suspected that the soldier had him. Yeren didn't realize that the young man's hand was on her shoulder. Wonsu decided to calm the girl down and say a few warm words. Yunak, having realized that he is not going to act like a girl. He had long ago lost this situation from the past and was about to collapse further. Yeren didn't understand how it was possible for him to leak out so easily. Wonsu straightened forward. Yeren watched him go and pestered him. There was a welcome chuckle in her face. The girl found out that Wonsu can effectively change and immediately earn a colossal salary. When the young people turned home, it was already night. The sky had fallen for another month and light was breaking through the fog. Yeren was about to prepare the ribna supper. If the children who stinked at the bazaars were sick, they could eat fish. The girl immediately started cleaning herself. There was not one thing that occupied her thoughts. Vona calmly marveled at the steel and guessed the recent events. Vona guessed the moment when Vons calmed down and the stench went away. It looked like this, otherwise he would fuss about her like no one else. The girl immediately began to think thoughts out of her head. Vona didn't want to think about the young man, but at that moment her heart sank. Yeren couldn't get out of the way. She really allowed her little ones to die as if she had gotten drunk on her finger. Yeren looked at the wounded woman and screamed loudly. She became more painful and scared because blood began to flow out of her hand. Vons immediately sensed the girl's screams and rushed to help her. He grabbed her hand and began to ask why the injury was serious. Yeren felt very uncomfortable with this situation. Vona took her hand and said that the injury was not serious and everything was fine with her. Wonsu took the knife to his hands and told the girl to rest and to do all the work for her under his close control. Yunak was unable to clean the fish, so Yeren stood steadily over him and helped him. So far I haven't gone into anything much. The young men could not tell the story of the dead fish, but Father Yeren watched them from behind and listened. He caught hold of his daughter and wanted the best part for her. It seemed to me that the two of them could find a good language. It was time to go to bed, and the two young people were in their father's room. Yeren left her father's hot night and got ready. Yeren also hasn't forgotten about the young man. Wonsu turned away his fears from Yeren, feeling a little bit benefited by his presence. The old ones steadily watched over the young ones and recuperated. You were pleasantly surprised at how your daughter wasted so much. If Yeren left the room, it would be possible to leave the light. You will go to the candlestick and blow out the fire so that you will not have any sleep. After this, the young man straightened to his place of sleep as the left hand grew out of the old one. They rarely spend the night in the same room. The day has not passed yet, as if the old man had lost his mind. He began to cough loudly and his throat burned up the fragments. Yeren immediately snapped when she sensed her dad's voice. Vaughn ran to his room hoping to help the old man. However, Wonsu was struck by the worst. He gave the old man some wonderful drink and stirred him up to drink so that he would feel better. Dad didn't feel like it anymore but had already drunk his drink. They immediately felt relieved and thanked the young men for having stolen him. Yeren did not manage to reach her father's room and stood in front of the door. She felt that the old man felt better and didn't know why she should come in. Yunak helped the old man to clear his throat a little and got ready to go to bed. Raptom, I asked the young man to check and talk to him. The old man asked the boy that he was thinking about Yeren. Wonsu was simply shocked by such statements and did not know how to give evidence. Yeren stopped standing at the door and did not go to her room. Vaughn respectfully listened to the dialogue between the two people, or rather overheard. Wonsu began to enjoy himself after his feeding. At any time we have absorbed from the old one which we respect for our food. Father confirmed that he had been looking after two young people for the last hour and realized that they were ideally suited to each other. Wonsu felt as uncomfortable as possible at that hour as the old man spoke about his useless life as if he could turn around at any second. Dad said everything for a reason. We want you to worry about your Donka, asking the young man to take Yeren for your squad. Wonsu was simply shocked when he sensed this proposition. Vien asked why he himself. The old man asked why the young man didn't want anything. Vaughn could not give the exact data on the supply. Having said that, on the right, there is nothing wrong at all and the situation is very complicated. The old man couldn't keep up with the young man for long. Having informed him that since he has no desire to make friends, he will not bother anyone. Vaughn wouldn't mind at all but said that in his opinion Vaughn is unworthy of such a girl as Yeren, so Vaughn is ideal for him. The old Bov is much clearer than Radium. Having taken his punishment by hand and having made a promise he is fit to do so rather than just get into trouble. Yeren at that moment was outside the door and was still wearing clothes. The old man in the room began to rejoice that he would decide to have fun for his daughter. Yeren might need the girl decided not to stand outside the door anymore and went to the room. She didn't just leave, she fell. She could no longer feel her presence as the wall collapsed under her. The situation was difficult. Wonsu immediately sked at the girl's feelings after the fall. Then the young man asked how long ago Yeren stood behind the door and heard her voice. The old man realized that his daughter was already Chula. He asked her if her idea was appropriate and if such a person could be accepted. Yeren didn't know what to do in such a situation. Vaughn has really ruined herself. The girl grabbed her head and ran out of the house to be alone. The Vaughns and the elders decided not to re-examine the girl. Raptom Wonsu sensed how a finger appeared on his face and moved him. The girl's father laughed pleasantly and asked the young man to sing about his daughter from today. The food came naturally. After that, the people talked to each other for a little while longer and went to bed. Wonsu decided to talk about his team and his love. 2 years have passed since that moment when Yeren and Wonsu began to live together. The woman has already reached the end of the spring and the day of the curtain has arrived. 2 old women took the curtains from the girl. Yeren screamed in unbearable pain but continued to push to release the child into freedom. Wonsu was outside the booth at the same time as his father's squad. The young man was no longer worried about becoming his friend. He sensed the unbearable cries of his wife and started to get really angry. We want to rush to the door and try to help Yeren. The old man calmed the young man down and said that there was nothing he could do to help him. Everything that could not work in this situation is worth checking. People decided that they could obtain long-term treasures. They brought a baby into the street and told them that they had given birth to an absolutely healthy boy. The young warrior stood straight in the middle of the day with his hands across the place. The chills are quite poor. A straightforward man like Viv Baika. Based on his appearance, one could tell that he was a farmer. A young warrior with a scar on his face looked askance at the man in front. You want to marvel at the accusation, but close it. The two men were quickly approaching each other. The stench was unknown, so their roads could simply dissipate after this bridge. However, the farmer who adopted his denunciation had completely different thoughts. The rapt flow of his forehead flowed and blocked the path for the young warrior in front. The man told the old man to get out of the way because he wanted to live out his life. Otherwise, finish it off. The old farmer's ale was all over the place. An evil chuckle appeared in his face and he asked what he would like to see. The warrior with the scar burned out without realizing what was happening. The old man behaved even more impudently and he needed to be read. However, the farmer started his life first. He raised his hand and created a gush of wind which threw the young fighter a couple of meters back. This is the head of the flight from the wind after this inconsistency. Now the young man decides to look into the old farmer's incrimination. However, he had no time for anything. The old man pulled out a knife from his gut and immediately rushed at the young man with loud screams. The young warrior immediately came to you and was hit with a knife. And he rose to his feet and was ready to repair the support. Yunak attacked his opponent but hit not Yogo but Yogo Baika. The creature began to scream in its throat due to the pain in its chest. The old man got ahead of the young man, so he just needed to give up the road and then perhaps think about how to deprive him alive. But now, as I thought, it was too late. The old man started clicking his fingers and hooting for help. For an hour pipes were visible from the water. The help of the old man was evident from the sight of two men who were hanging out by the water. After the signal, the stench was immediately heard and they were ready to fight. Just before the dawn, two fighters threw a dozen shurikens at the enemy's side. They were approaching me even more quickly. The warrior with the scar on his face did not survive all the losses. One of the shurikens still achieved his goal and hit the young man's knee. He could not get over the pain, but that was not all. The young man let his eyes burn out and feared that danger was approaching. Having no longer managed to earn anything he paid with his life. A powerful blow to your opponents just went to your head. The old farmer appeared not old at all, wearing makeup for a while. He stood in satisfaction over the body of the sweaty young man whom he called Wonsu. Tim, for an hour, another Wonsu lived a completely different share. He had recently given birth to a baby, and the smells were still living near his father's house. The old grandfather was constantly fond of his grandson and loved him very much. Ditna was named Wanson. The old man said that he was much like his father. Yeren constantly marveled at how much her father loved his grandson. I repeat that I will live to see the birth of grandchildren. Raptom, my daughter's father, started coughing up blood. He tried to cover the denunciation with his hand, but it didn't help. The blood from his mouth flowed freely onto the ground. Yeren immediately realized that not everyone with the fathers is so unimpressed with their respects. Wonsu was at the fox's place at that moment. He quickly turned home from the firewood and immediately felt the screams of his friends at the cabin. The young father ran to the house and asked what was wrong. Once everyone realized it, he saw the inconvenient man in front of him lying in his daughter's arms. The young woman immediately decided to call the doctor for help. The doctor came to the booth to look at the state of health of Dedusia. When looking at the completion, Wonsu asked the man as if he asked his grandfather. The doctor shook his head and looked down in embarrassment. We don't want to say anything, but it's confusing. The doctor told the old man's daughter that her father was unlikely to live for another 3 months. Vons to betray the man for whatever price he has, promising to pay a great pittance. However, the doctor could not help in any way since it was already too late. Those who were old enough to live to this age were already a miracle. Raptom, the sick man himself, rubbed into their dialogue and said that they should not boast about him. The old man took the young man's hand to his own. Wonsu asked his dad to get out of the shower in order to save his strength for getting dressed. Dad said that you won't need strength anymore. He asked the young man not to interrupt and to listen respectfully to the rest of his words. I thanked Vons for becoming a part of their family, a truly happy family. They have a new son who needs to be looked after. Wonsu interrupted the man and asked him not to speak like that. He added that the father still needs it from this family. The old man called to his daughter and told her to be faithful to her husband. Yeren began to cry, wanting fragments so that she could help her father as his sons grew. However, the fate of the old turned out completely differently. Life was completely leaving his body so that one could see in the eyes of how they were dying step by step. 1 hour, an old man in tattered clothes decided to go to the Shaolin temple. He looked even poorer and was wearing a black eye. Having walked to the entrance to the temple, the old man asked for a tribute to him. The monk simply could not understand and said, "Bring it now." The old man paid attention to the hedgehog, showing great respect that the monks were talking about one of their parties which created a miracle for Buddhism. The old man sharpened his ears to the maximum when he sensed that the party had sheltered a murderer who, having killed the monk, celebrated and rejoiced him. The monks tried to speak quietly but did not show respect to the stranger standing behind them. The stench continued to be chewed and talked about this episode. The old bastard was simply shocked when he sensed that same fallout. The language was very clear about the death of a monk who lived in Murim. Raptom, one of the fox men, noticed that there was a stranger behind them. Having immediately pleased your friend, speak more quietly. About an hour, the monk brought the hedgehog to the old Zbrakov. He collected more from his small shoulder and decided to give it to the ruler. However, the old one was not around. The monk tried to understand where he was going, but he could not lead into his own circle. 2 men who were not arguing very well were guarding an important object. They had more than one list in their hands and no possessions. This very old fool, thanks to the guards, let him in before the inspector. The people supported the old man and called him a true insolent. He was literally trying to break through the security, leaving behind important information. The guards explained to you that today it is no longer possible to come here. Old man didn't listen to people. He was trying to destroy his defense with the lists and shouting that he needed to be taken to the inspector. Raptom, the inspector himself, was as old as he felt when he sensed the screams. Zebrak immediately calmed down and knelt in front of the important person. Community inspector at the name of Chil Songhyun was already very angry at the old man and asked why he wanted to know him. Zebrak told the inspector that the Shaolin temple showed mercy to the people, killed the Grand Master, and sheltered him within herself. Songhyun was simply shocked by this information. The man asked the old man, and in truth the old man is in the respect of that same Great Master. He confirmed that they said at the temple that the Great Master fell into the hands of an unknown killer who has been alive at the Shaolin temple for many hours. The inspector chuckled, but the old man could not show mercy. Zebrak of the widows that they especially felt about this at the temple if they asked for it. Sejl Songin immediately ordered his ward to send the leaves to all the temples excluding Shaolin. Having asked the Padopikni with some method, the huge inspector laughed ominously and told his ward to indicate the meeting place for all the representatives of the Shaolin temples. Tim and Auer made a promise to kill one from Wonsu in Vaikon. They brought the trophy to the deputy's feet and informed him that they had lost only one. That same farmer especially brought his head to the master undercover. He paid you for a bag of pennies which you paid. Biwan Zamaviv Vaikanaditse driving in. He miraculously knew that the remaining Wonsu was responsible for the killing, but they couldn't know him. The woman who had been drinking tea in his direction told the man that there was no smell to the one who was rightly joking, and even nothing was known about Wansa. Biwan praised the woman for her help. It means that without her I would never have been able to go that far in my life in search of the evildoers. It's time the messenger of the Zayshav at rest to the head of Huang Bo's family. He told the gentleman about the most reliable leaf from Kebin. Biwan was already very sick, having not removed the leaves from them for a long time. Finally you reached the man and gave him a message. Biwan immediately opened the sheet of paper and began to read. So far he cannot understand what happened in the future, what was sent in these terms. At the Shaolin temple, 3 leading monks entered the shrine. They performed this ritual of skin rubbing to atone for their sins. 3 monks knelt in front of the statue and began to pray. At the end of the hour, it was forbidden to enter the temple. However, I know the one who dared to break this order. He turned to the most important monk and conveyed important information to the deacon. The monk asked the monk to be as quiet as possible and leave the temple before the head monk became angry with him. The man literally began to listen to his blessings and even more respectfully. Having said that there is a strange infection on the street, one of the monks was hesitant to interrupt his prayer and go to the man. Vin asked him to quickly describe the turbo problem. The man is trying to contain more information in a row. The monk was simply shocked when he sensed that the call was on them. Having immediately informed my senior colleagues that they needed to safely leave the temple and go to the street, the situation did not escalate. About an hour, representatives of the main temples visited Shaolin. They were all as dissatisfied as possible and settled in place. The 3 leading monks greeted their guests and bowed to them. The stinks were extracted for cleansing and feeding as the purpose of their visit. According to the viras of the guests, one could read that the stinkers did not come here to drink tea. They were dissatisfied with the fact that any information was rejected. The inspector told the monks that 3 years ago the beast was slaughtered and the stench was taking tribute, so the Shaolin dared to kidnap their slaughterer. Shl Sunghyun was simply in an inadequate state. You should explain to me how it happened that the murderer is still at large. The Lama had nothing to say to his guests. They continued to stand in front of them, clasping their hands and looking at their colleagues. The guests asked the head monk to urgently explain the situation. It was not right for them that the Shaolin temple of the Zash was far away from its important places. The old monk had no choice but to tell the truth. Having washed it out, since it has become common knowledge, there is no need to grab it. The guests were simply shocked when they sensed that the head monk had confessed to the fact that a person named Wonsu was effectively providing medical assistance here. Yuan was also present among the guests. Nobody has his own plans for Wonsu. You want to find out where the young man is going now. One of those present began to get really angry with the monks. You need to explain what kind of devil the stench burned. They covered the killing and did not give it away. The monk paid a lot of money ahead, especially liking Wonsu. Having asked the guests to calm down, he will be able to explain everything to him. All the guests were so angry that I didn't want to hear anything. Another of those present drew his sword and placed it at the monk's head, having said that if someone is passionate about killing, then he can be considered as a student. The teaching monks asked them to behave like a streamer. Another head monk also joined this half. He screamed loudly and asked everyone to calm down and give them a chance to explain. The inspector asked the man with the sword to lower his armor. The fragments of the stench had not yet gone so far as to not give the monks a chance to redeem themselves. Shl Songhyun turned to the monk and calmly asked him for his reasons causing Wonsu to be denied medical help from the temple. The monk explained that the boy was mentally and physically abused by magic, but Wonsu thought about his mercy and was able to get out of it. One of the guests asked why Vons was interested in joining the sect of magic. The monk said that what we cannot know, having learned this type of magic from time to time. Biwan was simply shocked when he felt that the monk had blocked all 6 energy points of the young man so that he would not vicarize the fighting mysteries. However, the guests did not calm down. The stench screamed out to say that it had been killed. The monk said that I don't know anything about Wonsu other than his name. The man began to act very fiercely again. After asking representatives of the Shaolin Temple, they dared to accept the decision to self-extinguish. The monk believed in people that without making any decision, he simply gave help to those who required it at that moment. The monk also added that since the anger of people cannot be stopped in any way, he is ready to answer for all the sins of the murderer as well as for his own power. A man with a sword would not at all mind working with it. He rushed with loud screams at the monk, attacking him with a holy sword. Bekvin became Raptovo on his way. After asking the person to calm down, some stench could be found in the sacred place. Some guests were not welcome from the city. The stench forced Biwan to get out of the way. The head of the family, Huang Bo, tried to explain that this was not a decision. You swear on the name of your family before the inspector to help you find Wonsu. In return, he asked him to calm down and not hate the monks. The man with the sword immediately calmed down and began to grab his sword. In these high school stakes, the oath to the honor of one's family was taken quite seriously. The monk who helped Wonsu was behind Biwan. Having not seen the emotions of the year, they continued to stand on the spot with their hands clasped together. At one point, my young family was worried about seizing her dad. They dug a grave for the fox and erected a monument made from tree bark. It's been an hour and Wonsu has changed a lot. He let his hair down and began to grow his small beard and sideburns. My family often visited my father's grave looking for something to do. They spent an hour here at a time with their child. After standing for a good hour, Wonsu told his squad that they needed to turn around. Yeren said goodbye to her father and promised to turn around soon. The young family went to the market where life was in full swing. They had to go through all the chaos in order to get to their home. The young fathers were supplied with grub products. There was a smell through the Numoverns Makalakami which were simply incredible in appearance. Wonsu from her friends, she went hungry. Yeren was already very hungry and did not take anyone in sight. You will immediately go to the first counter and ask for the price. The seller believes that one piece costs 5 punas. Wonsu got out of his teeming gold coins and money so that he doesn't get enough for 2. Vien Naraha v Shogo vsm pun. Yunak having registered the people buy 2 pieces from him at once at the price of almost £100. However, the seller was convinced by such a proposition. Todi Wonsu was hesitant to take just 1 piece. He forked the seller's pennies and in return took away the delicious kebab. The man immediately shook hands with his friends and asked for refreshments. Yeren marveled at this kebab, not otherwise at the gift of gold. If the woman had already eaten half the skewer, she took it from the man without buying it herself. Vonsu vit pav v that you recently had a snack. However, today's little bastard will be his enemy. When Yeren saw him and her mutterings, she immediately noticed that Wonsu was lying to her. The squad ordered the men to take half of the skewer. He told Vons that women need to eat more so that their son will be healthy. Yeren was already starting to get angry with the man. As a matter of order, she ordered you to take the skewer, but she didn't get angry. Wonsu was afraid to listen to his squad. He really deserved the meat and decided to buy more next time. Raptom noticing to Wons how some man was thrown to the ground. It has flown for several meters and ruined 1 piece of cloth. His boss has already cooked a pedophile for not violating his obligations. The man thanked his boss for punishing him for the thoughtless pardon. Vaughn heard this dialogue and felt that the boss was going to collect the salary for the last few days of his charge, so that he would no longer relax. Yeren was already getting ready to go and didn't realize that Wonsu had finished her hair. The man listened for a little while and now he's trying to harass his squad. The young family turned to go to her quiet wake. It was already time for the evening and Yeren was preparing delicious and appetizing herbs. Yeren showed respect to those that her man doesn't even want to eat. Vaughn thought for a moment and didn't notice that the squad had already started dinner. Yeren asked her boyfriend not to screw up his father for not committing a crime as long as he was coping well. Raptom having introduced to Wands the idea of singing to you on the job about how he feels. Yeren was already very upset when she sensed the man's propositions. Vaughn that, in the other yard, they can earn double more less in logging and they need pennies to keep their sons warm. Yeren tried to tell the young man about the filthy rumors of the ruler so that he could behave like a beast. He confronted Vons with a full salary. He took his squad by the hand and asked them not to worry about him, but rather to direct their love to their son who they can't yet love about themselves. Yeren simply expressed her thought that this idea was not right for her. However, Wonsu decided to make decisions on his own and still earn money. He took his son in his arms and lifted him up to the steel. Let's hope you can earn a few pennies to keep Wonsun healthy and beautiful. One of the envoys to the Mage clan arrived at the headquarters of his brother clan Imsange. It grew among the dense foxes under the mountains. The headmaster of the Imsange clan was informed about the unsatisfied guest. One of the most important settlers of the main clan arrived to the head. Head Huang sat on his throne and watched all the other guests. Vin having asked from his ally for which right Vin came. The Mage clan guessed in his head that the attackers of the Good School would shift Maximum Zuzul at this hour in order to find the remaining lad from the Wonsu pen. The man wants to say that they need to find this young man first. Huang interrupted his companion and said that he could continue on his own. He marveled at his ally with a cold look and asked if he really wanted to ask someone to know Wonsu bypassing the Mage clan. The guest will fully confirm the guesses of the head. At this moment we have requested help from the Imsange clan. However, there was no more problem. Head Huang did not intend to help his ally and said that he would not help this time. The representative of Mage was very upset. Having quenched the wine, no longer can the head be destroyed by their fraternal vessels between the clans, which were the fates. Thank you, I don't respect my brothers because I dare them to die for the sins of others. People have already come to consistently testify for Mage. The guest immediately came to his senses, having said a little bit of something delicious. He asked for a shake in his head and asked him not to get angry through this little piece. Huan repeated once again that his clan will not take part in this adventure. One of his companions is trying to get involved in this dialogue rather than just feeling it. The head there said to safely take the guest out of this room and show him the exit door. The man was simply shocked by such hospitality. The Mage clan soon left his position. Finally, he said in his head to Imsange that he would regret his decision. The underling decided to reach his boss. He raised his head that his current regime could cause conflicts with the Mage clan. However, Wana was completely unaware of this fact. Having realized that he is no longer going to dance to the tune of the old head mage, Huang told his followers not to brag, as he had an unfinished plan that would help his clan continue to live. Raptom to the ears of the rabbits, it was the spring which announced the arrival of another guest. This time Huang already welcomed the guests. Until now the head of the family Huang Bo and his companion. Biwan walked around the room feeling as excited as possible. Van's father was simply shocked by this turn of events. The stench did not register until the head of the family Huang Bo arrived at their headquarters. By the way, Wonsu didn't get back to his first work shift until a small break. People here were steadily timid shouting at the table. Chef Wonsu asked the man that he felt he had an order. The waiter felt very uncomfortable and overdid how loudly the orders were sounded. Boss is already very angry with the newcomer because he doesn't sense clients. Wonsu asked to give it a little hour so that the atmosphere and sounds could be restored. Young people will go to one of the tables to bring herbs. We will help you get through the recovery process and give your clients an increased appetite. Now I asked the boss what the order was. Wonsu can prepare 1 portion of meat and 2 portions of laksan with cheese. The man's first working day turned out to be quite smooth. The dishes were finished and the waiter was wiping the tables before finishing the change. Wonsu will be full of relief after a hard day at work. Once you have entered one of the tables and greets, you will decide to finish. However, after interrupting his boss, he rapidly interrupted. He informed the young man that he was still far from finishing his work and asked him to follow him. Having realized that the man was not in a hurry, the boss told him that if he didn't want to work, then he didn't have to go and call. The chef escorted the newcomer to Komori, who was near the restaurant. In the middle, there was even a rich watchman lying on the underside. Wonsu was simply shocked when he sensed the order from the boss. He was ordered to clean the entire clock and then not to go home. The boss again said that if the newbie doesn't want to work, then he doesn't have to, lest he pay a pittance for absenteeism. Wonsu is wonderfully intelligent, which is what he has to do with a tough guy. He resigned from his job. The young father really needed pennies. The hour had suddenly drained and it was already night outside. Wonsu continued to practice for a good hour, leaving no choice. You can't clean the clock yourself. Boss spent the entire hour watching the young man under the closet. We realized that the newcomer would leave the commercial world and get ready to go to work at any time. Vonsu Vaishav is Komori Pav, Stayu is Nazinia. The boss looked at the newcomer and realized that he was on the edge and would soon go home. However, the man was simply shocked when he sensed that the newcomer had finished his job. Wonsu asked permission from his boss to go home today. Boss could not believe the young man's words and immediately ran to the market to check everything with his own eyes. The door is open, behind which stands a clock. Now the man has fallen in love with the fact that the hour is full of cleansing and storage. We have no idea how much money can be earned in a short term. Turning his head back, the newcomer stood barefoot in front of him, raising his hands in front of him. Wonsu asked to pay you for the first day. The chief, dissatisfied with his appearance, took out some of the gold coins and placed them in the hand of the clerk. Wonsu earned his first pennies on this job. You can finish your papers today and then go home. However, the boss called him again and asked him to check in. He told him to come to work early and called him. The old colt was here and felt like the young man had not yet been named Wonsu. The young father went home from his first salary. The old man wants to re-examine him in order to get his guesses about the rest of Wonsu. Raptom, the young man, felt the wonder behind his back. He turned his head back to embrace the one behind him. One, if you earn it, you won't benefit absolutely anyone. It seemed amazing to him, and he literally felt his presence. Wonsu decided not to get hung up on his guesses and go straight ahead. Van di Isha Visnavku, that you just dreamed about it. However, it would be better if the young man had checked everything. The old colt suddenly lost his eyes and grabbed the wall so as not to be seen. Wonsu went straight to his family's house, who was in the forest. You are already tired after work and want to decide to treat your squad and son. The old man spent the entire hour reinvestigating the young man. Yeren caught up with her boyfriend and immediately began teaching him about the new job. The old colt was sensitive to the fact that Wonsu was no longer a master of martial mysteries, so he planned to divorce him from self-exertion. Vinny planted his foot on the ground and gathered all his strength into a fist. The old man planned to take the rest of Wonsu as his guards in order to earn praise. However, at the very last moment, the old man changed his mind. No one ran out of smiles, and he thought that the young man might be able to get out of this. Zebrak plans to go to the inspector for help. Here are the details that emerged from him this evening. Dale Sunghyun just couldn't believe his ears. Yogo was simply overwhelmed with emotions when he felt Wonsu. The old man fell on his knees in front of the inspector and informed him that he was able to determine the exact location of the remaining member of the Wonsu pen. The inspector asked the old man to chant. Zbrak Vidpovi, who miraculously sensed how they had been brutalized before on the Wonsu estate. HL Sunghyun said that he's not showing off at all. He showed respect to 2 more of his wards who caught Wonsu, and he just had the same name. The old man understood his mercy and bowed before the master. You will need to check this information and return to any further evidence. Dale Songhyun yelled at the old man and kicked him out of his league. He screamed so loudly that the birds nearby began to scatter to the sides. The old colt decided to check the information and do a little differently. You wrote a note and attached it to the post bird's paw. After this, I released him into the sky. This sheet is of great importance since the inspector certainly does not support this idea. The postal birds have flown by quite a lot. Get up, and it's already early morning. You will find yourself approaching your final step. The birds flew to Huang Bo's family's house. They immediately greeted him and took him in his hand. The fragments of information at this time were even more important. Bavan himself is a postal bird to read the sheet. You will completely open the message and begin to accept his replacement. According to the man's reaction, his companion immediately realized that they had found another Wonsu. Biwan confirmed the woman's words next to him. Marveling at the window, the head of the family Huang Bo washed away the stench on the right road. They planned to send Master Huang there. The woman encouraged this idea, but Huang showed mercy often. Vaughn respected that the person might not be able to handle it since Wonsu would be effective there. The woman insisted that all the necessary evidence would be needed to find out about Wonsu. Biwan encouraged her and said that he himself planned to earn money this way. Wonsu, as he promised the bosses, would arrive earlier the next day. Boss immediately loaded him with robots and sorted through his entire warehouse. Unikova did not deserve such a job. There was no choice. Boss ordered his to finish this work before lunch. The old colt still continued to follow suspicion. He grabbed hold of one of the drawers to watch out for Wonsu. He was already surprised when he realized that Wonsu was doing primary human work and making money rather than killing people. The hour had suddenly flown away and it was already time for dinner. Wonsu finishes his work and finishes at this hour to collect the fee. The old man continued to follow the young man for a good hour without waking up and falling asleep. I immediately felt that the human voices began to speak again. Vonsu's Nashov has 2 squinting eyes at the boss's warehouse. Now we all understand why this place stinks so much. Wonsu unconsciously completed all his work. You have unloaded all the cargo from the warehouse and also tidied up the middle. Boss gave his buddy a new job, put it all back. Vaughn was simply shocked and not understanding, but finally he had unloaded everything. The chef ordered the young men to finish and turned to the kitchen. Wonsu, already boiling with anger, held it in his hands and paid him pennies for the fragments. After listening to this dialogue, the old man began to doubt his theory. He found out that he could have mercy and he showed up as an emergency worker in the warehouse. However, it was still too late to verify this. Zebrak showed respect to those who began to unwind because they were even sleepier after work. Once upon a time, wonderful symbols were painted on his body as if they were collapsing on the stake. He immediately began to remember the words that the inspector said to him. The old man marveled at these marks with shock. The inspector having told you that it's important to catch up with this young man, nothing is known about him. The only thing that was known about the rest of the Wonsu paddock was that it led to the Shaolin Temple. There he underwent therapy, after which the scars disappeared. The old foal has put together all the puzzles in his head. Now we definitely understand that Wonsu can effectively remove the scars after expelling the energy from his body. The sun was already setting below the horizon. It was evening in the yard, and Wonsu, still without work, lost his little cabin in the forest without a ruler. The Imsange clan were coming home. The Stinks searched the foxes' booths for a long time, but they could not find anything. Van spent a whole hour just marveling at this little booth. Vin was as cold-blooded as possible and immediately ordered his ward to protect the house. His ward was not very willing to obey this order, having realized that Huang Bo killed a lot of them and he doesn't want to submit to their order. Huang, having convinced himself that Huang Bo and himself are subordinated to him. The leader once again ordered his ward to quietly quit. A person has no choice but to follow the will of his head. He reluctantly began to empty his arsenal in order to go to the booth. Rap Tom the man and the men began to hum when they sensed a woman's voice behind them. Yeren turned to her booth and joined the strangers. The men immediately wanted to seize their spoils. The woman came closer to the strangers and asked who stank like that. The father closed his master and said that the Stinks were looking for a man in the name of Wonsu. Yeren chuckled because people are always looking for her. Juan couldn't believe that his ward introduced himself as friends with the young man. He said that they were planning to meet a couple of days ago. Yeren immediately realized something was wrong. However, she decided not to make any further progress and informed people that her companion would arrive late today. People didn't get enough of this kind of information. They had already begun to think about the upcoming plan when Yeren promptly told them to go to the booth. The woman had a small child with her who needed to stay in the hut and called the guests from her to clean up Wonsu. One of the people said that the stinks came here for a reason. They have something more important that needs to be clearly conveyed to Vons. Yeren did not contradict the people and asked them to go home. The guests demonstrated their skill and reprimanded themselves for their indiscretions for the mistress. An hour later, Wonsu continued to work on his new robot. He carried his mustache back to Komori as if he were telling him why he was barefoot. The boss was shocked again when the young man finished his job. At the end of the working day, Wonsu walks barefoot to ask for his salary. Today, the young father has already earned 5 punas. Boss would be willing to pay more if Wons would earn more. If the young man was already planning to go home, the boss stopped him, leaving him with an even more visible financial position. Having noticed that his body was even stronger, he urged him to get off at the same place. Having asked Wonsu Kudi Sam, the chef will go to the place and play at the Meijin. Wonsu's job consisted of simply standing in front of the guard, and for a price he would take 2 punas. However, this proposition did not appeal to the young man. The boss was trying to get the guy to pay him at any cost and promised to pay him twice as much. Wonsu began to think about the work. He also said that the young people do not need to worry about anything and the work is completely safe. Yeren couldn't get her boyfriend home. Wonson has already completed 10 days of sleep and hasn't caught up with his dad, who was busy working on work today. Having put her son to bed, Yeren asked her guests what kind of stench they wanted to say and convey to the man at their house. Huang never behaved in public. There was simply a smell of unpleasantness and anger in his eyes as he treated them wholeheartedly. Yeren immediately became wary as she looked at this man. Vaughn began to respect him rather marvelously and to be wary of this moment. The ward Wana wanted to bring respect to his master. He asked the woman that she didn't want to indignate 2 hungry mandarins. Having noticed that the gentleman was in no hurry to get home, the man looked at her with an angry look and asked if there might be something in her. Yeren began to lyre at the sight of him. Vaughn immediately rose to her feet and began to prepare everything for the very shady guests. It was a shame that the people were no longer able to sit alone in the donkey. They could no longer wait if Vons were found to be home from work. The old foal continued to watch behind the Wonsu booth. I noticed how the girl on the red cloth got away from her asses. You will immediately inform about Inspector Chil Seongyan. It seemed to the old man that he was suddenly going to be in the middle of nowhere. Chil Seongyan asked that the old man was respectful. Zebrak said that he had no idea about his guesses, but he wanted to go to the booth right away. The inspector became very angry after these words. He ordered his lads to get ready to storm the building. Yeren at this hour ran to the small vegetable garden in order to gather vegetables for the evening. Vaughn at a fast pace spun around to the booth. Guests who were present at the hut sensed wonderful sounds beyond the borders of the hut. They immediately realized that something was wrong there. 2 married women got lost and took the path of a wet woman. Yeren showed them the way where they needed to go in order to find the path. However, it's just a matter of prakritium to sharpen Yeren. The number of people started to increase and stench came out from various patches of the dark forest. Yeren began to scream and call for help. She was ahead of the curve about those who had better not be afraid of her, otherwise they were already preparing to attack her. Behind the young mother's back, a man with a bat rapidly whipped his hand. Yeren noticed his presence at the very last moment, but it was already late. Yeren's machina took the blow. The bowl of vegetables fell onto the tray. It looks like 2 of their guests will be left without an evening. About an hour later, the sub-inspectors continued their assault. The stench emanated from all directions and was constantly approaching until the same hour. The stinks began to hum in rap tones to prepare for the final attack. The people had 3 hours to concentrate on the goal. The smells were all trying to be as quiet as possible. The robbers were chased away from the entrance doors with bats and prepared to go inside. One of the people decided to take responsibility and be the first to leave for the house. Pull firmly on the door handle to release it. The fox man poked his head at the door and assessed the situation. He realized that enemies can immediately attack him. He informed his allies that the house was completely empty. However, without checking the steels, there was a barrier before his eyes. For his unusualness, the man will pay with the lives of people. The enemy cut off the steel and cut off my head at the moment. Father Kvana began to work very seriously on the battle. I immediately understand that the man who came here was not alone based on his remaining words. It could also be noted by the great number of gills that were beating in their hands. The stinks screamed, announcing their readiness to attack. Rap-tom, the current roar interrupted the thunderous vibration that broke through the steel near the house. The stinks all hummed together and began to guard the windy expanse. There the stench could have alerted a man who had vandalized the hut. He rose into the wind in order to attack the star. Huan, to make up your mind to drive all your enemies as seriously as possible. From his look, it was clear that no one could be deprived of his life. Huang appeared to be very strong, and they also overwhelmed the enemy. The man began to hand out stewsans to them in person. Having just landed in the middle of the opponents, they were already ready to attack him. Il Quan also did not intend to stand on the spot, followed in his direction. Van was able to note the moment of the blow from the cob itself, but that was not a problem. With ease, he was able to dodge this blow, at the same time giving a blow to the enemy who turned out to be the most mediocre in combat mysteries. This is not the end of the problem for the Msange clan. Although we wanted to be stronger than our opponents, we fought against their strength. The man was in turmoil and a lot of debris fell on him. And behind his back there is also a danger lurking. The enemy who found Huan himself in such a place of simply shock when the man was raised in the wind just in front of his accusing. Fearing the wind, Huang did not forget to leave a parting gift to the enemy and huddled around his neck to steal the judges. Van worked with maximum speed so that no one would be caught behind his hands. Another enemy on the battlefield was crushed by Msange's head. This crazy monster was not ready to shut up from such insecurity. At the moment, he asked for his vessels on ours. Van is ready to endure the misery of his opponents without realizing that any of them can launch a swift attack which is not allowed to disappear. Before the battle, the inspector himself decided to enter, realizing that his charges could not cope. New One looked much more beautiful. Van flew a few meters back after the impact and caught his foot. VN drank from the head, and everything with him is immediately after the shutdown. Hl Songan rightfully wielded his club in this battle. Having hit one of the enemies, you will be able to unceremoniously introduce your individuals. The red-haired warrior is clear that this solid man is an inspector and asked his boss what he can do in such a situation. Huan a long time to make a decision. You take your pet by the skin and simply throw it in front of you to protect your skin. There was a lot of shock at this turn of events. Now he can no longer earn anything. It was necessary to prepare for a difficult battle. Undeterred by other sides, the man decided to attack first and deliver an uncontested blow, cutting the first enemy. You managed to catch one of the enemies knowingly and cut off your head. Today's evening, here's your business card. El na tsomu yogo fart sk and shivsia. The man withdrew a forceful blow on his back from another opponent who had crept up from behind. Other opponents also did not choose to simply stand still and immediately rushed with their bats to avenge their brothers in arms. The red-haired man was hesitant to take the blows. He screamed in unbearable pain, but no one could help him. Shocked a friend on the battlefield. Father Kvana continued to spit blood and was on the border until he said goodbye to his life. Rap-tom, the people noted that their opponent was wrapped. The stench informed the inspector about the fragments of small clothing. Hl Songhyun is already very angry with his children. He pointed his finger straight out and ordered him to stealthily catch the leaker. An hour later, Wonsu found himself at work. It was already dark outside and there was a work shift just now. He buried his boss like a grave at the Majin. Having informed his counterparts, he seems to have won against them once again. The people at the table marveled that some of them were starting to feel happy about this day. Chef Wonsu washed himself away for an hour. The people couldn't let one of them go just like that. The stench was good for the gravel to be freed from them yet, and the fragments of the stench no longer began to enter the spirit. The boss, having given up on the proposition, quickly hurried home. He told Vons to take their money and then leave. The people were already very angry with the incompetent overlord. They couldn't just let them drink from the money they'd taken from them. The boss was very happy to get home and told his assistant to take note of the matter. However, Wonsu was relieved because it was too late. Boss guessed that he might pay his ward the robot for the victory and reached out to the inner gut to get a few pennies from the money he won. Once he started to get money, he suddenly attacked the man who was sitting with him at the same table. You want to take the money? Wonsu was simply shocked at this turn. I didn't realize that people would show up so rapidly and immediately send their boss's way to grief. The princes punished the young men to stay in place and not to crumble as they wanted to live longer. About an hour, the people began to quickly collect pennies. Wonsu marveled at his boss and could not figure out how to earn money. The The man lying on the underside with his head down is absolutely unpleasant. You go to your boss and put 2 fingers on your neck to check your pulse. The pulse was present and was happily alive. About an hour, the graves took away all the pennies they had lost at the table today. After this, the stench immediately began to leak out of the place. Wonsu was deprived of sitting over the body of his boss. You should completely dial in the information and see it to calm down and understand what to do next. Yeren was able to recover after being killed. Vaughn immediately wondered about her son, who had lost his time in bed. When the woman turned her head back, she was simply shocked. There were quite a lot of corpses lying next to her, which were quite fresh. Yeren immediately smelled the rose of one man who was talking about a child. It was not right for him to be constantly crying for no reason. Mother immediately realized that she was talking about her son. She entered the hut and through the childish cries found Wonsun, who had drunk himself to death. Yeren took her son in her arms and began to paw him. The boy continued to cry uncontrollably, but his mother applied Zuzel to calm him down. Regardless of the whole situation in the cabin, Yeren was extremely happy when she took her son in her arms. He will be alive, and that will be the most important thing. Yeren miraculously realized that she couldn't stay in his house for too long. This donkey was well guarded so that no one could leave her. A man who hated children's cries with a rage of respect wanted to Raptovo Vishev from the house. He turned his head to reflect on his conjectures. Yeren did not allow herself to quietly enter, and she turned the respect of the guards. The people immediately began to panic and planned to reinvestigate the woman. Yeren ran away from the baby in her arms, not being surprised at everything. Vaughn screamed loudly, eager for help, but there was no one around. At some point, one of the interrogators is no longer visible. His partner asked him what he was going to make from the woman. Yeren continued to tick and scream, calling for help. She immediately noticed how the wooden bat was collapsing at her side and back. The woman absorbed the full force of the blow from the wooden fence. It took a lot of time to get smart, so I never occupied myself with combat mysteries again. This crossing was just on the edge of a cliff. The woman's body did not withstand such a blow, and she simply fell down with a majestic smile. The people now realized what the stench was. The stinks were trying to catch up with the woman in order to catch her and prevent her body from falling into disarray. It was already too late. Yeren with her child fell down and was found with a free man with no chance of a fight. The woman landed noisily and smashed her head. The investigators immediately realized that the woman seemed to have died at the same time as her child. Yeren could not steal her son nor herself. Their eyes became blind after this incident. The blood continued to flow freely from her head. The inspector asked his charges where the child had gone. The men wished to clean their boss, and fragments of the stench hit the woman and child. Tejel Songhyun ordered them to be buried, not killed. The people began to realize that the stench began to flow, and there was no other choice but to stop them. The boys were simply shocked when the inspector decided to investigate them. Having said that we could close our eyes, nothing of the sort happened. Tejel Songhyun thought that this woman might have received heavenly punishment for those who had contacted the murderer whom they were following. All this persecution of marriages is carried out until the return, so that if a person does not return home after the death of a child or friend, then he is still at work. The inspector shouted loudly, informing all his charges about the onset of the task. He ordered them to go to the tavern in order to decide to capture their goal. Wonsu just turned around and around the robot this hour. He crisscrossed the empty streets of the village until his little cabin where a woman and a handsome son were waiting for him. Raptom, the young man, became very wary. He felt behind his back some wonderful sounds that told of the great number of people around. Wonsu's hearing is incredible. The inspector together with his guards arrived at the main market to comb the entire territory. Wonsu was about to grab the wall in the face of Sin. Having kept an eye on the chicks, he couldn't understand why there were so many of them at such a late hour. Raptom information has come to the man about which direction all these chicks came from. Yogo was literally thrown into the pit by one thought about it. To Wonsu with the brilliance of light straight from his home. I prayed that everything would go smoothly with my squad and child. Running along the steep slope of the mountain, Wonsu noticed that there was a body below. In Russia, it was not possible to accurately recognize who it was. The man stood up and began to take a closer look at the body. There was a woman standing next to a red cloth with a stone lying on her chest. If Wonsu has not begun to descend down the mountain, he has already noticed that the woman's appearance is as similar as possible to Yogo Yeren. Wonsu simply could not believe those who are teaching. His hands began to shake due to the terrible emotions in the middle of the new. You want to reach your Kohanoi. The man was shocked when he recognized his squad. Vin couldn't turn around. Fear and anger filled his mind. Wonsu's whole body trembled in front of the sight as if he were in battle. In front of him lay an inconveniently assembled squad of little ones. The man put his ear to the woman's heart, hoping for something that was still dying. Having finished speaking, Wonsu listened respectfully. However, it's important to listen. Yeren was already dead. Wonsu began to cry with bitter tears, tenderly appeasing her. She hugged her dead squad, dripping blood. He laid his head on her chest and cried loudly, otherwise he could not speak. When the man raised his head, he dipped his son's pellet, which was simply lying on his mother's breasts not far from his head. Wonsu was already quite thirsty and didn't want to open the pellet. With his three-armed hand, he reached out completely to the soft fabric. Having swallowed the pellet, the man began to cry. They knew absolutely nothing there and immediately understood that the boy was lost alive. The idea came to my mind that his deceased squad could deprive his son of his home, and she herself sacrificed her life so that he would be deprived of his life. Vans needed to betray his son at any cost. Vin took his beaten squad on his shoulders and rushed to Wonsun's search. Father Yeren's house has spent his quiet time. Now there were a lot of corpses lying here which had stained the whole place with their presence alone. Wonsu arrived at his friend's house with her on his shoulders. He simply fell forward, not touching anyone under his feet. Undeterred by the dead body, Wonsu behaved with his squad as carefully as possible. He placed it on the ground, supporting his head with his hand. After this, the man destroyed his cabin to wake up his son. He ran to the house and began to shout loudly, hooting Wonsun. Wonsu searched literally everywhere but could not find anything. He turns his head around, trying to catch himself, if only for a small detail. Raptom, having sensed some wonderful sounds from the chef on his left side. The doors began to collapse like crazy and make baby sounds. Having opened the doors to the wardrobe, the man held his little son in front of him. Wonsun screamed to death and cried for the entire hour. Wonsu was neutralized by radium so that he would like to lose his son alive. He began to hug his baby and cry with happiness. Yeren also wanted to cry for her son, but she couldn't. Wonsu closed the door to the booth and went straight to his beaten squad. Sometime later, the inspector and his charges continued to search the night place. At least we can soon find the remaining influx from Wonsu. Knowing absolutely nothing at the tavern, Chil Songhyun ordered his companions to go to other places and feel their skin. The zebras began to knock down the doors of all the people who were on their way. The stinkers could not ignore the order of their boss. They joked to him in detail. At this hour, the inspector was keeping an eye on his charges, thinking about where this new snake should go so quickly. Having searched around all the places, the brothers informed the boss that the smell was absolutely empty and did not hint at what was there. Raptom, one of the foals, noticed a terrible sight in front of him. He pointed his finger forward and announced the lack of sleep to all his friends. In the thick forest, the stench of the fire came thickly. The half-life continued to grow larger every second, covering a larger area. The inspector immediately assessed the situation and noticed that he smelled something fried. It was the same place where the stinks were desperately trying to find Wonsu. The old man's little booth had gone through the chambers. The fire no longer stopped and reached the door, which suddenly burned out. The zebras are busy feeding. Who can earn money like that? The stinks have deprived one of them of their own here. El Vin Bavtais. Chil Songhyun hit one of his charges and caused this situation. This is the same old colt who quilted for Wonsu. The old man asked his boss to have pity on him and not to kill him for everything. The inspector had already taken over his reputation, so he brought his charges into the fold. One of his recruits came running just before his exposure and informed him that perhaps not everything had been spent, and even he managed to find a complete one. We will be pleased with Huang, who is trying to get in front of the inspector. Now people were planning to talk about Wonsu. El Songhyun, with a powerful persona, walked up to the man and took him by the throat. Having started to ask where to go to the one whom the stinks are looking for. Van was afraid to endure the suffering of his guises, and the fragments could not be destroyed. Vien Vit Pav, V knows absolutely nothing. Immediately after this, the man took back the heavy blow from his face. The inspector did not intend to heat the fire from the fullness. El Songhyun simply looked into the man's eyes and asked who was born like that and who sent him here for Vikenry. Huang didn't want to tell the inspector anything. He acted as impudently as possible and spat on himself, exposing his blood. El Songhyun did not realize this turn of events. Having asked the man in front of me, I didn't care enough to live in this world. Huang immediately paid for his brazen behavior. The man was left without his left eye as if it had been pierced through by a sword. After all, Chil Songhyun removed his trophy from the enemy's head. His right hand had the eye of Huang knocked out. The man began to writhe in unbearable pain and fell to the ground. The inspector ordered his charges to safely go back to Banpa. The bandits left the booth, which they destroyed with their powerless hands. For an hour, he wanted to watch the fire behind them, not letting his gaze out of the field. This is Wonsu standing on a majestic rock and holding his son in his arms. He really wants to take revenge on the bandits for the death of his friend. His eyes burned brightly in the dark half-lights, whose glance reflected all the emotions of the young man, which followed the motives of the messenger. There was a little son in his arms who demanded motherly love. Ale is now deprived of his father. Wonsu came to the place where the old people were buried. Right away, the father was planning to bury his squad, which was killed by robbers. Clean and polish your body until it shines. Yeren was lying in the middle of the rooms. Her body has not lost a drop of blood from yesterday's wounds. Vaughn still couldn't believe the death of his friend. She got everything done so that she could rest peacefully and now covered her grave with earth. The man could not express the emotion at this moment. He asked his friend to pay her for what had become of her. Wonsu called me to my place. Vin miraculously realized that if he hadn't bothered with the work of that evening, he could have started to withdraw his squad as he had lost himself completely. Wonsu crawled to the ground and took it in his hands. You continued to clench your fist and cry unbearably at the pain in your heart. He threw his head up and started screaming into the sky. I asked the Lord God himself how I could sleep without my companion. Moreover, Vons needed to be excited about himself. He lost his little son in his arms, which needed to be nurtured and worn out. Yeren was buried near the grave of her father. Wonsun began to cry together with the young men, seeing off the squad on their final journey. Wonsu took his son in his arms and looked into Yuma's eyes. The man is miraculously intelligent, but we cannot allow ourselves to become unstuck after this outburst. He stood up looking at his squad and yapping to them for those who had stolen and betrayed their son at the cost of a rich life. The hour could not be turned back, so Vons gathered his strength and asked his friends to talk about her child who had lost her Yomu. You will find that you have collected all your emotions and stopped crying. The man stood up, telling his squad not to sneer and sleep peacefully, depriving him of information on him. About an hour later, the inspector arrived at Huang Bo's family. They immediately began to call the one who laughed at the action behind his back in his ears. One of the warriors was already disconnected from the man and asked who knows who will soon become the leader of Murimu. HL Sunghyun waited as long as possible to stream and left. The policeman was constantly trying to press on the man to get a new confirmation. By the way, the inspector decided to recognize his pardon. He bowed in front of the gentleman, clasped his hands, and took responsibility for this attack on himself. It is understood that the inspector does not know the exact location of the rest of Wonsu. Played into your hands and gave you more chances. Ailtse was not all that Sael wanted to say Songhyun. The inspector informed that this was important information which he collected here. The man said that he knows spies mage. Those present were simply shocked by such statements and asked that they were respectful. Representatives of the clan began to express their dissatisfaction with what the inspector said. The Stinks were not willing to tolerate empty accusations from their side. The inspector interrupted everyone and said that when they arrived at Wonsu's office, there were two people there who had similar information in advance. He added that this information was not available to him. The inspector ordered his charges to immediately bring the full one so that they could replenish it again. Bawan was impatient about who to bring here. If you treat an unsatisfied guest, then the ice will not waste a crack in the form of deflation. The Imsange clan was upgraded to his appointment. Van Mav did not look very welcoming, respectful of his left eye. The stars continued to shed blood. Those present immediately dug up the food and began to finish it off. The stench began to be recognized. The stars learned about the place of retouching of Wonsu. Huan didn't want to say anything to his enemies, having said that it would mean nothing to imbibe the fragments of wine into something completely new. The man who was caught by the throat became very angry with him. We want to beat the crap out of the uneducated young man. They tried to throw the whole thing against the wall as they were nearby. Van slammed his back hard into the target, so it wasn't very comfortable. Imsange family suffered so much from the beatings, and now they are throwing it against the walls, shedding more blood. Why did the gray man not dare to complain? Once again, you will approach your victim and simply step on the Yuma's chest so that it does not collapse. He told him that he was going to stop using all the methods, and it was not human to ask him for information about Wonsu. Van is not in the grip of such promotion. He has a wonderful understanding that if you don't say anything then the end will come for me. Bavan Mavshki kept watch over all this view. I was guilty of this because I didn't know anyone from those present. The gray-haired man marveled at the full eye and having woken up said more often, so as not to start vicaryism, which is not even accepted methods. Huang remembered in his head the moment when the representative of the family Huang Bo had arrived. The Stinks talked about this place like Mav Vikanati Kvan. Representatives of the Huang Bo family told their current ally not to boast as they now respect their family as closely as possible. Huang had already felt such words before in front of Mage's representatives. She miraculously knew that she couldn't trust anyone and needed to rely solely on herself. Tim is no less, there was no other choice. Biwan put his hand on my shoulder and promised to talk about this Msange until the end of his days. Now Huang was in a very difficult situation. However, without showing weakness and saying that a person has a thin intestine so as to rupture the drink. When the man finished speaking, it was as if a sword had fallen into his right hand. Huan began to scream loudly due to the unbearable pain in the shackles. Those present in the hall were simply shocked by this turn of events. They couldn't believe that a man capable of such extremes. The gray-haired man washed it and then left the full one. At the end of the day, he had a chance to discover a method that would make him prouder. Huan lost both his eyes and his mind so that he will no longer live. You will have to twist your tongue so that you can die without dying. However, everything turned out to be much more complex. The man above him remarked that he didn't deserve to do anything to pierce his tongue. I'll hold my tongue and say that the soldiers can no longer die without my permission until I tell them everything I know. Biwan enters into the dialogue. A powerful energetic blow hit us and literally crushed Huang's body as it lay on the ground. The gray man was simply shocked by this turn. He asked the representative of the family Huang Bo what happened. Biwan said that the Stinks cannot steal such a way for themselves. The man could not tolerate people who were already suffering from insipidity. The man, on the contrary, explained his decision by saying that the stench now leaves no other choice. You also didn't like the method that was stagnant. Biwan began to get angry at those present and repeated that they were aiming to achieve order rather than dissipate from creaturely methods, having added that if they act like beasts then there is nothing to be seen as people who cannot subdue their anger and emotions. All those present listened to the man with respect. Shl Sunghyun, it's good to look at the logic behind these words and take a look at Bivan's approach to this situation. About time Wonsu was hesitant to leave his usual little cabin and go to the road. He took with him the most necessary things from his backpack. Most likely I forgot to take my son with me. Wonsun is constantly causing problems for his father, having no idea what the child wants at the moment. Wonsu thought that his son could piss in his pants and turn his diaper over. It's not surprising that he turned up dry, but the boy continued to cry. The young man did not understand what to do with a child. He tried to calm him down, but absolutely nothing helped in this situation. Raptom, a woman, appeared behind him carrying a bowl on her head. She earned money because the little child is hungry, that's why she's crying. The woman asked the young man why the baby was absolutely alone and without a mother. Wonsu guessed his squad and a tear flowed from his eye. The woman told the men that he would need to go straight to the bank of the river so that he could find his wife and children. Wonsu, I visited Wonyomu. The old woman yelled at the man and asked him why he shouldn't need breast milk to please his son. The man immediately realized his mercy and bowed to the woman. They asked her for help and their paths went their separate ways. For an hour along the banks of the river their robots were getting ready. People made their speeches by the water behind the help of wooden sticks knocking out the speeches. The man asked the woman why there was so much mischief. The woman confirmed that her child plays at the brood every day so. The man noticed that the little one started crying. Letting go that you want milk, the children cry when they are hungry. The woman immediately took the baby in her arms and placed him close to her breasts. The man reached the level of the baby and began to look after his beautiful blue eyes. Raptom, the fathers, noticed my presence behind their backs. The Stinks became even more angry, having worried about the stranger who had sneaked up to them. Wonsu tried to calm his family down and said that he had a little love for his wife. But at the moment no one was going to listen. The man took the wooden club and threw it at the stranger. Having ordered her to get out of the house, she will threaten her child with the remains of that child. The man was not going to let outsiders into the woman. He informed the strangers that people had no place here and ordered them to get out. He told the two women to call the men to whom they must all gather here. We intend to read the Nahab who mocked their slurs. Wonsu immediately realized that he smelled fried. He did not realize such a turn and tried to correct his behavior. I still haven't been able to listen to anyone. The woman and child warned the stranger to stay in his place lest he inform about further actions. Raptom, the fathers of the children, became wrapped silent. The stench was very strong when they noticed the dead silence around the hairy child. The smells marveled at the boy whose name was Mingji. He began to cry raptly, which shook the young fathers very much. Wonsu quickly moved quietly and approached the woman. By showing her his son and blessings, he pleased the hungry child. The fathers immediately felt unkind. They were punished for their behavior and for the misunderstanding that had become between them during this difficult time for them. Vons that the father's situation is entirely reasonable and does not blame them for anything. He decided to contact the woman and ask her for help. The 1-year-old mother immediately took the hungry child into her arms. Wonson sipped his breasts to great zeal. I can't get enough of it. Tim an hour having asked Wonsu from a man, he doesn't know if I'm alone on a mountain nearby. Yunak pointed out to you directly and told him that there was only one nearby. He explained that he was at the other end of the river where he needed to go and quite far away. VN also did not understand this is the information for the young father. Wonsu did not realize the date of his confirmation at the end of the meal when the woman interrupted him. My dad told me about the things that he is now indignant about. Wonsu was extremely grateful for his additional help. He took his child and said that I will never forget the kindness that was shown here before. The woman told her father that you can come to her at any moment if anyone is hungry. Wonsu cheered for the proposition. After this, he picked up his not-so-light briefcase and walked towards the road. You would run out of radium here, otherwise you had to go to the mountain. Together with the little boy in his arms, Wonsu walked up to the steep slope of the mountain that spread under the river. He began to fight up the mountain. The man didn't realize that he was going to twist the table. He had already climbed to the great heights, there was no way back. Vaughn understands that I need to escape from the reinvestigators. That is the most important place in which it will be very important for a new person to waste. This majestic mountain best suited this description. Despite his vibrant body, Vons was able to reach the top of the mountain without any problems. You've been tired for a little while after the trip, but you found your mark. Marveling at himself, the young man felt a little shock as he stepped on his feet. On the hillside of a rather steep mountain stood a small hut. This turned out to be good luck for Wonsu, who was going to spend the night in the tent. The young father immediately went straight to the lonely booth. At the same time, they started screaming, asking, and they all went home. Wonsu took his backpack from one of the trees and went straight to the entrance to the booth. He immediately took Wonsun away from him. Wonsu, not feeling the thirsty response to his cry, realized that there was no one here, otherwise if they died there would be rulers here. Proteus, these rulers were already long dead. Their bodies began to disintegrate, which indicated that they had died for many reasons. Regardless of the unpleasant smell of corpses, the situation was nasty. Wonsu looked around for a moment and asked his little son for thoughts. Wonsun was pleased with this place and wondered what they needed to miss here. They had no other choice. In whose house did my family of two live for 7 years? One son periodically visited his 1-year-old mother, so that Wonsun is great. Now, when I'm already grown up, I can start talking about myself. On this sleepy day, my father and son decided to go after the hares. Wonsun shot first but missed the target. Dad told his son to be quiet for the rest of that evil business. Wonsu decided to take the bow from his hand and, taking the bow from the ground, immediately shot straight at the hare that was teetering in front of them. Father appeared to be very blessed for his son. He shot a hare while in Russia. Se bulos robiti duja zasko ale Maslovo. Wonsun is very happy for his dad. Vons told his son to check here and then go and get some food. Vons will go as far as possible to the hare and remove the arrow from its body. Raptom, having sensed some wondrous sounds, you wanted to walk in order. The man became even more wary when he touched the velvet track on the ground from the creature's paw. The majestic one wandered here in charge. Raptom Wonsu felt the cries of his son like a loud cry from his dad for help. Tato immediately turned her head to the child's side and screamed. The great wild evil wolf threatened Wonsun. His eyes shone like dark blues, and they talked about his incredible anger to the fullest extent. Wonsun burst out, not knowing what to do in such a situation. The boy swore to death if he held the Velitensky wild animal in front of him. Wonsu stood behind his son and gave you commands. Having told the boys to take their time and not collapse so that they don't get hurt. Wonsun vidpovi batkovi so to earn money. However, it was even more important for his situation not to collapse because the 7-year-old lad was already afraid. Tim is no less father miraculously Tsirasumiv, who stood up for his son. He forcefully threw the stone at his side to knock him out. At this moment Wonsu began to wave his hands and win the respect of a wild creature so that he walked up to his little son. Vans began to scream at the boy. Now the wild beast has reinvestigated him. The man immediately ran forward and the wolf gradually reined him in. Vansu periodically looked back to check what position he was on and what threat he was carrying at the moment. The man fell forward unconsciously and became a little tired. You can feel the presence of a wild animal just a couple of meters from your back. You steadily told yourself to run forward and not hesitate. Wonsu came up with a clever plan for which he needed to get rid of the schema. The man found himself reaching the majestic mountain having climbed up to it. The wild beast still continued to chew him and re-examine him without mentioning. Raptom Wonsu decided to rush out of this mountain. His foot quickly left the ground and left the Gursky Massif. The wild animal wants to catch its spoils in the wind. The man should be careful not to have his sharp teeth, so as not to become an offense to him. Wonsu rushed out of his mind for a reason. We miraculously knew that there was a small tree growing here and there on the rocks, how we could handle it in this situation. The people managed to escape the last attack of the Vavka and that flight. Because of its greater mass, it is ahead of the people of the free fall. Vavk could not gain anything from this situation and simply fell down, beating his body against the skeleton. There was no way he could turn around after such a fall. Tim and our Wonsu did not fly down from the wild beast. He huddled behind the back of a tree as he had planned earlier, wasting his life. Wonsu was guarded by a wolf who had crashed below. It seems astonishing that I still managed to turn around having lost everything and nothing. The young father thanked God for planting a tree here. If it were not this girl, then the man would have been dead a long time ago. Turning home, the father and son began to prepare supper. The stinks were fried on the stinks of the hare that Wonsu had shot. Father told his son to eat first and Wonsun bit into the hare meat with great satisfaction. Tim and our stretching out the yuma of the sword to Wonsu. Wonsun was overjoyed with the gift from Dad, on whose sword was his name carved. The sword itself is also handmade and made of wood. Wonsun acquiesced his father's for a gift. Wonsu splashed his son on the shoulder and said that he could fight against him if he was in trouble. After the evening, the small family went to bed for the night. The Smells slept on a double bed, although there were no mattresses here. Wonsu took over his son and huts began to be found around his house. Fathers needed to earn money from the city. The dawn of the day has dawned and Wonsun fully opens its eyes. It's time to get up very early, braving the difficult life of the fox. Wonsu once again got up at the same time with his son, but today's lad didn't even notice his dad. My dad immediately became worried and started joking. If the boy is on the street, he will calm down for a little while. He looked at his father in front of him and immediately called him to him. Wonsun was still sleepy and asked his dad that they started working so early. He got very close to his father, not understanding anything. Raptom lad, without even noticing, clinging to a very thin skein which lay on the level of his ankles and was disguised as grass. After this, a bell immediately rang above the heads of the people. Wonsun got a little angry but realized that everything was right in the father's hands. Wonsu explained to his son that he had wound a thread around everything in the house. We have created this in order to place warnings on the selection of huts. Having gotten ahead of his son, as soon as he hears the sounds of the bell, it's so important, then you need to carefully go to the hut and close all the doors. Wonsu sensed that this lad's little slut was beginning to live a happy life. We realized that Wonsun was a little hungry, so he decided to eat it. Dad went down to the store to pick up some rice for porridge. Ale rice appeared too few people to enjoy it. Wonsu marveled at the empty bowl of rice and wondered what he could do with it. This amount of cereal is not enough to grind for Wonsun. The sun in the mountains went down much earlier. It had been early for a long time. Wonsu prepared the food on fire and boiled some rice. Wonsun did everything himself and tooted at his dad's why didn't he prepare himself. Wonsu vit pav, what was not consumed, and even after having eaten richly before. Wonsu mav diaki asked at the village. He put on his jacket and told his son that he needed to go to the right side of the village. Dad hopes that my son is already old enough to talk about himself. Wonsun said that he is no longer afraid of being left alone at home. Feeling these words, Wonsu could go to the village with a calm soul. We came down from the mountain and headed straight to the market to get important information. Vine brought with him the skin of a creature that we intended to exchange. The man at the market marveled at how amazing the fur was on this creature. He chuckled at the wonder that he manages to catch such great animals. Wonsu vit pav that the stench just gradually fades away to death. The man expressed his generous praise for his work. Respecting the creature's skin, the man said that this winter there will be no problems with heat. Raptom, this person guessed that they wanted to meet the Mislivtsev sooner rather than later. He pointed his finger at the barrel and allowed them to take away everything that was left there. Wonsu walked straight to the barrel and began to gather rice. At the same time, the Stinks were talking about their son. The man showed broad zealousness until Wonsun. He was already surprised when he told Wonsu that he was already going out into the blue field. Wonsun is already too small, so it's more difficult. One suspicious man at the hat overheard two friends. I felt that every little one has a father's gene who are simply incredibly respected. Friend having asked from Wonsu Kim Stain Yogo Sin if Virast. Father did not get the date of confirmation at the time of asking, even noting that he had matured. He jumped out from behind the barrel and straight into the market square where he spotted a suspicious man. The merchant marveled at where the Mislivets had escaped so quickly. When Wonsu looked at the place, carefully looking at the man, no one appeared there. In his presence, I lost my drink. Wonsu apologized for his behavior and explained that he had dreamed of some kind of spy gun. The merchant was angry to death when Wonsu started ticking. Wonsu didn't want to go home straight away but wanted to buy a coat for his son. In an hour, Wonsun, having survived, lost his dominion himself. You know how busy you are during your absence, Dad. It was necessary to protest the gift against the old one who would destroy everything in his life. Wonsun trained with his sword in special gravel areas. By beating the tree with your own wood, trying to remove the tight traces. Raptom Wonsun was nervously released from his training and suddenly felt the sound of a bell, which warned him about the unsafe situation at the alarm. The boy immediately remembered the words of his father who told him about wild animals. You urgently needed to go to the middle of the cubicle. Wonsun immediately headed to his booth in order to gather in the middle of it. At the end of the day, as much as physical ability allowed. Having gotten as close as possible to his home, the boy heard some wonderful sounds in the middle. He turned his attention to the place in order to eliminate the insecurity. Wonsun realizes that there is something in the middle of the booth. You should not go into the middle of anything so as not to injure yourself. The guy just looked at one of the windows and shocks. This assumption turned out to be true, which in the daytime is unknown. This was the same man who chased Wonsu near the village. After checking all the households, I didn't know anything that I needed. Raptom, on the street outside the door, you heard some wondrous sound. It was similar to someone else's presence in someone's house. The man quickly huddled behind the doors and pulled them on himself to see that there was no one behind them who could help him. Wonsun was in this place a few seconds ago. Yoma was threatened by mortal insecurity in the face of a man who was in charge of his home. However, once the unknown person verified the presence of people behind the doors, he lost sight of the crow which had seen these wondrous sounds. He felt himself in complete disbelief at this moment, as if he had praised the crow for the man, at whose house no one appeared at the moment. Wonsun could suddenly flow into someone's eyes. He hid behind a tree and watched for a stranger who had died unknowingly. The man looked around steadily and poked around. Wonsun, staying behind a tree and not showing himself, managed to understand the seriousness of the situation. Wonsu, after turning home from the village, he immediately told his son that he would come home so that he wouldn't get angry. About an hour, Wonsun decided to rule over his father's unsatisfied wife. Vin climbed onto the side of a tree to smack the beast. Wonsu immediately sensed his presence on the mountain. He glanced at the tree to check his guesses on its tree. Wonsun, at this time you will be anxious to change your routine so that you are not marked. Spread it onto another nail and continue to hunt. Ale, if the boy saw a village far away in front of him, he immediately began to think about the farm and kept watch outside the village. Tim an hour, Wonsu quietly sneaked up to his son climbing a tree. He asked the boy that he wanted to work on this tree. Wonsun pointed his finger at the village and told his father that he wanted to live there. The boy has absolutely no friends in this place, so he wants to move. Wonsu sat down with his son and began to calm him down. You can ask him to check until he gets back, and then you can go to the village. Wonsun was already amazed at his father's position. I asked the man how he lived here alive and how he can't live without friends. Father looked at his son with a laugh at the appearance and belief that he doesn't need any friends if there is such a son among them. Father and son sat on the hill for a good hour until the sun fell below the horizon. Wonsu told the boy that it was already an hour before waking up to have a little evening. Father took his son in his arms and began to climb down the tree. Before you forget, Wonsu wants to inform the boys of important information. Before you know it, if a suspicious person shows up at the door, you need to get out of the way and then tell your dad. Wonsu decided not to hesitate. Having looked like he doesn't understand anything and having asked his fathers are telling him about the guests, Wonsu understands that he is still too small to understand everything. Having told him that he can simply verify whether a person is good or evil, this suspicious man came back to the wake-up call for Wonsu's presence. It looks like you won't need a man who's ready to go to the market. Wonsu again caught up and was on guard for the unknown. Without telling my father about the previous outburst, they still wanted to follow it on their own. The boy decided to change his place of residence as soon as possible. He could not allow strangers to know what he wanted to do. As a result, Wonsun ran straight to the forest to finish the shower. Trying not to take his eyes off the man, he began to dance at his feet without marveling. It would be better if the lad thought about it. I completely forgot about the spools like my dad pulled over the alarm box. The little bells above the boy's head began to ring like crazy. Wonsun is wonderfully intelligent, so he will be in a tight camp as it will reveal him. The boy immediately glanced back and checked the presence of the enemy. There was absolutely no one on the forest heap who could threaten you. Wonsun was soon relieved, but his unusualness did not bear fruit this time. You were lucky enough to lose the unmarked. However, the unknown person has a very good feeling. He was sitting on the top of one of the trees and immediately noticed a boy who had accidentally caught his skewer. Wonsun got really angry at this moment. I sensed an evil human voice which mooned the beast and showed no harm to death. Wonsu turning home from the village. Every day I climbed the mountain walking on my way to my hometown. The man just started shouting to his son about his arrival. VN timidly so that the son does not get angry having treated him. Wonsun immediately rushed his dad to the entrance to the house. This time everything appeared completely different. Wonsun was not careful. Wonsu immediately became concerned about his son's status. He left his backpack on the road and went to the house to search for it. You walked to the house and searched all the rooms, prote Wonsun, as if you had fallen through the earth. Yogo was absolutely out of the woods. After this, Wonsu began to search all around the house where his sons are now located. You continued to steadily shout his name, hoping for a response. Father not forgetting to check the tops of the trees, loving to sit with his son. Unfortunately, Wonsun was not here, which was very alarming. Wonsu literally didn't know his place in this situation. He continued to run from one patch of forest to another to find his son. Raptom, on your way, Father Zustrav's shawl should fit in a small size. It definitely belonged to Wonsun because there was no one else. Wonsu took his son's small boot and placed it on his hand. We understand that Wonsun could not rise up with his hands, so he might have been stolen. Wonsu immediately recognized the suspicious man who was heading to the market. We began to suspect this situation, which is now becoming apparent. Dad didn't have enough time to come up with a plan. He immediately took the bow from his gaze to go in search of his son. Vaughn has a wonderful understanding that the stranger does not know this place. It will be much easier for him to know and catch up with him. Vaughn's is immediately aware of the trace on his way. No one had any choice but to follow him and find the theft. Father also understands that an unknown person will be at the same time his son, who will not sit still, which will greatly increase the chances of a search. Vin listened to the skin sound. Wonsu had already caught up with the stranger who was hiding behind a tree. Wonsun was immediately from him. The boys didn't even have to close their mouth because they bit the man's hand. The stranger could not bear it and screamed in pain. Wonsun immediately escaped from the enemy's hands and went straight to his father. Wonsu had not yet realized that he was left-handed. Raptom, he waved his son in front of him and became very happy. Wonsun showed up alive and healthy, which greatly raised the father's spirits. There was no time for joy. The little one was threatened with death by a seemingly unknown man who was not willing to let him go. Wonsun simply ran ahead of his father without turning around. He didn't have one boot on, and it was even more painful for him to step on his toes. The stranger re-examined the lad and warned him to fight as he wanted to lose his life. Vin has already caught up with him. At this moment, the man began to wonder about the invisible force that hit him in the face. He didn't realize such a turn. Sebula on the right hand of Wonsu, who would pick up his bow in order to steal his son. He told strangers to take their hands off your son. Wonsun was not able to grow into adulthood for a long time. Wonsu noticed that they had taken his son into custody again and were trying to steal him. Having noticed this, the man immediately loaded his offensive arrow and shot straight at the gate, which was about to flow out of Wonsun. The stranger has the right to escape from the arrows. All the shots appeared nearby. The man walked through the tree with ease. At any moment I feel the urge to rush and then I will draw my sword. He began to threaten his father that he would kill his son lest he hesitate. Vons had no choice but to throw it away. We are miraculously wise that the stranger may not fry and kill his innocent child. Wonsu placed his bow on the ground and raised his hands up in the air. Then we began to fully approach the unknown person who is in the grips of his son. The man screamed, loudly punishing his father's hooting. If you beat him, if you want to earn one more crumb, then the boy will die. Wonsu thought about the life of his son and fell to his knees. Having asked to let the little one go, the rest of him knows absolutely nothing about Murim. The stranger just laughed and let the man go. Vin, having said that this information is absolutely unimportant to you and you don't need someone as old as Vin. Wonsu doesn't understand that the sun is still burning. We stood on our knees completely defunct at that hour when our enemy left the place. Even Svitko just stumbled in front of Wonsu's accusations and dealt him a hard blow with the hilt of his sword just to the head. Wonsun screamed loudly when he looked at the painting. Yo, daddy is unbearable after the last blow. The stranger kicked him in the chest. After this post, Wons was hesitant to fly to the break. Wonsun continued to scream loudly, trying to shout and scream at his dad. Wonsu fell to the ground from a colossal height. After such a fall, a real human would definitely not be able to continue to live. However, Wonsu will be completely different. His body was strong and vibrant after this. The man quickly stood up and looked around at himself. I don't know how many hours I've tried without you and where I'm going to collapse. Wonsun looked at the very top of the cliff. The stars of the wines called dearly with the looming hope of visiting Wonsun there. But there was no one there. People were left with no other choice but to simply go to the forest. You needed to know again the trail that would lead you to your son. Having arrived literally a few meters away, Wonsu fell to the ground without much effort and began to scream. This is the inner cry that has burst forth. They clenched their fist and slammed it on the ground. You decided to rescue your son from the clutches of the enemy who took him. Wonsu tried to pull himself together and not give in to his emotions. I tried to think of something I could do to help me get on track. But in his head, too many moments were melted away if his son was threatened by insecurity. Emotions began to dull him and cloud his mind. Wonsu tried to understand why this unknown person did not buy him but took away his son. This seemed even more amazing for a man. One thought came into his head that the people who stole his son could kill the people, but they would end the ritual before him. Tom Vons has a good hour left to betray his son. As the sun set, the man went to seek help from the local residents. The final place of arrival was Gongrian School. Then the fighting began. The blonde himself was getting ready to engage in friendly sparring. His opponent, on the contrary, was a red-haired young man who was standing at the battlefield. They met quite seriously without regard for friendly relations. This young man decided to attack first and rushed to attack his opponent with thunder and screams. The blonde has lost his ability to stand on the spot. Having finished checking, the enemy approached the docks as close as possible. At this moment, he plans to attack him with his right hand. However, the red-haired lad was quick to react to this blow and became unsafe. After this victory on the battlefield, it fell into his hands. Il Blonde didn't intend to fuck her. He swung his knee to hit the enemy, who was smartly wounded, unyielding to the blow. The red-haired young man managed to escape and continue to advance. The blonde was a little nervous to step up at this moment. The enemy simply landed on his two hands as if they were crossed. He literally dug his nails into the ground. The blonde continued to walk up to avoid any worries. For an hour, the enemy was preparing for an offensive attack. You still managed to stand up from the ground with your hands and doing a somersault in the wind, headed towards the side of the approaching gate. The blonde detected such actions from his opponent, easily blocking his attack. Vin simply placed the block in front of him. However, not everything that the oar-haired youth had prepared was complete. Having gained the respect of his opponent, he dealt him a heavy blow with fire. His plan was revealed to the workers and he decided to reach the enemy. With the toes of his left foot, he hit the enemy hard on the head. As soon as the young man landed, an evil chuckle began to fall on his face. We will be pleased that we have decided to achieve our goals. Ale, the young man, was already very nervous when his legs did not land after his hands. We now understand that we have started joy early. The blonde was quick to react to his remaining attack. He went over the enemy's leg at the very last moment, preventing him from doing any harm to himself. Immediately after this, the warrior dealt a heavy blow with his elbow to the body of the enemy, who appeared absolutely helpless after the rest of his attack. The blonde praised the young man for his efforts and indicated that he had become stronger. The red-haired lad called the blonde master and meant his blow. The man sat on the white body of a sweated enemy and explained that he also did not expect having trained so long his blow was now stronger. The pairing of the two allies ended and the men rose from the ground. At this moment, one of the servants came to them informing them about the unsatisfactory guest. People were simply shocked when they found out that a stranger had come to them who wanted to get along with the supreme Chan Moon Inam. The blonde asked the man why he did not immediately drive away his guest. The ward began to doubt himself and could not give a date for a specific type. The blonde was already disconnected from his friend, but the man asked him for information, so the situation was quite serious. Wonsu decided not to check and himself went to visit Gongrian school. This way of exposing him was as serious and angry as possible at this moment. The rulers of their territory were simply shocked to receive such a guest. The stench did not register that the most extreme tramp would dare to dodge them. Wonsu began to approach the people and ask for friends from Changmoon Inam. You were told to lose your place, otherwise you will be harmed. Wonsu showed off in front of the men and asked for punishment for his behavior. He introduced himself by someone else's name for whatever reason. The blonde informed the guest that Jang Moon Ina was currently absent from the place, having added that the stranger will have to wait 2 days to get along with him. Vons had no choice but to go straight to the school. He asked them for help in turning his son out of the water. The blonde asked why he didn't come to the master's office. Vonsu believes that he was kidnapped by the Sapas and the primary army is angry to fight against such people. A red-haired young man began to rub shoulders with Razmov, having said that Gonrian scholars will never in their lives endure punishments from commoners. Wonsu will go to the extreme. He fell on his knees in front of the young man and began his blessings to betray the little child as he was in trouble. A lot of Alec appeared to help clear one of the school's students. Yunak kicked the innocent guest and threw him a few meters away from him. Wonsu was unable to get help from his studies at the Gongrian school. The maestries of martial mystics were not fit to slaughter the child of an extraordinary human. Wonsu had no choice but to leave this school. He was disappointed but did not have the right to give up. The rest of his sons were in trouble. The blonde man said behind the man that the stench can't help him, the splinters won't be able to overcome the self-tightening. The blonde, having pleased the young men, went to the Sorum temple, which is located not far from the city. At this moment Wonsu stood up and stood up. He turned his head to the warrior's side and looked at him with an evil look. There was absolutely no way he could have done this for the Baron's sake. Raptom, whoever of the two rulers of the territory, did not like the look of their guest, quickly rushed to his side to read. The red-haired student of the Gonrian school quickly dropped his feet at Wonsu and grabbed him by the neck, lifting him a meter above him. He expressed his dissatisfaction with this, how impudently the guest marveled at her bak. You have a richly impressive look. Wonsu's throat even harder. The man could not utter any words, the fragments of his connection were blocked. The red-haired young man was amazed that the man was trying to take his hand. He told me that nothing was coming out of him. Wonsu has already started to lose his money. You were catastrophically ill with the wind and your throat was constantly under the pressure of health. Raptom interrupting the blonde. Vin having been punished squeal. Yunak could not understand why they were nagging him even if he wanted to see off the uninvited guest. The red-haired man was afraid to throw the helpless man aside. Vien Vimagav Vd Nu Pajak, the fragments of that deprived you of life. Wonsu fell helplessly to the ground and tried to die. He was punished to get out of the house until one of them was kind to the other. Tim and Hour, a secret unknown who was the victor of Wonsun, went to the furnace of the forest. This was the place where he was constantly turning. The man tried to be as careful as possible and steadily turned his head at his side to convince him that no one was following his actions. Vin was carrying a rather important bag behind his back. If you find it close to the oven, then throw the bag unkindly and harshly onto the ground. Turned out that there were many items in this bag. Wonsu poked his head freely so that he wanted to escape a little in the wind. He continued to simply lie there for a good hour and at every moment was surprised that he couldn't carry him anywhere. He looked at the scary beast. The stranger ordered the boys to quickly go to the stove as they did not want to suffer under the heavy hand or sword. Wonsun simply marveled at the motorized stove in front of him and didn't know what to look for. It's impossible for me to go as far as this terrible corridor. It seemed to him that a dozen monsters from the dark would already be amazed at him. Their eyes shone brightly, their heavens calling out to themselves. The boy's whole body literally began to become afraid. You won't be able to gather the first crumbs, fragments of your mind, so you might die if you come in. A little unknown behind everything was the same. he decided to kick the young man and kick him in the back so that he would rush to the oven. Wonsun will endure the misery of himself. He landed hard after he had spoken a few meters. If the boy opens his eyes, he will simply be shocked. He swung his original human legs in front of him, as if they were simply swaying in front of him. This picture made Wonsun very loudly. He literally jumped back so as not to accidentally bump into some kind of cannibal. But everything turned out to be much simpler without even realizing it. The same original children like the ones who were locked up at the stove were buried at the stove. Wonsun never gave up hope of knowing his son. He searched absolutely everywhere without any regard for his own reasons. It was straight along the forest path which unknowingly led to where the man wanted a woman on his way who was at the same time from his daughter. Wonsun asked them to join in order to get something from them. The girls did not realize this turn of events and began to laugh a little. Wonsun really doesn't look very welcoming at this moment. VN asked from an unknown woman who did not suddenly sit next to a suspicious man. As soon as the woman started calling for help, some kind of person would immediately come to her. Wonsun tried to explain that he had come from evil intentions, but at the moment the price didn't matter to anyone. The man wants to kidnap the woman from the daughter of a suspicious and secret stranger who has identified him. VN asked how VN mocked the woman and child. He told Vons that he didn't want to work for anyone but just wanted to ask for something. The oar-haired man seemed to be listening to him. Wonsun decided that it would be better not to enter into dialogue with him and leave the place. However, the man had no intention of letting him go. He grabbed him by the throat and said that he would not let the maniacs come in and send him to prison. The woman tried to explain to the people that what had happened was simply unreasonable. The stranger appeared in front of them rapidly, and the stench of the little bits stinked at his outside sight. Wonsun was completely powerless to repair the operation. Having asked the person to let him go, the fragments in the new one are still very important to deal with. The man cannot understand what is going on. He let go of the divine unknown and he fell powerlessly to the ground in his own church. The passerby did not realize that he had burst into flames. Wonsun simply fell to the ground after his action, although he didn't want to press his throat so hard. Wonsun is not a bit angry at strangers. With all my remaining strength, I tried to explain to them that I was looking for my son who had been kidnapped. The woman could not believe that this situation was unfolding like this. Vaughn was simply shocked that an innocent young father suffered for no reason. Wonsun could not come to you on his own, so the woman sent him to the first aid station. Here they began to look at him and feel his pulse. The old doctor realized that the energy in a person's body flows even more miraculously. She initially walked in one direction and then sharply turned around. Raptom Wonsu Prishov du Tammy. You have left your place and asked Devin. The old man asked the patient to calm down and explained that he was in the medicine room. The doctor immediately soaked the man's face and gave him a hot drink. Wonsu hopes to enjoy such luxury. The old man explained that he would not accept pennies for treating a stranger and asking him to drink so he could no longer attract attention. After these words, Wonsu decided to drink his liquor after all. He miraculously realized that I need to eat if I want, so I'll drink it. The old man informed the patient that his energy was already confused and he was unable to undergo acupuncture. He has imbued the warlike mystiques of the man. Wonsu was amazed that the old man began to burn at the flow of his energy. The doctor confirmed but said that it seems like there is no energy. Wonsu started not realizing that the old man had respect for him. You have asked the doctor if you can explain your words in a way that is more accessible to someone else. Having left his place, the healer went straight to the door and informed that the person's energy was already strong, but the force could not manifest itself. Wonsu fell on his knees in front of the old man and thanked him for helping him. We want the doctor to help you feel the strength and flow of your energy again. The doctor said that no one has ever dealt with a similar episode. There is no guarantee that the best doctors will take up this right. Wonsu began to bow to the old one, nothing less than God. Having continued to enjoy the blessings of his help, I still need strength to turn my son. The doctor asked the young man to calm down and still waited to help him. However, I added that we cannot give any guarantees for the update. Unrespectable in all respects, Wonsu was ready for the procedure. He stretched out and sat in the middle of the room, turning his back to the doctor. The old man immediately marked the scars on the energy points. I haven't seen this before. It was not at all like medicine as I knew. The doctor understands that the scars were located on the energy points of the person. He took the head and planned to press it directly onto the energy point. The old man worked as quickly as possible, his bare head ticking all over his back. We understand that the patient may not need to be vitiated because it is not enough to work. Having completed this stage, the doctor asked the person and everything is in order with him. Wonsu tried to endure the pain and said that he felt good. Having entered the patient's healthy abdomen, the doctor began to move on to the final stage. He planned to put the remaining head in his place. At this point, a cap was placed on the man's head. It is not enough to let the energy flow and renew the passing power of Wonsu. When the old man poked his head, Wonsu began to scream unbearably. Throughout his entire body, he began to feel an unbearable pain. Wonsu is literally writhing in pain and not knowing where to go. The old doctor tried to calm the patient down but did not understand himself. He twisted one more head in order to sleep the patient. This situation has no other choice. You know that the sleepy point is located simply in the back of the head. In this way, he caught the young man in Russia and pressed on the point. Immediately after this, Wonsu fell helplessly to the ground. The doctor realized that having touched that point, it was needed. The old man touched the young man's face and sank into his pulse. Wonsu was at the switch in front of the remaining blow to the point. Some time ago, Molly Wonson stopped at the sight of his same-year-olds. The children were at the stove and there was no shortage of chances to make self-breeding for themselves. Wonson wants to ask one of the boys, as the stink has been here for a long time. Just interrupted him and ordered himself to be as quiet as possible. This lad could not explain that they were constantly being watched and heard. A healthy man resembling a butcher suddenly appeared on the horizon. VN having asked who they say with a smile, knowing about his presence. All the children lowered their heads so as not to gain respect for themselves. Raptom, the man, hid the same boy who had left Wonson. Letting go the sound of Ishiv is from his side. The boy tried to come true. ALM Butcher had absolutely everything to give to the lad. Having said that, this word inadvertently confirms the honorability of the noise. Wonson with apprehension watched as the boy tried to come clean. Thankfully, believe me, it's not at all at fault. The man took this child away from him and ordered him to shut up. The choice of children has always been difficult, but today it has been forgiven through this situation. The butcher was already getting ready to cut the beefsteak from the boy he had taken from him. Already on his way, having become the other, he knew what was behind the noise. The man was simply shocked by the boy's behavior. Wonson asked for help from the butcher and told you that there would be no more sounds. The butcher let his juice in and it got stuck near the underside. Having said that, at this time the plan is confirmed, there is no way anyone can see it. As the hand rang out, the man took another lad and told him that there would be 2 victims today. I really liked this arrangement. Raptom, his rage was interrupted by the same secret stranger who stole the children. Having asked from the greeting what we are doing in the future, the butcher started eating without understanding his food in front of his colleague. Vin asked what's the problem, and even Vin just quits his original job. The man told the butchers that it was impossible to take one of the boys away. Having punished him, let him go and don't hurt him anymore. He looked at Wonson and guessed he was going to be barefoot. Now we can clearly understand that we will make peace with this situation. You will be hesitant to let the lads out of your greedy hands. Wonson flights are just against the wall. Hello Bov is not more than satisfied with the order. Other children simply could not believe that any of them were let out of the gang. Wonson tries to understand what is happening here through a dialogue between 2 people. The boy can consider himself lucky after this situation. When the 2 thugs left, Wonson began to take the children home completely. The lad asked the little girl that they were going out and where the 2 men were steadily taking the children. The girl could no longer resist and divorced the boy. She completely rolled up her sleeve and let her right shoulder fall out of the fabric. After this, she began to paint on the underside. Wonson was simply shocked when he saw the result, which ended up on the rock. The little girl was scribbling on the foolish little one, but it was clear that the firebug was watching out for small children. This time Wonsu still couldn't come to you. The old man placed the man's body straight and manually placed his body on it. Wonsu crookedly opened his eyes as he began to snarl. He couldn't work any other way, otherwise everything in the middle was constantly nagging him. The old man was surprised that the man had woken up so rapidly and stood up on his feet. Having asked Wonsu from the doctor, he decided to renew his strength. The old man explained that at these energy points there is a very strong flow that cannot be broken through. Vin explained that medicine is powerless here. Vons did not have great hopes for this procedure, but was still embarrassed when he found out what he had managed to survive so miraculously. Wrapped, the dialogue between the 2 men was interrupted by a woman. Vaughn loudly called for help from the doctor and asked him without harming her daughter. The old man was simply shocked when he sensed that Hien was missing. She had never walked far before, and now she turned back to the place and the stars had left. Wonsu was simply shocked when he found out what was happening. Having listened to the woman, you will realize that her daughter might be in the same place as her son. Vons received information about the gate and went to the village. There was a little bit more freshness from the previous place of rebirth. The man did not forget to take his bow and arrows to withstand trouble. It's not just that you reach this village. Wonsu looked around and assessed the situation. He clearly knows that the villain may show up at this village for his own purpose. The man having acquired such a masterpiece, the unknown remains appearing all at once more and more new. Wonsu learned about the abduction of children from various forces. The last death of a woman and daughter happened just near this place. Wonsu sings to the one who will be here as a villain. Having kept everything in order, he tried to discover the evil in his place. According to our data, the next victim will be one of the locals. Wonsu quickly came to the village, and already there were 3 boys. The stinkers lived their turbo-free life playing with wooden clubs. You marveled at these innocent children and vowed to take care of their lives, having captured the evil of any attack on their bodies. Wonsu decided to disguise himself for a little while and continue to watch over these children. Early and late, the evil one will show up for them. However, the man disguised himself not so well that he would not be marked. The little children have realized that a wonderful guy is watching over them. Stinks threatened to emerge from these bushes for fear of danger. They didn't want any inconvenience from their unknown uncle. As if it didn't look marvelous, but Wonsu turned to re-examine the little boy. Vin ran after them, trying to catch up with the 3 boys. The children turned out to be very agile, and even more so. They gradually managed to escape from the new victorious maneuverability. Wonsu continued to re-examine the children. He straightened around the turn, closely following the rest of the 3 boys. The man would frown and look around in confusion. Having not watched the children long enough, he could not understand where the stinks could have gone. Raptom Wonsu felt the cries of a child behind his back. When he turned around, he asked the boys themselves to ask him why he was following them. Wonsu marveled at the gentleness of the boys and felt even more awkward. You don't know what the news is, and you don't mean any harm to the world. Wonsu believes that the best decisions in this situation will simply flow. The boys could not understand why the unknown was simply flowing past them. Having spent another 10 hours together on the street, the children began to say goodbye in confusion. It was already an hour before they were heading home. They've decided to get together tomorrow. Wonsu continued to keep an eye on the boys before the wind. Over the course of the entire day, this little villager has raised a total of 3 children. The man thought about the fact that the villain would appear in his village, and even though he did not clearly know the plan, which might turn out to be completely different. When the children went home, Wonsu felt a different voice on his right. The woman took the tray from the house and talked to the man about the hedgehog. Wonsu noted that he had already baked the chicken on the tray. You are already very hungry this hour and want to have a snack no matter what. Having also guessed the words of the doctor, who for the sake of you would get a healthy meal, the remains of his body had already weakened greatly during the hour of his son's pissing. The woman brought out a tray of shortcomings and went to get her rights. After about an hour, she turned around to go back to the hut. Raptom, she got on her path some kind of divine one who voraciously ate her herbs. Vona was really angry at that moment. Vaughn tried to talk to the stranger, asking him what to do there. Wonsu felt nothing at this moment, and there was no date of confirmation. So the woman decided to inform people about an unknown person on the territory of her cabin. Vaughn asked me to kindly get married from the nag. Wonsu has never had a chance to live on foreign territory. The men immediately caught him and threw him outside the territory, not even a small town or even a village. They called him divine without stealing anything. Through this fact, the stench did not punish him but decided to simply let him go. Wonsu felt a little helpless in this situation. They gave absolutely nothing to people but continued to chew whatever they wanted. The next day, the 3 boys went out to the shelter again to get lost at once. Today's stench persisted all day long and poured into the huts. Wonsu, of course, did not leave the village but continued to look after the children. One of the boys reached 20. The man was lying on the ground. He was already tired of constantly watching for the evildoer in his village. He flattened his eyes and heard how the little lad was trying to get some treatment. Having woken up to 20, the boy went to joke with his friends who were excited about the new one. Literally, after a few seconds, I know my purpose. Ale and his other comrades were a little more complex. Having searched for him throughout the entire territory of the settlement, I could not find out. Wonsu was a little wary at this moment when he sensed that the boys could not find one of their own. The stinks screamed loudly, calling out to them. Wonsu immediately left his seat and took the bow from his hand. We understand that the boy didn't just get excited but wanted to steal something. Wonsu still did not have mercy if this was the right place for an ambush. The villains quickly arrived at the village of Pivdenish and stole one of the boys. Wonsu began to re-examine him, redistributing from Dahu to Dahu. You tried not to stand up to the evildoer so as not to let him out of your sight. So the man tried to behave as quietly as possible. You want to be deprived of your unsuitable footing for the enemy of the Yakamog on your way. Doki of the villains spontaneously rushed forward with cotton on their shoulders, redistributed Wonsu in the wind, and decided to begin their activities. The evil one noticed how the shadow of the beast covered him like a rat. He became wary at this moment and stood up to look at the mountain. Literally a second later, a man suddenly stumbled in front of him, pointing an arrow at him. Wonsu saw the evil spirit. The villain marveled at the man and recognized his old acquaintance. He didn't realize that this man of thought could still survive after that fall. Wonsu informed his opponent that he would no longer allow a pardon as before. He could not allow himself to let the enemy fall to the whole and the vulnerable. The villain is not at all averse to stealing from this group. Immediately, he decided to shoot at his enemy and cover himself with the body of a small child. Wonsu understands that you can't shoot at any time. However, it showed too much tension and pulled the arrow too much. The villain was surprised that the opponent of the plan was quite serious and that he was ready to sacrifice the lives of the child in order to capture him. Wonsu has a few other plans for this whole room. He tried to aim more accurately so as not to hit the innocent child. At some point, Wonsu still plucked up his courage and fired an arrow just enough to hit the enemy in the head. You decided to launch your arrow yourself so that it passed by the boy. Nato missed. The villain paid for his unusualness with blood. A wound appeared on his right side after the shooting. The boy immediately escaped from the hands of the villain and escaped directly from his warrior. Wonsu hugged the boy and asked, and everything left him. The man did not convey that the villains will be behind the last attack. Stealing children in a split second, he stumbled in front of Wonsu's intimidation and dealt him a hard blow with his foot. There was no way he was going to give up. The villain is ahead of the man, which would be better for him to simply flow from this situation, as a result of which we cannot fight without the need of a fighting mystique. Wonsu was not afraid of his enemy for a little while. Having asked someone, why can't we just finish it off right away without much ceremony? The villain believes that the ceremonies are even more important for him. We learned that it is not our fault but other people's responsibility to kill people. Wonsu was amazed that there was still someone behind this villain. He asked Krati who this person was and talked about how he was. The villain has no intention of explaining everything to this worthless warrior. He chuckled and said that he could soon recognize him himself. The man already wants to leave the territory of the village, but Wonsu believes that it's still too early. Vien loudly screamed, punishing the evil angrily hooted. They stole away without realizing what they had seen in front of them. Turning his head back, he realized that he had stopped at the pasture or a fish. His body was completely enveloped in a mesh. Wonsu repeated once again that he would not allow any more mercy, and this time he prepared much better. VNP Daishov to steal and get him to tell him where his son is. Father, even if there is a disconnection for the sake of people, they should not be pulled out of the government. Stealthily taking in the rather difficult situation, slightly underestimating his opponent. But now it was a little too late to think about it. Raptom, the villain's face showed a chuckle. Having said that he doesn't intend to testify to nutrition, he respects the enemy with complete idiocy. Wonsu started not understanding what was happening. He asked his overwhelmed opponent what he found funny in this situation. Raptom Wonsu felt behind his back the uneasiness of the appearance of the majestic beast. The wooden bat was rapidly approaching his head. The butcher immediately rushed to the aid of his ally. I asked the man why he was stuck here for so long. Wonsu, unimportant of the strength of the blow lost in the face. I sensed that people were talking about the fact that they needed to safely take their children and leave. The butcher expressed his respect that today's enemy turned out to be rather weak. The partner ordered his ally to deprive him and go quietly. They finally decided to take after this poor lad who was innocent of anything. The smells fell asleep so that she would no longer see any sounds. Wonsu could not come to terms with his defeat. Vin shouted loudly again, instructing his opponents to stand up and turn back their stolen children. Wonsun lost his life after the butcher's last visit. He was still at the stove with other children. The lords turned back to their home at this time. This time the stench brought not one but 3 victims. All 3 boys from the found village were buried by the villains. The smells didn't know where they were taking them, and they drank drunkenly in the oven. Once the newcomers began to ask, they no other children put their fingers up to their noses to encourage them to keep quiet. The boys didn't even bother to take a nap by the stove. The same could be said about Wonsu, who kept watch over them. The boy rapidly sensed that the men had quickly turned back to their headquarters and began to discuss their further affairs. The man at the Capitalist realized that he was changing the place of his life. His partner Mitsnik went into hiding without understanding why he was so afraid. The villains were no longer at peace that they might know their hiding place. Moreover, there is no peace. The remains of the Mislivet are still lost in freedom. The butcher laughed at the fact that his partner was afraid of a man having once lost his temper. The man at the hat ordered them to lock up and start taking the children out. Absolutely all the children fell asleep before the start of the wound evacuation. Wonsu was the only one who could not sleep and perfectly sensed the enemy's plan. He lay with his eyes open and clutched the knife that his father had given him. I thought about how I could ruin my life. The boy remembered the moment from his past when he was completely small. Totodad tried to explain to him the basics of self-defense. Wonsu learned from the fact that the human skin has painful spots all over the body. On the face, pointing to the eyes and upper lip as the sore points themselves. Then the man moved lower and pointed to the carotid artery in his neck. He explained to his son that if you learn from her, people will die instantly. Toda Wonsun was no more respectful of hearing then. Wonsu promised his son to play with him as soon as he finished his conversation. Alas, the lad didn't want to hear anything. He fell to the ground and began to believe. Wonsun couldn't comprehend that he needed to know. Father brought up his son and explained to Yomu that he would reveal everything to Yomu in the event that he would be the only one in trouble. Wonsun immediately ran into his father's arms and asked him not to deprive him of anything. It was really scary for me to live independently in this evil world. Wonsu hugged his son and calmed him down. Having said that, for the time being there is an order for the future lest Yomu still be exposed to violence. The butcher began to pack up the children, covering their mouths. You also tied the ends together so that the stench could not flow in and there would be fewer problems with them. Having tied up the front lad, the man became his right-hand man until the decision. Having punished the advancing lads, they carefully approached the new one. However, Wonsun was in no hurry to give up. He grabbed the knife in his bosom and prepared to attack. This is the only way out of this situation. The butcher could not comprehend that the little child had begun to work. Having told you that you won't be able to get in anyway, it's better not to repair the supports. Wonsun was not a simple child. Sensing pleasure from the man, the boy attacked him right in the neck, placing his knife there. The butcher did not realize such a turn. Vin fell into the trap and at the same time kicked the still young rebel. In the vineyards we harvested the wood from our fire and ate the food that burned in the same way. I would like to understand how such an animal ended up in the hands of a child. Wonsun had very accurately concluded his plan, but that was not enough. Explain the meat before you stop and start threatening. The boy was silently shouting at this moment. Yogo began to become even more cowardly when the man took him by the arm and lifted him up. After all, the butcher slammed the lewd lad into the wall. Wonsun could do absolutely nothing against such a hello. He was already very afraid, but he realized that he would not succumb to the pain. The butcher again approached the new one and pointed his hand at the new one. After this, we began to distribute blunders to him in person, sometimes stagnating with brute force. The man seems to want to cheat the cotton boy. Wonsun will endure intimidation and anxiety over his appearance. At any moment, it is time to start saying grace about mercy so as not to win. The butcher, after long-lasting beatings, began to hesitate. I have great respect for the fact that the boy looks quite wonderful and is not even breathing. The man pressed his ear to the young man's breasts to check his heartbeat. He was surprised that the boy was still alive. By this time, Wonsu had already quickly recovered from the previous shock and had already climbed a high mountain trying to find his son. VN exerted maximum strength in order to get to this skill. It was even more difficult, especially considering my current state. Vons doesn't need to give in to the puppies. I will continue to plat the first ridge of the Medjen mountain, depriving everyone of their strength here. This is the largest of the 3 mountain ridges that grew near this region. Due to his effortlessness and strong body, Vons was able to develop his skills. Regardless of this, the man is absolutely decisive. He realized that his son might be nearby. Will definitely be alive. Wonsu again recovered from his wounds when he climbed the mountain. the end straight from the forest, draining the dregs of blood. The man's strength was already at its limit. You continued to collapse forward without relying on your unbreakable willpower and love until the end. At some point in time, however, his stronger body has not seen such aspirations. The old man later noted how the stranger quickly loses his familiarity. You should immediately help him and rush to the next step. He immediately tried to sum him up with words talking about the inevitable death of everyone. Having realized that the man could not rise with his own hand, the old man decided to tell him that he would like water so that he could lay down his body. Wonsu could not be convinced by such a proposition. Having started to drink water, the camel had tried more than 3 rocks near the desert. The man will empty the empty tank that the old man gave you. He was extremely grateful for the water as he gave away his life. The old man understands that the man is not a Philistine as many of us here know. I asked him about the purpose of his visit to the Gursky Ridge. Vons could not date a clear conclusion. He wanted to tell the old man about his son, but he felt it was not safe for himself. When the old man began to say that strangers began to appear here, gradually Wonsu never came to life. I felt Razmova about 2 unknown people. The man immediately rose to his feet and began to question the old man as the 2 of them looked like. Any information was important to you. The old one pointed out directly where the strangers were directing and added that one was injected at the droplets and the other simply looked like an intruder. Vaughn immediately realized that it was the 2 of them who stole his son. He began to think about the route that would lead to Mount Medjan. We began to think about how evil villains could be found on this mountain. Raptom learned that in order to get to any village you need to go through the mountain. Moreover, it dawned on the man that all the villages that the children had recently known were located in the region of the greatest mountain before the end. Now Wands is sure to sing that the place where the villains want children may definitely be located on the mountain or near it. Wonsu thanked the old man for a hint and straight up went straight to grief. The local resident could not understand why all the strangers began to behave so strangely. Wonsu is happy to talk to the old people and will be very important in the future. Vin unintentionally got across the area trying to find his son. The man did not hesitate for a second, smelling the skin of a centimeter of forest. Raptom nature brought out the sky and saw the specks of the board. Wonsu also miraculously sensed that the drops would enchant his body. We raised our head to the sky and our minds so that we can cook for a long time. Then he placed the stove on his left side and began to look at it as if it were potentially hidden from the board. You will have read a little after the jokes. You will go to an invisible oven where you can hide under the board. He planned to stay here for an hour and continue his jokes. If a person wants to walk a few corners of the oven, he will stumble upon something unknown that he can easily crush with his foot. Wonsu lifted the brush from the ground and collected a bunch of it that was human. Moreover, she was a child, she broke the fragments too easily. This served as the first alarm bell to start thinking about our enemies. Wonsu began to look around to see if I still had a stash. You want to know, just a few more brushes or even a whole bunch of brushes. After a few minutes have passed, my man should take care to keep the empty coin in front of him. The old man's eyes simply went down his forehead. You don't want to believe that your son has this great purchase of brushes. The man's conjectures were no longer scary until one moment. He quickly added an important detail that cleared up his doubts. It's just that, in front of my guises, I will cut off the wood that was stuck around the skull. Wonsu willingly stretched his hand to the knife. He firmly grabbed the handle and pulled it out of the skull. The body of the victim appeared to be still quite alive despite being deprived of shelter. Wonsu placed the knife in front of him and began to respectfully marvel at its details. You don't want to believe what you saw in your eyes. Once again, Dad's greatest guesses were confirmed. Wonsu recognized the sign that he had picked up a hand on a gift for his very young son. His face revealed bitter tears upon awareness of the situation. He began to mourn his son who was killed by his own armor. Wonsu decided to bring and collect up to buy a few children's skeletons. We dug up their graves and tried to restore their memory. One of these skeletons will definitely be the one who has the greatest talents. Wonsu crushed the Visnavak, which is the corpse of his son. The man was as inconsolable as possible. All my family died because of the bandits, and now I have to take care of small children. He was already very angry with the bandits for the death of innocent children. He promised that the death of his son and others would not be final. Wonsu simply marveled at himself and looked at the 2 positions of the women who were approaching the next one. The stench was similar to good spirits. In the guise of one of his wives, the man baked rice for his Kohanoi Yeren. Another woman was the mother of one of the dead youths. Wonsu closed his eyes and bowed in front of the women. We win for those who may not finish their duties and die earlier. Tim and our Chil Songhyun calmly rested at his bedside. He was sitting on the throne when he was told about his unsatisfactory guest, inspector of the Department of Health, which Mr. Baiwan himself had previously pledged. The head of the family Huang Bo appreciating the calm in the rather small business. Chil Songhyun immediately left his seat and went straight to the man. At the same time, I asked someone that you wanted to work here. Biwan cleared his throat a little and asked the inspector where the enemies had gone. Chil Songhyun is convinced that they managed to fight among them. The man did not believe that Biwan would come for more food. You immediately decided to ask him directly about death. Bivan realized that there was nothing left to grab. You have clearly seen and recognized that you came here for a completely different reason. He told the inspector that in 6 months there would be Xinjiangmun. The entire population gathers for the holy day in one place. Biwan thoroughly summed up the fact that he wants to give tribute to the saint. We want to take the initiative from our own hands and ensure the safety of the population. The inspector was simply shocked. We are very aware that in the past there were permanent conflicts in this area, but Baiwan would be of great need. Chil Songhyun yelled at the man and called him out on wanting more power. I added it so that I wouldn't fry it like that again. Biwan firmly believes that he is not going to fry. He said that the inspector wants to help you because you want to take away the 18th part of the Great Dragon. Chil Songhyun was absolutely shocked by this proposition. This is a sacred artifact which is difficult to know, but Baekvan's ostensibly disappeared. The head of the family Huang Bo shook his hands at the same time as a sign of honor and urged him to settle down. He will be even more effortless and may not deprive him of choice. The Shaolin Temple continued to live its original life. The head monk sat in front of the temple and prayed in the presence of absolutely no one. A lot of hours have passed since Wonsu left this temple. And the axis through this fateful separation, the man turned to the sacred place. The monk turned his head towards the guest and was absolutely not surprised that he turned around. He wondered what would happen. Wonsu fell on his knees in front of the head monk and said that the bastard is even more important. He asked to turn back his wasted energy. For starters, people want to find out from the monk who could have started to work depending on who they got out of it with this fate. The monk looked askance at his teacher in the past and asked him what he needed. He suspected that trouble would not come alone. When he told Wands that he had wasted a man's way for himself, the monk was simply shocked. You didn't realize that the person chose the same path. However, just in case, the monk allowed the man to remove great spiritual wounds and ask whatever he wanted to overcome them. Wonsu himself planned to earn money, but in a fraction of another way. Yogo's aura became as dark as possible after he was buried by the firebug. The monk was hesitant to inform his disciple. It is good for Vons to earn a service for a new one, having spent a fragment of wine on everything he has. The monk said that everything is the will of the Buddha, who believed that he would soon pay for the sins of the young man which he committed in the past. Wonsu told the monk that he had been told that the ambassador's blood was leaking. Having asked for it, we can't stand it anyway. Vaughn turned to the man and said that it's already done. He told him to get out of here because he didn't want to displease the Almighty. Wonsu could not get along with his past teacher. He was disappointed that he could not take his attention away from the head monk. The monk said that in order to ask a young man, you need a lot of factors which converge once in 1,000 times. It's easier for him to forget about the place. However, Wonsu was now thinking completely differently. His head was clouded with mud and he wanted to destroy everything on his way. The man took an important stone standing on his path and raised his hand to throw it at the Buddha statue. The monk hastened to Zupanidi Yogo. He was suddenly able to bother a man who had already thrown away the stone. Vons was unable to take out his anger at the sacred place. The head monk never allowed anyone to earn anything. He took the stone from him and then threw the man a few meters forward. After this, the monk, having caught up with his teaching, went off to the world. He could not allow him to do things in the temple as he wished. The teacher moved the man closer to the entrance so that he would no longer threaten the sacred statue. At this moment, other monks entered the temple. The ambassador confided to his charges about those who may intend to leave the guest with an imperious hand. The other monks were ordered to leave the temple. Wonsu felt as bad as possible about this situation. Vin could not control his emotions and his strength was already at its limit. Having come closer to the man, the leading monk raised his hand to teach his student a lesson that he would remember forever. Wonsu felt the full force of his teacher and hit him in the back. The man was already curling up in unbearable pain in his spine. Wonsu's eyes darkened and began to get angry. This told about those who, after this intense blow, lost their nerve. He fell powerlessly under the pretext of simply under the feet of the monk who hit him. Of course, the head monk would never have killed anyone just like that. You marveled at your teacher and burned down and wondered why your fate turned out like this. Yomu bulo duja skoda wonsu. A person will be deprived of his fears at the Shaolin temple for an hour. He was taken to one of the rooms near the temple so that he could read a few things. If Wonsu recovered from a persistent coma, he would have no idea where to go. Vin screamed loudly because he dreamed that he was thirsty. Wonsu glanced around and assessed the situation. We were in an even small room where there was absolutely nothing around the room. He also noted the red mantle that hung over his head. Wonsu guessed what was going on at the temple, and the unsatisfied woman was counting on him. The man decided not to bother himself for a long time and began to get to his feet. He had his own plans, which did not include visiting the Shaolin temple. Wonsu was under a small guard in front of one monk. Yoma was brought food. The monk allowed the hedgehog to be brought to the room. His other colleague opened the door to the room where he knows Wonsu. We previously told about those who brought human food. However, this is no longer true for anyone. He looked at the empty room in front of him, in which there was no guard against an absolutely hungry human soul. The monk immediately ran to the head to inform about the situation as it had become. We found out everything from the most details from memory. The leading monk did not realize such a turn. The father asked the old man to inform people about this. Having thought for a while, the monk of the faith that it would be better to seize this secret place from the walls of this temple and check, the man himself would turn around to them. Tim and our Wonsu was already in the forest. He is like a wise man who is on the water and trying to find his way out of the fire. The man realized that he had no strength but could not do anything. There will be too much self-singing as for someone who has awakened powerfully. Wonsu was at the bottom of one of the trees. He started to notice how a fox man passed under him carrying a rocker on his back. The man thought about how this man could cope with self-pushing. It's time to decide, having made a decision that there is no longer any need to take action. Having pondered the mystery of the unknown in front of him, the monk immediately stammered. I asked the person who was like that. Wonsu cut himself from the tree and simply knelt in front of the monk. He took the bow and arrows from himself and threw them to the ground. The monk cannot understand what is going on. He had an endless diet until the unknown. You want to understand what you need. Ale Wands was not going to confirm the monk's food at the water's table. Immediately after the remaining supply, he began to run at the enemy simply head-on. The monk was simply shocked by this turn of events. In the future, there will be no shock from the rocker on the shoulders, which the stranger told me. Having not been hit by a target even once after the first attack, Wonsu had no intention of faltering. He continued to press on the enemy and shouted loudly as he did so. The monk carried water in heavy buckets to the temple. He could not allow her to wander, so it was a kind of ritual. The man himself hopes not to destroy the place if Wonsu attacks him. Now it's hard to move the yoke with one hand. Wonsu placed his hand on the monk's shoulder and squeezed him tenderly. The man is ahead of the stranger so that he cleans up his hand, otherwise he will do more harm. Alas, I don't know what to do. He applied maximum force in order to deprive his hand and continue to choke him. However, the monk did not intend to endure this for long. At any moment, simply take the stranger's hand and twist it in the opposite direction. The monk apologized to the sinner for his behavior, but there was no other choice. Don't bother your hand until you're done with it. Wonsu had no intention of accepting this vibration. He began to scream and raised his head, looking at the monk with evil eyes. He took a bit of saw and wood from the ground, and when he got up, threw the whole mass into the eyes of the monk to change his field of vision. Wonsu's plan appeared to be working effectively. He blinded the enemy, after which he dealt a direct blow to him with his left hand just on the slit. The monk was unable to press the yoke after the remaining blow. The water that was still in his great buckets began to flow to the ground. The monk knelt down and said that this was unacceptable. Wonsu stood at the battle station without wasting his strength in battle. The monk stood up for his accusing, marveling at the inadequate stranger who had the urge to let in the rocker and pour water onto the ground. The water in his buckets was not completely idle. We carried there all sorts of living things that were very small and have now died. The monk became very angry with his potential enemy. VN shouted loudly, asking how the stranger began to dare to attack him. However, Wonsu had absolutely nothing to do with it. You rushed at the monk again and got ahead of him. This time you could definitely finish him off. Ailman has other plans for this room. He covered his body with energy and told strangers that he was responsible for all his actions. The monk was very serious about this. He collected all his money from his fists so that he could guard his veins. Wonsu has this flow of energy without even missing a beat. Having approached the need to reach the enemy, he delivered a monastic blow which did not hit the target. Having lost his mind from the previous battle, the monk believed that it was time to attack his devil. Vin dealt a heavy blow simply in the process of unraveling the right hand. After this, following another blow to the denunciation which calmed Wonsu a little. He was unable to accomplish anything without blocking the blows. Finally, the monk decided to give a parting blow to his opponent. He simply kicked him in the chest, throwing him several meters back. Having stood at the battle stand, the monk began to speak until the enemy was overcome. "You are pleased to no longer appear at this place, the remains of which will be damaged." Wonsu had absolutely everything the same. Having asked why should only weaklings live in this place, after which they withdrew the heavy blow from their hiding place. The monk was not willing to tolerate ridicule from himself and his brothers. He carried out a very strong attack, hitting the enemy's side. Wonsu flew down and the monk suddenly froze in the wind. Without hesitation, the fragments realized that the unknown would not just give up. Therefore, the man concentrated the maximum of his energy on his feet and landed on the stranger who was under him. Unfazed by the force of the blow, Wonsu sawed him out of the danger of succumbing. He stepped back a little and continued to guard the monk. It would be painful to sit on the ground for a little while and the fragments would become unbearable. However, Wonsu did not demonstrate this and continued to be covetous of the weak monks. The monk was simply shocked when he felt the cold. He became very angry and wanted to repeat once again what the stranger said. Wonsu rose to his feet and presented the monk's insignia as a valid bet. He said so as not to stream to himself and demonstrate all his strength. The monk was not at all against such a development. He began to twist his hands in the wind, creating incredible flows of energy towards himself. His fighting stance has recently changed. Having marveled at the opponent's side and being ahead of him, from now on you will not stream yourself. These were the same things that Wonsu needed. He was absolutely not afraid of the enemy and took a fighting stance, ready to take the blow. At any moment, Wonsu believes that it is necessary to attack first. He quickly approached the monk's body and struck him with a heavy kick. However, it was not easy to get the monk on the right track. He was able to easily block an enemy's attack by burying his leg. Wonsu was simply shocked at this turn. You didn't realize that the strength of your opponent was growing even after the rest of their strength. It was already too late to think. The monk began to control the situation on the battlefield and caught the enemy by the injured legs. After that, he simply threw him against a stone that was behind Wonsu. The stranger hit the skeleton with his back. The monk, having completed his right, turned towards his opponent, threatening him with the Buddha that the monk had deprived him of his life. However, Wonsu was not in any way timid. Feeling an unbearable pain all over his body, he began to try to get up. The monk walked up to his yoke and took it back on his shoulders. He immediately expressed his respect that the stranger was no longer around. Wonsu was able to quickly rise to his feet and disappear from view. Then he rapidly attacked his opponent's Nanatsuka. The monk wanted to miss the first blow but could no longer allow himself. He kicked his opponent, throwing him to the ground. Wonsu's cunning plan was not realized and he recognized the defects. The monk began to get very angry with the stranger, but he could not come to his senses. Vien Shiv Vikanadi Prokanea, unknown person who seems to have had enough time to live. He struck him with a forceful blow just to the energy point which is located on his stomach. Wonsu felt an unbearable pain all over his body, otherwise he was stricken. The monk wanted to kill him so that he would not pose a threat to other monks. Wonsu spent an hour screaming unbearably in pain. His eyes sank out of sight and his mouth opened wider. The monk once again raised his fist to hit the enemy. However, having noted that the unknown might not collapse, he changed his mind. Believing that Wonsu had already lost his battle, the monk stepped up from his body. Still, he doesn't want to take sin on his soul by pursuing the unknown. Tell Ailvans without thinking of dying this day. His heart began to beat again, sending bloody impulses throughout his entire body. Moreover, the person began to open his energy points again. Energy literally covered his entire body, otherwise the stormy sky would sparkle. The energy continued to flow out of every second, shaking the body in an advanced mode. Blood started to appear. Wonsu screamed in unbearable pain and continued to lie on the ground. The monk's last blow caused his power to turn again. The monk was simply shocked when he saw that the young man was spitting blood. He couldn't believe that the stranger was still alive. The man has acquired a new knowledge which, judging from the denunciation, is definitely not appropriate for him. Such a situation can lead you to fatal death. The monk absolutely chanted that his opponent died. Vons had not done anything and was now fully on his feet. You put your hand to your neck and felt the warmth. You thought it was quite amazing. The people knew how to turn around. The monk was simply shocked, keeping an eye on the stranger. He couldn't understand what he was getting up to and how he got back on his feet. Vira's Yogo speaking for himself. Having already begun to move on to his camp, the fragments of reason that the enemy had awakened his strength. The monk marveled at the revelation of the stranger and began to chant at the one who had drained his blood just a second ago but was now in full combat readiness. Wonsu will be absolutely whole and unharmed after the rest of the wound. It seemed even more amazing that he could let himself down so easily. The monk noticed that the aura of his opponent had changed dramatically. It was similar to a rebirth that happened after the blood was drained. Wonsu marveled at his enemy with a serious look and said that now he would definitely not be able to overcome it and would soon die. After his words, the man stood up in the air and made a coup, swinging his leg to hit the enemy with his strength. The monk did not realize such a turn but still managed to block the blow at the very last moment. The force was powerful. The monk could not convey the actions of his opponent, and there was simply shock if he rapidly decided to attack him with his hand, catching him knowingly. The man managed to escape from the hand of the enemy, having disappeared instantly. You were already at the limit and realized that you couldn't cope. Raptom, having seen how his body rises in the wind. There was simply shock as the enemy now behaved completely differently. Wonsu raised the monk above his head, the sky repeating his front hands. The man was about to finish his attack with his offensive attack. They swung the monk's body and burned him against the stone that was behind his back. The fox took the blow with his back. The monk landed quickly, having asked the unknown person why his enemy, knowing how to use secret technology, victorious only at once. Looking at his left hand, Vonsu was convinced that he had no power before. Vaughn showed up at the new place just now. One of the elders of the Shaolin Temple calmly meditated in front of the Buddha statue, bringing back his natural energy. Raptom interrupting his meditation with a cough that seemed unbearable. Having respected Yuma, do not forget to meditate, and even Dahati. One of his students immediately looked at the temple and chuckled at what seemed like the head monk, who started coughing violently. The old believer, who asked absolutely everything about him, asked where the lad who had recently visited them at the temple came in. The monk believes that I don't know anything about the miscarriage of that lad, but I know that he's still alive and has gone on his way. The elder thought about the words of his mentor. I didn't know how to properly deal with this situation that had arisen from Wonsu. This time it's already evening outside. The sun had completely fallen behind the mountains and faded away, which now brightened the sky. Wonsu continued his battle with the monk at the fox. None of the fighters were willing to give up stealing their powerful ideals from the fragments of their skins. The monk raised his fist to hit his opponent, noting that he was preparing to strike forward with his left leg. The fox man will hesitate to attack in order to protect himself from the blow. He stood up in the wind so that his foot wouldn't get caught. Immediately after this, the monk began to counterattack until the enemy completely stopped. However, Wonsu is already preparing for the offensive attack. He stood up from the ground with both hands to strike forward. Vin hit his opponent with both legs. The monks did not lose the opportunity to strike their blow. You may end up flying several meters back from the impact and hit your back against a tree drill. The monk quickly began to loosen his face and raised his head to the fire. He brought the enemy in front of him, who was approaching his side. Wonsu asked from his opponent who wants to win. The man was about to end his battle, depriving the monk of his life in this place. Already on the battlefield, the booming cry of the old monk was heard. He ordered both men to stand up and put on the beater. The fighters immediately turned their heads to the right and nodded to the old man. The monk asked the men that the stinks began to roar from this forest. The fox man explained that this divine attacker was attacking someone and wanted to fight. Vaughn immediately understands that this is the teacher of this fox and the meaning of their skills. Judging from the man's background, the elder was able to figure out what was wrong with him. He could not understand where the benefits had brought him. The monk shouted at his past enemy and asked him how he dared to talk so impudently about the oldest Shaolin temple itself. Wonsu was able to create a new idea that the old man in front of him had taught even a lot of people. Vin was about to attack him. The elder clasped his hands together and informed the men that he was not allowed to hand over to the boy. VN standing higher N ZHUSIT Marn Spravi. Wonsu blocked the stronghold of the old one. He rushed at him with his fists, beating up the ignorant tramp. Wonsu immediately attacked the old one without even touching his teachings. The elder will try to get rid of it in order to get nasty rags on his body. Wonsu planned everything so that the old man would not be able to escape from his oncoming attack. He drove him into a corner and immediately got ready to strike the final blow. However, it was taken down in order to capture the elder of the Shaolin Temple from the shepherd. An old monk, having earned a few kroki, having overcome an unnecessary punishment. Vin simply stumbled behind his opponent. Wonsu, looking at the old man, asked him, as if he started to laugh, he walked away. Wonsu sensed the singing threat from the old monk. You can step back to change your strategy. Tim an hour, the monk still wants to pin the bead, but these words seemed to encourage the man. Wonsu again rushed at the old man with his fists, fearing instant death. The monk, not daring to stand on the spot, blocked the enemy's attack with light hands. For him, this did not pose a threat. However, Wonsu didn't dare to bother. He raised his right fist and rushed into the attack again to achieve his goal. And the elder has his plans for this situation. You put your 2 fingers forward and blocked one of the enemy's energy points with one hand. After all, Wonsu became confused. He realized how his body was paralyzed, but the old man said that it was an insignificant effect. The elder walked back to the temple from his school. Having given life to people and declared their battle over, Wonsu would be unfit for such a finale. Vin shouted for the old one and managed to turn around and kill the new one as if he had already budded. The elder turned his head completely to the man's side and asked what was wrong with him, as if he didn't want to live but rather wished he could die. Vaughn thought about these words for a little while, but not until the end of their understanding. Once again, those who knew that the old you could not be overcome. The elder of the temple turned his back and walked straight away. Even though he was angry with the man, he still refused to fight him. Looking at the maple leaf on the ground, the old man added that he didn't want to kill the man, so he couldn't waste his time on such trifles. Wonsu was only thinking about taking revenge for his loved ones. They revealed the statements of people close to us who were unjustly killed. Vien Shiv Viaselsaya, all his on the old. He again rushed to fight with the elder, punishing him not to say all sorts of things. This time Wonsu decided to attack the man who carried the rocker. Joden from the monks did not realize that the enemy had this very goal. The monk was unable to accomplish anything, and having released the rocker from his hands, fell powerlessly to the ground, flying a few meters back. Wonsu chose the weakest opponent who could be killed. He waved his right hand in order to finish off one monk once and for all. Alexiomu was not sentenced to death. His hand pointed rapidly at the top. Vaughn was worried about the work, the fragments of who could help her get rid of it. The elder immediately rushed to help his student. He grabbed the enemy by the hand so that he could not harm one of the monks of the Shaolin Temple. The old man no longer wanted to stand on ceremony with his enemy. He simply threw him back so that he would not respect him on his way home. Wonsu could do absolutely nothing with this situation. Too much power was needed to support the powers of the elders. Moreover, the old man pressed down his hand so that he might have broken his brush. When the man landed, he felt an unbearable pain in the wrist area. The elder again turned to confront the unsworn man and said that this time he was giving him one more chance to end the battle. Wonsu was absolutely exhausted after this battle. No one would have been deprived of any other choice, otherwise his life would have definitely ended. The monks now stood guard for the entire hour and turned their faces to the enemy. The Stinks realized that from this Nahabi they can detect something. Wonsu didn't want to hesitate. Let us understand that at the moment their forces are uneven and there is nothing they can do to overcome. Wonsu decides to stand up. The young monk, having asked his teacher, could not deprive him of everything. Old man, that's how it goes. He explained that this tramp still has some important things to do with his life. The student was unable to understand anything and the reader was forced to explain it to him. Vansu Zayshav et Gliblisu. On his way from the monks, they found a rose that was on my hand so that the little ones would heal from the wounds. Vin steadily grabbed his hand, and when he leaned on the stone, he felt an unbearable pain in his right hand, which gave him the remaining blow. Wonsu has a wonderful understanding that evil brushes cannot just be taken away. You can remove the bark of the tree to apply plaster. Now try to straighten the brush a little so that it grows correctly. It was more unbearably painful, but there was no other choice. After this, he wrapped the bark from the tree with a bandage around his hand. This was divided in order to minimize the wear and tear on the wrist. He played it on both of his hands and waved them to check. It seemed to me that it had turned out pretty bad and everything was growing. Wonsu marveled at the forest and turned around. He considered his decision and decided to go to the Shaolin Temple to take revenge. Ale Man immediately saw this thought if he understands what he takes away from the temple without beating. I needed to figure out something else. Wonsu plans to go to one of the schools of martial mysteries called Kunlunpa. The one was sold on the day of Muramu not far from the village. The guards responded to the unknown guest not very kindly. When the man began to approach the gate, they drew their swords. When the security asked the unknown who the culprit was, Wonsu rapidly put his offending hands in front of him and grabbed the men by the throat, beginning to strangle them. The shove came under Konlump's support and threw 2 guards to the ground. There is a great gentleman here who scared at the person of his guest. The red-haired man was simply shocked when he faced the knowledge of his accusation. He realized that he had already learned something that was inadequate before, and now Wonsu looks a little different. From the hours of their past, they have already changed greatly, so that it would be noticeable in the image of his guise. The red-haired man asked the foolish guest that he forgot that he didn't want to get rid of the thousands like last time. Wonsu is confident that he will not respond to the power of a potential enemy. Vin just laughed evilly and said everything in front of him. The security guards were simply shocked by the behavior of the stranger. The Voni asked Sehen to deprive him of his influence on them. I am also a red-haired young man. Sehen respectfully watched over his old acquaintance and realized that something was wrong with him. He looked completely different never before. The guards rushed to the side of the hidden stranger who dared to break through to their fort. They wanted to read it once and again. However, it turned out that it was not as easy as expected. Wonsu easily dodged the first blow which was delivered by him. Ale, one of the guards, perceived such a turn. Standing out in the wind, he swung his leg to hit the target. However, Wonsu is also not an idiot and is an excellent student of everything. Having made just one click to the right, you decided that it was time to counterattack. The man caught the opponent's leg and then thrust the Yuma into the head with both hands. They squeezed them, showing their intentions. After this, Vons turned his leg in the opposite direction, which caused loud cries of defense due to unbearable pain in the leg area. His colleague watched over everything, clenching his teeth. He was already very angry at the stranger when he easily got rid of his brother-in-law. The man did not intend to simply stand on the spot, immediately attacking the enemy, trying to defeat him with his soft bottom. However, what happened was to reward Wonsu, who easily transferred such actions and caught his hand, squeezing it between his two. After this, he broke his opponent's hand and threw him behind his back. Wonsu led himself as much as possible and ruled on foreign territory. Sehen ordered all his children to lose their jobs. Having realized the serious situation, the man decided to take everything into his own hands. The red-haired man assessed the skills of his opponent, who differed from those who had done so before, but added that all the same he would not help him. Immediately after his words, Sehen destroyed the place and straight to the enemy with loud screams. "You will sing at your Paramosa." The man struck a hard blow with his right hand, trying to hit the enemy. However, Wonsu handed over the ruins of the enemy and rightfully sneered. "You will be careful to step back a few steps to avoid the impact of your advancing fist. Just a few centimeters away from your appearance." However, there was little preparation before the actual attack. Having gained the respect of the enemy, Sehen was able to quickly overcome the enemy and defeat the stranger. When Wonsu fell to the ground, the red-haired man immediately stood up in the air and raised his fist to finish him off on the spot. Vin dealt a heavy blow with his right hand, which went across the ground. After such a blow, Vons would definitely not be able to get up. Vin immediately noticed the danger in front of him and avoided the attack. He was simply shocked when he saw the enemy on his back. You didn't even realize that the tabletops could collapse. Wonsu was already approaching his enemy, ready to strike. Having twisted his enemy a few times in the wind, Wonsu simply landed on the new one. He carefully squeezed it with his right hand so that it wouldn't escape. Sehen watched over the hands of his opponent and could not understand what was happening. He raised 2 fingers pointing just at someone. Once Wonsu incorporated his idea into life, everything became clearer. On the battlefield, a loud cry erupted and blood was shed on all sides. Wonsu stood over the body of his overheated enemy, whose eyes were drooping. He guessed the rest of the sustrich if Sehen did not appreciate his unpleasant look. Vons laughed evilly and said that now he wouldn't have the chance to marvel at anyone. He gave up his satisfaction and took revenge on the people. Sehen could not believe his surprise. He started to get up on his knees and scream so that at any price he could finish off the stranger who had killed him. At this hour, the blonde, who was also his sparring partner, rushed to help. Please note what kind of desires you get from your friend. Tessehen, that was the blonde's name, looked around and noticed that two of the guards also knew the damage. They needed medical assistance. The blonde was simply shocked as they suddenly got loud. Having asked for this godless one caused such chaos without any help. Wonsu that he doesn't need any help, he can now handle everything with his bare hands regardless of the obstacles. Tessehen, from a stranger, they never came to take revenge on them for those who helped him last time and drove him away. The man began to get really angry at the unwelcome guest and covered his body with energy. He added that he simply knew that the man was related to Safa. Once again, I could not deprive this situation of not being resolved. He promised the enemy that he would pay for all his actions that he had committed here. Vaughn stood calmly on the spot and kept watch over a potential enemy. He had already left his place and went straight to the attack. Tessican volatile with Bliskovich speed, and in a split second he stumbled just in front of the enemy, pulling his hand away. With his hand, the man grabbed the stranger behind his left shoulder with 2 fingers. At this point, I opened the wound and immediately began to bleed. Tessican will finish the work seriously and apply maximum strength to knock out the enemy. However, everything turned out to be not so simple. Wonsu was still able to collapse and had lost the hand of his opponent. He was able to block his attack as soon as he was attacked in person. After this, Tessehen, having lost his legs in battle, they tried to deliver a heavy blow with a knee which would simply hit the target, hitting the enemy. Wonsu was unable to gain anything from this situation. He was afraid to suffer a flurry of blows as if he were constantly hitting the enemy. Tessican brought in a miraculous combination of several strikes in a row. Vin delivered his final blow, throwing the enemy several meters back. Wonsu fell helplessly to the ground after this attack. Tessican said that by attacking him without the intention of killing him, the man may be killed. Vien de Ishiv up to the new and ordered to flinch before him and beg for mercy. However, the man was already surprised that Wonsu was still planning to get up. Wonsu was never going to give up, having said that he obliges you for his kindness but to earn some money in a different way. Tessehen did not realize such a turn. Having risen to his feet, the stranger immediately rushed to attack someone without even stopping. Not without problems, but he managed to escape the first attack of Wonsu. At this moment, having asked a stranger, I had no idea how to live. Wonsu quickly became aware of the fact that the opponent of occupying a little bit with other rights. Tessehen did not experience such fluidity against the enemy who overcame him. At the very last moment, the men were struck by a pressing blow from below. Yakbi Wonsu kissed the friend, then there would be completion. Il Vonsu has a backup plan in his arsenal. After a nearby uppercut, he swung his left hand to deliver the final blow. You decided to quickly take advantage of the weakening of the enemy's defenses and defeat him simply by intimidation. Tessehen did not respond to the attack. The blonde flew several meters back after his blow. Except for his companions, Tessehen was able to land softly and not get hurt. The man marveled at his hand with which it pointed towards his face and became very angry. He didn't realize that he would have to shed blood in this battle. Having punished your charges, you will unceremoniously let him go and rush into battle. Tessehen could no longer tolerate the presence of a stranger on his territory. Vaughn's not daring to give in to the enemy also returned from his place and from the speed of the light directing him to his attention. The offensive fighters were determined to kill each other very seriously. The stench was falling rapidly one by one and was not going to stop. The moment of their shutdown was inevitable. The men began to murmur in confusion and press their feet into the ground so as not to injure themselves. The offense was miraculously realized that this problem could be great. The stinkers began to strike one another unconcerned with defense. Tessehen missed too many blows at his side. However, his body was full of vanity regardless of the predetermined harms. Wonsu took off at least as many blows from his side. Once he decided to take revenge, he did not dare to step in and continued the exchange of blows. At any moment, Tessican was able to capture his opponent. She grabbed him by the hand and struck a blow not too far away. Wonsu immediately hurried to rectify the situation and tried to swing his right hand to release his other hand from the paste. However, Tessehen was ready for such a turn. He also caught the enemy's other hand and it collapsed too quickly for him. Tessehen simply marveled at his gait and told him that he had better get home immediately, but now it was too late and he had to pay for everything. After these words, the blonde twisted his opponent's hand in the other direction. Wonsu screamed at the unbearable pain that he felt in his hand again. The unfailing guest could no longer survive in such minds. We recovered from the same wounds that occurred during the battle at the ancient temple. Tessakin on behalf of the monk not daring to let the man in. Vin waved his fist and said that now he could sleep peacefully in this world. The blonde dealt a heavy blow with his fist simply to denounce Wonsu, as if in no way he would lose his punishment, leaving him powerless. Tessahen was able to overcome the enemy, having exposed the Yuma directly. The shelter on your Kalatsi symbolized that I will undoubtedly overcome the enemy. Wonsu fell helplessly to the ground and could no longer rise. This exposure was stained with blood. Yak Protovzuvala Vistupati. Tessakin immediately ordered his companions to worry about the wounded. It was impossible to take any pains so as not to get injured. One of the guards will go to his colleague and ask him what he can. The man believes that his left leg is completely broken. You can now reach out to anyone else for help. Perched on the shoulder of his brother, the man looked straight up to the doctor. Passing by a defeated enemy, the man decided to take revenge on the Yuma and spit in his face. Vin is still angry with him. Wonsu continued to lie unbroken on the ground and was unable to accomplish anything. The sludge just fell on the Yuma's head, mixing with blood. However, the man had not yet died but was still with you. Wonsu began to get ready and saw wonderful sounds. Tessakin asked Sahen how he felt and sent him to the doctor. Soon the people sensed some wonderful sounds behind them. Wonsu rushed at that same man who spat in the Yuma's face, taking away his life, avenging his life. That Wonsu managed to get up after being wounded. All his exposure was in the blood, but he was going to continue to live. The students of the School of Martial Mysticism were simply shocked by this turn of events. The Smells didn't realize that they could let Vons down, but the man was an extraordinary person. He destroyed his place and went directly to the enemies to give them a blow. Wonsu felt the energy pulsating through his body. After the rest of the day, another point of energy appeared in him, which added strength. Tessakin could not get rid of it as they burned so hard. I will sing to the one that the stranger will no longer rise but will have mercy. Vonssu regains his energy and readiness to fight. Having rubbed his fists, the man stormed towards the enemy and encouraged him to attack first. Tessahen told the stranger that he couldn't overcome everything. Wonsu, having asked the enemy, is effective in singing in his own words. The blonde didn't want to just stand on the spot and hope to demonstrate everything in practice. He rushed into battle at the enemy with loud screams. He put maximum energy into his fist, concentrating the force there. We want to work in such a way that the stranger will no longer rise to his feet. Wonsu also didn't want to just defend himself. Having realized that the enemy was rapidly approaching him, the man decided to do the same. The fists of the two fighters met in the blow and made a colossal blow. For now, her strength was equal. There was no advantage for anyone. The men stood steadfastly on their feet and did not intend to give up what they had overcome. Kozan is fighting for those in order to emerge victorious from this battle. Tessahen was absolutely at his best. Vin called his opponent a complete idiot, as if she were going to make peace with him by force. The blonde shows the respect of the enemy by standing in front and swinging his left fist to catch the enemy knowingly. Wonsu managed to block the enemy's blow at the very last moment. This was very difficult for him, but he managed to put up a block. Tessahen again drove his enemy into the post and was now going to blind him for the help of his right side. Wonsu didn't get much of a chance, thus having respected Tessahen, who in the light of the Swede was preparing to attack the enemy. However, Wonsu had completely different plans for this shell. It was with his rank that he was able to block the enemy's blow. Vin blocked the danger with a sharp blow of such force. Tessahen was simply shocked by this turn of events. He didn't realize that besides anyone else he could use this technique called Nigong. Wonsu asked his enemy that he didn't want to repeat his earlier words about how the result of his battle would not change. Wonsu has left his place and is planning to bring about the turning point. Having said that there is a lot that I don't understand, I will immediately return to my place. Vin dealt a heavy blow with his right hand as if blocking. Tessakin earned money by drinking a lot of Zuzel. A man of wonderful intelligence who loses his advantage on the battlefield then goes on to attack. Having carried out its Bliskovich attack, the defense passed by. Therefore, Tessahen had no intention of ending his attack. Having failed to hit the target once, the man promised himself that this time he would definitely hit the target. All your plans went to waste. Vonssu clearly sensed the danger and was able to easily escape from the enemy's energetic blade. After this, Vons dealt his blow, which may have reached the target. Tessahen managed to cross his hand and tried to pull himself away so as not to recognize the injury. Let's pretend we're a marvel, but we've been given a chance to earn money. The enemy's hand fell just a centimeter from his exposure. When he hesitated, Wonsu decided to apply more force to the blow. You managed to break through the enemy's defense, striking Yogo in person, at which the man did not dare to hesitate and swung his left leg in a turn so as to stand up and overcome the enemy. Tessehen miraculously sensed that the enemy would immediately overcome him. He needed to urgently make a decision in which direction to go. You believe that the biggest move will be a revolution on the right side. You managed to escape from the enemy's pressing foot. Immediately after this, Tessehen launched a counterattack. Wonsu did not realize that the enemy could very quickly get ready after the damage. Tessehen, without turning to face the enemy, dealt him a sneaky blow with his legs so that the stranger would not react. This technique appeared against Wonsu, who flew a couple of meters back. Tessehen landed but didn't get up and jump. He immediately left his place and raised his fist to end the fight. Wonsu Mav take a pressing blow from the Skronyu. However, the man didn't want to give in. Vine plans to strike a blow at the front so that Tessehen cannot achieve further success. This tactic on the side of the foolish guest appeared to be foolish. Vin managed to pass the initiative and now holds the body of his opponent in his hands. Tessehen has been in the hands of the enemy for a long time. You plant your feet on the ground to knock your opponent down. Wonsu did not realize such a turn. Tessehen flew to the ground at the same time as his opponent, having chewed his body. The blonde, not wanting to endure this for much longer, rushed out of the enemy's grasp, immediately dealt him a heavy blow and pressed him to the ground. However, this attack turned out to be unsuccessful against the unknown. The man immediately noted that his enemy could still continue the battle. Wonsu threw the blonde off his body, putting his feet forward. Tessehen flew behind the enemy and was unable to attack him. Vons with his blow. Tessehen noted at the last moment that back trouble was approaching again. Wonsu repeated the forward attack of his opponent, hitting him with his legs. It is important to copy your skills for accuracy. Tessehen realized this turn of events but could not accomplish anything. He fell powerlessly to the ground and flew a few meters back. The blonde also did not realize that the enemy would immediately come to him. Wonsu, having collected his Virogo for Shia Abi Skavati Yogo Rui, Vin readied himself for the final blow. Tessehen played the steps and asked the enemy to kill him without worrying about anything. However, the man appears early after realizing his death. Sehen came to Yomu's aid and, having knocked out the enemy, struck him on the head with a club. Sehen still could not learn anything through the trauma in front of him and asked where his ally was. Tessehen immediately nodded to help. However, this fatal blow to the head was not enough for Wonsu. People were simply shocked when their enemy began to rise again. Sehen Bov sings in the fact that he injured his brain. Wonsu really felt bad about himself. His head was incredibly dizzy. If the secret stranger rose to his feet, the guards decided to engage in battle. He was punished for verubitting the enemy. Wonsu was confused and continued to chew, not caring about the headache. He faced many enemies, but he could not withstand all the blows. However, the man was still in a state of mortal danger. The infection immediately threatened you in the sight of the valley as it was aimed at your face. Wonsu immediately reacted to the collapse of his fence and raised it to the wind. I was just shocked by this turn of events. Wonsu didn't dare to just throw his enemy behind his back. Vin applied a lot of force to swing his body for an offensive blow. Wonsu ended up playing a little at the billiards and throwing the body of the guard on his partners. People managed to knock out a strike from a number of fighters. After an unsatisfactory battle, other guards were already afraid to approach the unknown. When he looks like that, he kills everyone. Ale Vons was already at the limit of his possibilities. You can hardly get too dry, not to mention the intense beating. Moreover, the man decided to move. Sehen, unimportant in his own eyes, having noted this. However, Tessehen ordered not to invite the importer. Sehen was simply shocked because he wanted to achieve the wounded goal. However, the blonde could not give this order, only wanting to save his wards. The opponents fought against each other and Wonsu was already approaching the entrance gate. Tessehen ordered his followers not to cross the enemy line and to comply. Let us assume that this person has not shown all his abilities and it is not safe to follow him. Sehen still made peace with the situation. Wonsu left the school of martial mysticism with an evil laugh in his face. Having reached what he came for, he was faced with great decisions. Representatives of all clans gathered among one another to greet a person who was important to them, as their story noted. The head of the family is Huang Bo Biwang, will also be present on this stage. The guards bowed low to him and asked to see him. Biwan welcomed the man to the name of Sin on the 100th National Day. Sin Patakuvav for the ancient times and also for the visit to the new one. Biwan asked him to bring his modest gift to the birthday boy. There was an imperial liqueur for 100 kvitas, which was worth a lot of pennies. I'm just shocked by this gift. Biwan bowed his head in front of the master and said that this was a gift from his birthday boy. The lord ordered his servants to see off the important guest. One of the security guards approached the man and asked him to follow him. He just walked to the room where the representatives of all the allied clans were sitting. Everyone has already arrived for the holy day near Biwan. HL Songhyun and Biwan immediately locked eyes with each other. The little stinks didn't like one another, they didn't want to show anything. Gonrian school in the name of sun is also a little tired. You will arrive at the same time with your friends and greet the birthday boy and the saint. Pan Xing was simply shocked when he wounded his students. He asked what happened. A dream of hope that an unknown person is threatening to attack his school. While the head was at the exit, two of his students were confused by the school. But they didn't manage to cope completely and they suffered. Sin could not believe that he had attacked one of the schools of martial mysticism. Having asked it to the head, it was already possible to identify the person of this villain. The scientists confirmed that the stinks had not come across him before. They described the attacker as a man in his 30s who has mastered amazing techniques. Biwan sensed this dialogue and immediately became wary. They talked about amazing techniques in two ways, one of which was credit to Mega. Tessican discovered that this man came to them 6 months ago asking for help. The fragments of his son were stolen and wanted to disappear. Biwan was simply shocked by this turn of events. Tessican recognized that he had seen the human beings, thinking for a moment that he might be connected to a demonic cult. The present immediately showed respect as the wounded ones were withdrawn from the school after being confronted by a stranger. The stench roared through the vines, making the evil man careless. The head of the school Gonrian was even more angry at his killing. He vowed to crush him into powder if he caught his eye. The head of another school was asked what kind of technology did the stranger study. Tessahen explained that this was one of the techniques that linked defense and attack simultaneously. Biwan rubbed shoulders. VN Mav, what can I say on this Rahunak, having overheard the dialogue for the entire hour? The head of the family Huang Bo let it slip that the unknown attacker might appear as the remaining boy from the Wonsu pen. Representatives of other clans were simply shocked by such a statement. They didn't want the stench, so that it was true the fragments of Murim would be a threat to safety. Biwan cut off his head and said that this young man had fought off the storm of Murim but had wasted his skills. And now it seems that they have turned. The people were absolutely unimportant as Wonsu began updating his skills. There is a 100% chance that it is not safe to reach the badges. All the representatives of the clans expressed their thoughts on this rack. They wanted to capture this man earlier so that nothing would threaten Murim. The inspector will come into this dialogue. Having experienced such an outburst, he turned the new head to Murim so that she could maintain order. Everyone present immediately began to think about this proposition. The stench has miraculously brought sense to both sides who can act both positively and negatively. HL Songhyun explained his idea by saying that if you turn Murim's head at once, then all of them can unite with him and quickly catch the villains. One old man interdicted the front head, telling him not to steal what he had gained. Inspector of the police, what message from the past brought them to the bottom? Another representative of the school was half disappointed with the inspector but realized that he needed to contact someone and asked that he did not want to be an inspector. HL Songhyun laughed even more at this proposition. Having told someone that they decided not to fit this role, the rest of the action is too emotional. Actually, the man has nominated his candidacy. Baiwan was simply shocked when the inspector's hand pointed at him. One of those present raised his hand and said that he supported this proposition. They have earned money solely in order to stop the threat that is coming at them. Thoughts also did not forget to feed into other heads of clans. Sin has earned this in order to no longer have to worry about the future superfluity. Bavan assured the inspector that he valued him but pointed out that it would take a lot of time and discussion to select a new head for Murim. Mutant School hung his thought. Having said that there is not enough time to discuss, he will generally agree with Bawan's candidacy. The Huang Bo clan tried to come to terms with this proposition, but it was too late. Absolutely everyone present agreed with his candidacy. They all asked for a new head about peace from Murimi. They now demanded a leader more than ever in their entire history. The inspector once again returned to Biwan and asked who he was going to see before the planting and how everyone would vote for him. The head of the family Huang Bo had no other choice. He told his colleagues that he was going to bear the title of the new head of Murimu with dignity. Representatives of other clans did not even want to rob the new head. There was nothing to protest. They gave up their hope at the hand of Biwan. Absolutely all those present greeted the new head of Murim with confessions. Biwan reaches his mark and decides to become whatever he wants. To his first commanders at the post of head of Murim, the man called punishment to Wonsu. We have decided that it is possible to collect everything for the Vikonani estate. When the new head of Murim entered the settlement, the villages lived their original lives. The plates spread throughout such villages due to the splendor of light. Now 2 of the most important workers who had absolutely nothing to do with their battle mysteries were discussing the purpose of the new head of Murimu. By this time Wonsu also wanted to grab a bite to eat at the local runaway. When you feel like speaking about those who are going to punish you, Wonsu was in charge of sitting with the people who were discussing the events that had recently occurred at the Gonrian school. The stench was loudly screaming at Wonsu. The 2 men were quietly having lunch in a restaurant on the street when representatives of the union came to them and told them to privately show their identities. It seemed to me that the person's appearance was very similar to that of Wonsu. Having equated the 2 men, the warriors realized that they were definitely not guilty. Your friend said that you know this. The warrior asked an unknown person about what he could learn here earlier. The man immediately turned his back and said, "This guy is right here." But there was no one there anymore. The warriors imbued the man with the singing of the wines from his soul. We hope that the decision is not correct, but I suspect that it is a reaction. The fighters immediately went in search of a suspicious man. The stench realized that the stench could not flow far, it would need to hurry in order to catch it. About an hour later, he instructed Vaughn to climb the tree and watch out for the fuss below. The security guards ran in search of a man who was in them over his head. Wonsu replayed the idea from the past in his head. We realized that it won't be licorice, but the remains of Biwan still become the head of Murim. Having remembered the remaining words of her mother, she literally died in her arms. One blessed him not to turn back to Mage and also to the uniqueness of Huang Bo. Wonsu couldn't figure out Biwan for a minute. The Yogo Matir is driven through the Nigo Bula itself. Wonsu also wanted to take revenge for her innocent death. Wonsu guessed how her past mother told you about the 9 great schools. Sorum was deeply involved among them in their battle mysteries. Wonsu spent an hour standing on his hands and cleaning the plate on his feet. He kissed his mother and is also the weakest from school. His mother confirmed that such a school does not exist. Vona explained that the skin uses its powerful techniques against the mysticism of the crooked demon to overturn as many as 2 schools. Wonsu stood on his feet, scorching the countryside and respectfully hearing that Gonrian and Kandon were succumbing to the power of the crooked demon. Without calling on other lines, Wonsu also still doesn't understand the value of these words. He didn't take them seriously and didn't even think that he would need this information. Maddie told you that if a sin can be enchanted by the mystique of a crooked demon, then you will not lose equals from all Murimi. Wonsu sang along the market square, guessing his mother, trying not to get out of the way and just crawling ahead. The warriors of the Union were even more respectful. The stinks constantly reviled the skin of the person on their path and the baby they were trimming in their hands. Having suspected one person, the stench immediately began to harass her. Wonsu was also caught under suspicion and the warriors began to follow him. However, the man did not intend to speak in unneeded speech. He took the black fabric from where his left hand was hanging and was about to crumble away. Wonsu dressed himself in black fabric that fluttered in the wind. He didn't want to hesitate and didn't care about the advance of the fighters. The man is miraculously wise, so his powers did not renew themselves until the end. Wonsu has chosen his target as the Kandon school.